getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. Advance, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Now me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in SM. Okay, you sound good.
return.
Copy, negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Whoa. Still going. A little overplay there. More selling, more liquidity, more volatility, right? That's the combination that we saw, and it's been continuing yesterday. And I just retweeted these. I should have retweeted these out yesterday, but I didn't. And so I went and quickly grabbed those before I started this morning. But we have here two different things that, significant things that were kind of being reported yesterday.
Number one, over 1.05 trillion was wiped out from the U.S. stock market yesterday. $1.05 trillion. That money is going to flow somewhere, and it's going to be reinvested somehow. I'm not suggesting all of it, but I would imagine that some good portion of that is going to get moved. So that's part of this whole combination of selling creates liquidity. Liquidity creates volatility, and volatility creates movement in prices, both up and down. And so initially, the first move that you see is typically down, and then after that, you see some upwards momentum. So we'll see where that money gets reinvested, perhaps maybe today or throughout the rest of this week. And yeah, it'll be real interesting to see what ends up happening. The other one that I posted up just now is the U.S. Department of Justice has sent a subpoena to NVIDIA related to its antitrust investigation. The stock fell 9% yesterday in the trading hours. Let's take a look at it real quick here. Fell 9.53% yesterday, and in the after-market hours is down 1.92%, so over 10% in 24 hours. Some pretty big moves on NVIDIA. Let's take a look and see what it looks like on a bigger scale, on a grand scheme of where it's been moving. The 52-week high, let's see what it is here, 140.76. So the more recent 131.26 wasn't quite the recent high, but you can see where it's been heading here. And we know that's been overbought for quite a while now. We've talked about on several occasions how it just didn't even make sense how much buying was going into NVIDIA. And so now we're starting to see the effects of perhaps maybe some people who may be turning into bag holders pretty soon on that stock if things are not going to go well, especially with the Department of Justice, issuing a subpoena on their antitrust investigation. So this is it's going to be some interesting stuff that goes on here. NVIDIA, remember we talked about the whole market walking on stilts. And the stilts consisted of 7 companies, and Tesla pretty much got knocked out a while back. Now it seems like NVIDIA is going to be the next one. So not many stilts are left, and NVIDIA was the biggest one. It was the biggest one, and fastly growing to be the strength or the biggest pillar of the 7 since within this last year. But yeah, some big moves there happening. 10%, is no joke. I think Preacher sent me a message here. He said, hold on a second. He sent me a repost here from Unusual Whales that said, NVIDIA lost $300 billion in market cap yesterday, and in the aftermarket hours. Crazy, absolutely crazy. It's a lot of money. $300 billion. Yesterday, I was being asked about what about the $12 billion going into Bitcoin from a lawsuit win. And I was like, that's small. And I said, it's going to sound weird, but when I tell you that 12 billion ain't shit, 14 billion, however much it was in low numbers, right? It was only 2 digits. We're not talking about big money here. That's not big money. This is big money. $300 billion, that's big money. $1 trillion in a single day lost in the market, that's big money. Those are the impacts that I'm looking for. So we have an interesting day ahead of us. And of course, only the numbers will provide us a look into what that's going to look like. So I propose I clean my glasses and we take a look at the numbers. Let me head back over to AMC. Preacher, good morning. Let me take you guys over to the other side. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying so long as the big tramp is not on the screen, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. 2-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. If you do sign up for that, please... if your broker allows you to put in a second device to get that access code, please set that up. You never know when something's going to happen to your primary device, and you need a backup way of being able to get into your account. And you don't want to be panicking. So yeah, set that up. Also, the most important thing is that we've seen tons and tons of outages on our brokers in the past, and funny things happen when. What do I say to my kids? I always say, whenever an extraordinary event occurs, don't stop and admire it, run. Because usually in nature, whenever an extraordinary event occurs, it doesn't have always a good impact, like the after effects. Well, that same thing applies to your brokers. And when they're struggling, and they're your main source for who you deal with, sometimes bad things happen. So make sure you guys have your statements saved, and so you know what it is that you're holding on to, because we don't know what's going to happen. I could make up a billion different scenarios where you might need that information for some reason or another. So please make sure you have your portfolio sent to you. You have a hard copy, and that you also have a copy saved maybe on a device somewhere. Maybe even 2 devices. But protect yourself. You never know. Extraordinary events require extraordinary measures. These glasses are not clean enough yet, but let's do these numbers. I'll have to re-clean them here in a minute. Time to wash this cloth. All right. I've taken you over to the screen here. We'll start on the top left-hand side. Nobody got price predictions right on. That's for sure yesterday. The closest person would have been Apex, because I think he was the low man on the totem pole for the day yesterday, and he had 440 to 540. So he was looking for a 490 close. No, yeah, 490 close. Obviously, we closed a lot lower than that. Nobody missed either, so there's that. So let me go ahead and reset the points. One last congratulations to Nana for last week's win. Let me reset the points. We're also doing price predictions a little bit different this week. I'll just remind everybody that we are tracking everybody's price predictions daily. And what we're going to do is when it comes down to a tiebreaker, it's going to be based off of how close they were throughout the week in price predictions. So it makes a difference every day when you're putting in those price predictions to make sure and try and get as close as possible. And we're all starting off here with a little bit behind here. Give me 1 second while I change something real quick here. Just noticed that I can make that a little bit bigger. There we go. All right. So points around everybody. I will tally up those points here in a little bit. In regards to our price predictions. Apex was going to be the closest. Let's see here. Short exempt volume. What was our volume yesterday in total? Anyways, let's check it out. Total volume yesterday, 9.1 million. So we ended up. So I kind of felt like we would see something closer to what we had on Thursday and Friday last week. But we ended up getting some aftermarket volume that did help us get a little bit higher than that. So we ended up having 9.1 million shares. That is about 2 million shares more than what we had on Friday last week. Not quite, almost 2 million. So what I would expect to see that short exempt volume higher. Let's check it out. 136, definitely higher. We were down 3.94% yesterday. And utilization, guys. I saw it this morning when I refreshed my screen so I could have it all ready and set up for you guys for the day. And you're probably already looking at it going like, what the heck? There's some very, very interesting things happening right now with returning of shares and not relending those shares out again. But the interesting thing about this is that our on-loan amount may be dropping, but our total amount of short interest is not doing the same thing. It may be dropping a little bit, But for the most part, that short interest is still there. So that utilization, again, it seems worrisome, but I guarantee when that price starts rocketing back up again, we'll be seeing institutions just diving in for shares places they can't, because they can't find them anywhere. So we're at 45.39% now. Big jump. Almost a 10% change in utilization there. Drastic number change. Moving on. Max Pain yesterday was $5 for AMC. For GME, it was $21.50. This morning, Max Pain is at, I don't expect either of those to change, by the way. I take that back. AMC's I don't expect to change, and it is. It's still $5. GME's I think will drive up a little bit here. I mean, they closed yesterday at 23.14, and based off that run and probably a lot of the call options that are stacking in, I would probably guess that it's going to drive up from 21.50 to probably like 20. It's going to drive up to 22.50. Seems like it might be a little high. I'm going to go with 22.50. Let's see. That only went to 22. I went to 22. Moving on. Volume through exchanges. Normal days, I would expect to see... Ooh, hold on a second. I do not have my calculator open. That's not what I want. I just noticed that like when I did this new install of Windows on my computer, the calculator is like really lame now. I don't like it. I don't know why it's different, but it is. It's so terrible. Okay, I guess I just got to live with it. Give me 1 second while I get this open properly. All right. Total amount of volume going through off exchange was 47.78. The EDGX volume was 8.2. Normally, I'd expect to see about 64% by the end of a day, and we were at 55.98%, which is 8.02% less than what I would expect it to be. Meaning, what does that mean? It means we could have seen price probably a heck of a lot lower than $4.63 for a close yesterday. The institutions actually allowed shares to go through the lit market to keep price from going even lower, which is unusual, but it's probably because they're trying to save their butts on option contracts that they may need to be able to control the price in the future going back up, and so they don't want to go down too fast. So CHX volume yesterday was 5,118 shares. Nothing unusual about that number. GME CHX volume for the day yesterday was at 5,450, also pretty low number. Shares having been borrowed since 2045 yesterday. That's kind of like the typical time where the last borrowings happen after the aftermarket hour closes. For GME, since then, there's been 1.9 million shares borrowed. Fees are currently at 0.34 and rebates at 4.98. Another reason why institutions would want to return shares before they have to borrow a bunch if price is going to run up is they need to get those rates down on borrowing, especially if they're going to have to borrow them for long term. And GME, they're actually pretty low, which I just showed you, 0.38 or whatever it was. But AMC has still got some really high rates. Since 2045 yesterday on AMC, we've had a total of 350,000 shares borrowed. Yesterday was 650. So just about half. Fees are at 2.27%, rebate at 3.05%. Institutional ownership. Yesterday was, let's see, what was it yesterday? 121,175. And let's see what it is today. No change. GME's value yesterday was 103.404 million, and today is coming in at no change. Take you guys over to the other page. We'll move some screens around, and I will cover the rest of the numbers. Y'all are probably going like, what about Morningstar? We'll talk about it. We'll talk about Morningstar here in just a bit. I haven't forgotten about it. Let's see here. All right, starting with options. I had to refresh this morning already, so because I had to log in and all that kind of good stuff. So and after a reboot from yesterday's tests, this is where we stand as of right now. In open interest, I don't need to refresh it. You're already seeing the most accurate data. Hopefully you guys like the screen. I found my dark mode. It's back to the way it was. We had open interest yesterday, at highest amount of open interest on calls yesterday at a $5 strike with 10.9 thousand contracts. We now have 17.4. So we're going to increase in contracts there. Highest amount of put volume at 4.5. That's actually down 50 cents on the open interest, which means that the market's suggesting a lower close now. By the end of this week, there's currently 9.4 thousand contracts at 4.5. That is up from yesterday's 5. Oops, that is not what I wanted to do. Undo. We had yesterday at 5, there was 8.6 thousand contracts. There's now 8.9. But the new highest amount of open interest is at 4.5 with 9.4 thousand contracts. So obviously with the market heading down in price yesterday, a bunch of new put contracts were opening up on 4.5s. And we're only about, I think we're about we might be less than 10 cents or about 10 cents away from that being those hitting. So you can only imagine that the market's going to want to try and get as many of those in the money as possible, closing those out before allowing price to head back upwards. So 450 should be on your target, should be on your radar. Let's take a look at option contracts for the next 2 weeks out. Just for historical documentation, do note that 2 weeks out from now is September 20th, which is going to be a quad witching. I know. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. Just happens to mean that there's more option contracts that are out there. Taking a look at GME's numbers, these are current. No refresh required. We're going to scroll through this. Highest amount of call volume for GME is at a $25 strike with 16.9 thousand contracts. They're currently, yesterday they closed at 23.14. Highest amount of put volume at 22.50. So someplace in the middle would be kind of like 23.75. But they closed at 23.14, so they're on the lower side of this. They're still above 23. You can see at 23, there's some contracts there that they would probably like to close out. And at 23.14, more than likely, they're going to try and push down below 23 to close out some of those put contracts. Oh, let's scroll through all of the open interest that's set up for this week, next week, and the week after. Alrighty. Ortex. We were seeing some pretty big numbers in returns yesterday, according to Ortex. Ortex was showing about 2.33 million shares at the end of the day, having been returned on AMC. So let's see if those numbers held, or if it ended up being more than that. Let's see here. Because utilization dropped quite a bit. So there's our utilization drop from 53.62% down to 45.39%. So big drop there. Not, I think I said 10% earlier. It's not quite 10. On loan amount dropping from 68.64 million shares to 59.92. So 8.64, 8.7, six, 8.66. Gosh darn it, Casey. Yeah, 8.7. Yeah, 71. 8.71 million shares returned. That's a lot of shares. Let me get my pen out. That means Ortex should be estimating about a third of that, right? So we should be looking at probably around 3 million. 3 million shares in estimated short share interest having been closed. So let's see what they're estimating. They took it from 49.53 to 48.24. 1.29. Looks like 1.29 million shares. Let me just get my calculator out because I'm not mathing well this morning, obviously. Just want to make sure. 49.53. 48.24. 1.29. All right. So that's actually really interesting. What does that mean? I told you that normally Ortex would estimate about 3 million shares based off the 8.71 million shares that were returned in loaned shares. That usually a third of it is what they estimate, but they're underestimating right now. I'm not sure why, but I think it has to do with the fact that when you look at the exchange reported short interest and where it's been coming in at, they've been underestimating for about a couple weeks now. And because they've been underestimating, you can see that the exchange reported short interest, which was being reported lower here, even with the underestimating, was still staying higher than where their estimates were coming in at. So it seems like a bunch of shares are being returned, but they're not shares that are short interest shares. So it's kind of interesting phenomenon. On loan average age per day. Look, when you return 8.21 million shares or 8.71 million shares, that's going to drop. I don't see how, because even if they're all brand new positions that were just created, this is still going to drop. 46.97 days to 45.11. And security lending volume, obviously, they had a lot of volume being traded. 2.23 million was security lending volume from yesterday, and then now today it's spiking up to 18.4 million. GameStop. Same thing's happening with GameStop over here with utilization. Super low. Utilization, but notice, again, remember I just got done telling you when price starts rising, you watch. They're going to start borrowing shares again, and these numbers are going to start rising. Well, we've watched utilization just get absolutely crushed since this last time that the price started running up. It's been getting crushed more and more. And now, all of a sudden, price starts rising, and what starts happening? Utilization starts rising as they start borrowing more shares. Utilization on GME going up from 26.46 to 28.35. The on loan amount increasing from 29.36 million shares to 30.87. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float from 9.3% to 9.39. And then the on-loan average age per day, I mean, when you take on that many new loans, should be heading down. And it did. It went from 41.26 days to 39.48. Security lending volume spiking from 1.62 to 3.25. SSR trigger price for AMC for the day today is at $4.17. GME is at 20.83. No option contracts to be seen for in the money, out of the money. 9.6. Okay, let's before I refresh this screen, because I think what's happening is I'm refreshing it and they don't have the data updated in the mornings. So I'm not going to refresh the screen until after I get done reading these numbers. But my guess is that this, because it says right here, last update was 15:05 yesterday. So that's why this data is showing up as valid data. But as soon as I refresh it, it's going to disappear. So as of 15:05 yesterday, there was 26.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 17.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 4.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 847 contracts that are in the money. And if I refresh this, watch it just zap to zero. Nope, it stayed. Oh, cool. Okay. Didn't disappear on me. Interesting. Orders by Fidelity customers. We got the page back up here because now they've got the right dark mode going on here. You can actually see the data. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this page. GME made it on the very beginning portion of the day due to the high amount of volume that GME was seeing. Made it onto the page, but after the very first hour, it fell off. So GME did not finish the day on that page. MMRI yesterday, when we ended the day, was at 242.72. Today it's at 241.18, so some more risk off. The spread yesterday between the 2-year and 10-year, when we started out the day, was 0.02. When we ended the day, it was 0.041, which was a higher value. The spread currently 0.033. Yesterday we started at 0.02. By the time the market opened, it was 0.032. So we're kind of starting this morning off right about where we started the market trading yesterday. We are starting to see that widen back up into a more inverse on the relationship. You can see this mainly the 2-year that's increasing right now. I hadn't modified the amplitude of any of the indicators in here for a while. I had to do it on the VIX yesterday because of our big, huge increase on the VIX last night. So I went ahead and modified it, kind of shrank it down a little bit like this, just to kind of give it give you guys an ability to be able to see the VIX moving in contrast to all these other things that I'm looking at on the page here. Do note that this white line right here, the bars are the Nikkei, and what's happening with that market. The white line is SPX or our market and what's happening with our market here. And you can see that there's a very close relationship to the fall off on our market yesterday and the Nikkei. You can see the Nikkei continued down throughout the night. It didn't stop. So we'll see what ends up happening here with we may see a deviation away from the Nikkei today. I don't know, or we may see a continuation of following Nikkei down further. I can tell you right now in the pre-market hours that which you'll see here in a second, that it's not looking as roasted as the Nikkei was overnight last night. At least it's not so far. Nope, I take that back. When I first came in here, guys, I'm telling you, all right, when I first came in this morning to come and do the live stream, the VIX futures were showing up 0.003 or 0.06, really low number. And I was like, I thought I was gonna be able to come in and be like, okay, well, the selling seems to be done, but that's not the case. Nope. Overnight, this is saying that it's up 2.51%. The futures are up to 19.6 now, 19.64. And the VIX was leading the futures yesterday. And like I said, since I've started watching, or since I started this live stream, since you started watching, this has gone up by quite a bit. And 1965 is the value right now, and it closed at 2072 yesterday, which is a full point higher. The VIX is still trying to. The VIX futures are still trying to catch up to where we're at. And I kind of covered something last night with everybody on the VIX futures, which maybe we can take a look at in a little bit here after we talk about some other things. But the Nikkei overnight lost 1.83%. And how did that compare to the SPY? Let's see here. Oops. SPY yesterday was down 2.06. So very, very, very close numbers, not too far off. But yet you can see from this chart right here, the Nikkei was, I mean, it may have lost the same percentage, but it still was heading down a lot more than the U.S. market was. So, in contrast of total losses from I guess the near past, this is like the 2nd of September right here. So what are we? Hang Seng was down 0.06, and Nifty 50 down 0.41. Depending on what you're looking at in the futures, our markets are down anywhere from 0.11 to 0.77 already, with the S&P down in the pre-market 0.43%. So pretty significant. It's not huge, but it is significant. All right, let's see here. Starting with the Mag 7, how do they look in the pre-market? Oh, man. Yeah, not good. That's for sure. Nothing's green on the Mag 7. Financial institutions in the pre-market, anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater from yesterday's close will get a shout out. Let's see if we have any major market movers in the. Hey, look, there's some. Believe it or not, there is some green ones in the pre-market this morning. Amazing. I do not see anything worth noting. No major movers yet. Gold is down 0.17. Trending down. I'm not giving up on this. I mean, the current trend is up, but you can see that overall, there's still a downtrend here. Silver down 0.01. Trending down. Ethereum Classic. This is on a daily chart here, guys. Let me come back down to 1 minute. Ethereum Classic is currently, looks to be trending upwards. Got a strong move in the aftermarket hours yesterday. Right around 2057, took a pretty decent dump there, which we'll see on probably Bitcoin and Doge as well when we look at those. And I would say the overall trend since then has been up. But if we take a look at a bigger picture here, it might be forming a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. But still overall, the trend here on a 30-minute time interval is down. So temporary relief from a major downtrend. U.S. dollar is down 0.13 in the pre-market this morning and is trending, consolidating. Maybe a slight downtrend. Oil in the pre-market's up 1.9%. Now, this is a little bit more reassuring for the market futures. Usually when oil's up, the market's heading up. And so the pre-market futures on oil are up 1.9%. Maybe we saw some major hits in energy yesterday. Like that out of the two sectors that were bad yesterday was technology and energy. Those were a big mover. And I'm talking about like for an entire sector. I think energy was down like almost 3%, or maybe it even was 3%. I can't remember. We'll see here in a second. But sectors. Yesterday, energy was down 2.49, 2.5% basically. But that's a big move. That's a pretty big move for an entire sector. So it's possible that we see oil do well for the day today, which could mean that the market maybe will have a rebound, and that the temporary downwards pressure that you're seeing right now might just be temporary for the morning portion of the trading day. Because oil is definitely taking a little bit of a leap here. You can see it was consolidating after the big drop yesterday, right up until about let's call it 11:43 Eastern Standard Time to close. I mean, you could draw a line. You could what's something that's more consistent than anything in the whole wide world? You could set a clock to this, and it just maintained price until close. You can see now in the pre-market this morning, it is moving. It's on some decent volume and up, which means that the market might have a recovery. Mortgage-backed securities are down in the pre-market this morning, anywhere from 0.31 to point. Actually, only BlackRock's has changed. It's up. Did I say down? Up 0.31. SPY in the pre-market, like I said, is down 0.39. We've already had our pokey stick of volume kick in here about 3 minutes ago. Gap down at pre-market open, consolidated for a little bit, and then dropped down a little bit more and started consolidating some more. We'll see what happens here after the banks open. Usually that is a significant point in time where liquidity is borrowable. So if there's a bunch of new shares moving around yesterday, now is the time when that would maybe perhaps change the direction or path on which this is taking. Taking a look at Tesla is down 0.85. Same. It looks very similar to SPY, and trending down in the beginning, market open and consolidating afterwards. Amazon is down 0.65, just trending down. Cinemark has not yet traded in the pre-market. Doge is down 0.09. If we take a look at this on a larger time scale, you can see it's trending down here. What is this extremely large? And why don't I have a 4-hour chart on here? What the heck? On a 1-hour chart here, you can see that we're trending down. Let me get rid of this line. I don't need this. Where is this? Where do I have? Oh, yeah. I have this set up for Doge on a very, very large wedge. And we are just now starting to enter into this wedge here. It's like normally when you see a wedge that's trending downwards this much, usually you see a breakout going up north. The beginning of my box started on 9/1 and ends on 9/23, so it's almost a month-long box in here. But Doge is getting down to a pinching point here for potential breakout. And I can't promise you it's going to be up, but usually you don't see a trend like this and see it go down. Not usually, but nothing's been usual these days, right? So, yeah, who knows, right? Bitcoin. The current micro trend is up, but on a larger scale, we know that's probably not the case. Yeah, it's these look like bearish flags here. The interesting thing about these bearish flags is that typically the size on the drop reduces on each flag until it doesn't continue to fall any longer. But these first two the second one almost looks even bigger than the first one, so it's kind of surprising. But yeah, on a daily for Bitcoin, which is at 56.6K a coin, is trending down. Now, I've got this in a descending parallel channel. Like, I want to say like 95% of the time, this is going to break out going up. 95%. The only time that I ever see a descending parallel channel breaking out, going the opposite direction that it's supposed to, is in a cup and handle. But it's usually when it's in the cup, not when it's in the handle. And so if we go out to a weekly on Bitcoin, it sure does look like a cup and handle. But usually what I'm talking about in regards to those descending parallel channels like this here and this trending up here, it's usually breaking out, going the opposite directions inside the cup, not necessarily in the handle. But as it stands right now, it is trending down here. If we wanted to try and figure out where this is going to move to, it's usually a really easy calculation. Let's figure it out. This is gonna excite some people, and I'm gonna be like, careful. We're gonna take the top 73. Actually, you probably want to see the calculator. We're gonna take the top 73,826 minus the bottom 15,461, and then we're gonna divide that by 2. Wow. I'll show you why this is a wow. One of the things that I mentioned to you guys before is that I felt like in order for us to see institutions get liquidated out of their positions in Bitcoin or crypto in general, we would need to see. I think I said this. I've said this many times, but I said it just yesterday. Somewhere in the range of 25 to 30K a coin would probably be the trick, or the number that the magic number we'd be looking for. So on this cup and handle, the midpoint, the average between the top and the bottom on the cup is 29,182. So what you do with that is you take. Let me write that down real quick here. 29. You take that and you subtract that from the top, and that's the number that the price should fall to before rebounding. So we're going to put in a line at 44,643. Close enough. Okay, it's actually it's a double line. You're going like, what the heck do you mean by a double line? I have 2 different Fibonacci retracements. One from movement from the past, and then one you can see here on the page from current movement on the upside of the cup. And those Fibonacci retracements, you can see the one from the past right here, and the one that's current. You can see that the number that I want to mark out here is right smack dab in between the two of them, which tells me that there's very likely a strong point of support and resistance. In this point right now, it would be support. If price were to fall below it, it would be resistance. But I put a red line up there, and that red line is going to be the value that this should drop down to. Again, descending and ascending parallel channels are kind of defeated in oftentimes in cup and handle situations. It's like the only 5% of the time that you ever see these patterns not following through. So if that's the value that Bitcoin has to hit, is that 44,643, we could see a breakout down. My guess is that it would probably follow this, and might actually be way down the road, but that's like way too long. That would take forever. I mean, that's not like the earliest that it could stay in this pattern and hit this would be that value is like a year from now, a year from elections, 2025. That's way too long. I think this is going to have a fallout sooner. But What's on the other side of that? You know there's always that other side, right? That's the top. If it's gonna complete the pattern of a cup and handle and hit that 44 whatever number I've got the red line in at 44.6 something, then the return on this, I'm putting in these predictions early. You guys will go back. You'll go back in time at some point and you'll be like, dude, how could he have called that so early on? Wait a minute, how much? Yeah, we'll just put 103. So all those people out there who are calling for a 103 or 100K for Bitcoin, they called it earlier than I did, but the timing they got wrong. We'll put this one as green because, you know, that's the green point there. There you go. And it should be pretty quick. Here's what I would suggest to you guys. Historically speaking, this should happen prior to it might happen. This should okay, based off of what I'm seeing here, this should happen after AMC, GME, and everything else squeezes. So you might see the big rundown happening, and then like, you know, a lot of meme stocks start squeezing or whatever, and then people probably exit their positions, and you know, that buying into Bitcoin that brings it up to that 100K would probably end up being the case. So whatever that time frame is, I can't specifically tell you, but my guess is that this pattern is going to complete. And that'll probably be the order of operations. You'll have crypto dump. People will exit their positions after they get paid out and start buying into crypto, and you see this thing start taking off. But be looking for, and I told you guys somewhere between 25 and 30K a coin, but this is suggesting only 44.6. And you can see there's definitely at 44.6, there's definitely levels of support and resistance there. It should be a heavy, heavy watcher for us. Because when that dumps beyond this descending parallel channel, which I do expect that to happen because it would be way too long to watch this just trade down this descending parallel channel. When that happens, that's going to be a big moment for us. Be careful. There are traps waiting for you out there. The market would love nothing more than to make you rich and then take it all away. Be careful. GME is currently down 0.65. It gapped down, started consolidating, and then starting to gap back up. And I've gone way past way past pokey stick of volume. HYMC in the pre-market, 9.55% up in the pre-market off of how many shares traded? 831 shares. Big jump here. It almost makes me think that there might have been some kind of an announcement made. I don't see any news on this right now, but maybe the market knows something's coming. Yeah, I don't know. That is unusual. Something's going on there. NCMI in the pre-market, 0%, no change since close. Hood is down 1.65%, gapping down and consolidating, and then AMC is up 0.22 in the pre-market this morning. Now we're breaking even at 463. Inflow versus outflow yesterday on AMC, we had approximately $1.3 million more outflow than inflow. 18,850 shares traded so far, and that's including a pokey stick this morning. So yikes, look at the pokey stick. That is not a pokey stick. That is like the farthest. If somebody called this a pokey stick and I looked at it, I would be like, what's so pokey about it? There is nothing pokey about this stick. Zilch. In fact, not only is it a zilch pokey stick, but it's only 7,025 shares. I mean, the pokiness is created from price movement, not necessarily volume. But volume is low too. 7,025 shares, giving us only 18. This is a... Guys, I don't like doing this, but I gotta take my volume prediction down to 1 to 20 million. I can't even say 5. This is making it look like somebody wants to just trade this out to 0 today. Like, literally, like, just flatline this. Watch for... I don't want to say what I'm going to... I'll have to wait until price predictions, because Nana says she doesn't want me to say what I'm thinking is going to happen. All right, moving on. Ichimoto. Ichimoto on a 1 hour. We're getting to an interesting point here, guys. Remember that on clouds, an Ichimoto cloud, that you don't want to make trades inside. The whole rule on the Ichimoto cloud is that it's a point of uncertainty when you see price moving into clouds. But there's nothing in the rules that says you can't buy on the bottom side of a cloud or on the top side or sell. That's always an option. It's just that you're supposed to avoid trades inside the cloud. The lagging line is below price line, the conversion is below base, and price is below both of those. If price were to rise up to the cloud today, you probably would not see the conversion cross the base. However, you'd be really close to getting the lagging line crossing price line. To really cross price line today, it's going to need to be 491. So I'm going to write down 495, and that's actually the number that I've got written down from yesterday. So Ichimoto is suggesting 495 buying pressure. It's getting to the point here where if base drops down, I do expect it to drop down more, because base is a lagging indicator a little bit from previous movement. It's going to fall some more, this baseline, and so the conversion could cross the base easier if price gets up into that 485 range. So, and it would still technically be underneath the cloud. And there's almost like non-existent cloud here. So it would be really, really super easy for price to break through a cloud today, because there is no cloud. So 495 is kind of the key target number. On a 4-hour time interval, lagging line's below price line. Conversion is below base. Again, like I said, if price were to rise up to some certain level up here, lagging line's still going to be underneath price line, but that conversion will probably cross base. It's a real, like, we're getting to the point here to where this, a drive up into that $5 range could push us through this cloud going into the next couple days of trading. In fact, I wouldn't put it past a breaking through or out of this cloud going north, which is going to be right around $5, which is max pain. Makes total sense, right? So, what would you be more likely to think would happen? A single day rise in price or a slow trend back upwards to 5 between now and the end of Friday? That's the question. That is the question. To turn this into a buy signal today, price has got to get above $5.10, which is what it was yesterday. The numbers don't change until Friday. Some of these target goal numbers are going to be Friday. Or end of day trading tomorrow. I don't think I covered all the other time intervals. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 31.89, which is almost signaling oversold. So it's definitely below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.55, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be a divergence on the vortex indicator within perhaps maybe the next hour to hour and a half. RSI is at 37.89, which is below average. On a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.83, which is average. And with that, I yield my time back to the back of the big tramp. Which I need to head over to. All right. I know y'all want to do it. I know you've probably been you've been edging. We'll use the edging word. You've probably been edging for this. Morningstar. Good morning, Pirate. Nope. Maybe not a good morning. Rex, good morning.
I had to turn my microphone on. Good morning.
How you doing today?
Pretty good, buddy. How are you?
Not bad. I don't know what to say about this. I know everybody's talking about it. Morningstar, suggesting that there's this index fund, market index fund that's out there that holds 14 or 15 billion shares of AMC. I refreshed this morning. It's still showing the same value. It has not changed. I really don't know what to say about it.
That's honest enough. I'm sure that the folks would rather you be honest and say that than just to make up some shit just to have something to say about it. So I respect you for your honesty.
Yeah. One of the things that I think is odd, I guess I should just talk about what I can see, because that's what I can see. You can see their change percent amount or change amount that's showing up on here. You can take a calculator and you can run it across those numbers just to see what the difference in change is, and just to kind of figure out like why or how much more are they reporting now in contrast to what they were reporting previously. Oh, dang it. I did it wrong. And the value is pretty small, but not insignificant. Did I really hit enter on that? Dang it. These numbers are way too big. It's not insignificant. It's like 10,000. I forget what it is. Like 10,000 or 11,000, 11.1 thousand or something like that. But yeah, can't see what the rest of this number. We'll just make numbers up. 400. It's basically like 10,000 shares. It's like really close to 10,000 shares. So this fund already was reporting ownership prior to June 30th as the date that I'm seeing listed here. So I don't. I know a lot of people have been checking different things like, what does this fund hold on other stocks? And it's, there's like, it's either non-existent or doesn't hold hardly anything. And most of this is mainly meme stocks. So a lot of it seems to be meme stocks, which is interesting because it's supposed to be a market index fund. So it should be holding positions on some of those other, like pick any
other indexes. Yeah.
Pick up anything you want and go look at it and see what's on those indexes and see like, okay, well, this should be in there and it's not, right? So I don't know.
In there for the Qs, something in there for the S&P, a little bit of everything.
So I don't know. I don't know why this is reporting the way that it's reporting. I don't have an answer.
Well, help me out a little bit. Give me some basics here. Who's Morningstar? I've never
No,
heard
it's
of
it's
them
North
before.
it's
I mean, I've heard
Northern
of-
it's Northern Trust is what this is. Morningstar is
I tried. I'm
just
sorry,
a reporting
Northern
agency here.
Right.
Morningstar is they're just a data collection and well, here's a fun fact for you. Look at the advertisements on the side of the screen. Motley Fool. It's right over here.
Right.
Yeah, it's sponsored by Motley Fool. Asset
Benzinga,
manager. So.
Somebody else, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I really don't. That doesn't really specifically mean anything. It just means that they're taking funds for advertising for them. But it's just a place to. I actually use Morningstar or had used Morningstar as a place to pick up articles that were blocked by paywalls. And if you just type, I used to like if you go into search, if you ever find there's many different tricks around this, but specifically like financial articles, if you find that you've got a paywall for it, just copy the title and post it into Google, and then at the end of it, just type Morningstar, and oftentimes you'll be able to get an article that's pretty much word for word for it without having any kind of paywall. That's what I typically use Morningstar for in the past, but I don't usually look at it for stock quotes or anything. Yeah, and then also somebody had contacted Merriweather, and Merriweather.
I read that one. I saw that. He just kind of gave him a boilerplate answer.
Yeah, like we can't report on anything that we don't. This has always been their what they say for in regards to things that they
Their
can't
default
prove.
answer has always been, we only report this. The only thing we report is what we disclose at our quarterly meetings. Yeah.
And that's all they can report legally. They're not allowed to go out and guesstimate and then report on those kind of things. So it is actually really important for them to not go out there and start talking about this kind of stuff, because that could become a real legal issue for them. So everybody out there who wants this, like, why aren't they saying anything about it? How come they're not protecting the shareholders? That's not their job. That is not their job. If you want to go complain to somebody, go complain to the SEC, but do not go complaining to AMC for protecting the shareholders from positions that are being reported by other companies that are not valid reporting agencies.
Well,
you can't
just
do
think
that.
about it for just a minute. You can understand the exposure. If they're wrong and they come out and claim that this doesn't exist, they refute the claim, and then it turns out at a later date that this entity did indeed hold these, then they could be held liable in a court for misleading people. And then the opposite's true. If they take a stance and say, no, this company really holds all of these and it's valid, then the opposite kicks in. Then later on, you find out it's all just a fugazi. It was just a fake, and then people can say, well, I took that as a on word of faith from corporate, so I made my investments accordingly.
Right.
And so it's really important for them to insulate themselves against that sort of action by just saying we have no comment on it.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah. So, attendees, I already did. That's actually the very first thing I did last night. Was I went to Wayback, and Wayback is not pulling up the information. So nice thought. I don't know what you're getting out of it, but when I tried to pull the information, it does not load. So that was exactly the very first thing that I did, was pull up Wayback to see what it had been previously reporting. Which, I mean, you can just do the simple calculation to figure it out, and it's like 10,000 shares. So even if you did use Wayback and you got it to pull up accurately, I would expect it to only show about 10,000. So I don't know. I'm not going to. I think the last thing we should be doing is AMC's got this right. You can look at this, but don't put any weight into it as to your investment strategies. Like don't look at a number like this and be like, oh,
hang your hat on it, as they used to say.
Yeah, thank you. I need you for my piratisms. It's not even yours, but I appreciate it.
I might be late, but I'll be here. Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm curious as to why everybody's making such a big deal of it. Why has it become the topic of gossip? Is it supposed to represent some unusually high amount for a fund to hold? What are they trying to imply?
Well, what we've kind of expected, that it's been heavily oversold. But see, here's the part that bothers me more than anything with that number being put up like that, is that that's suggesting that one fund holds the key to everything. I highly doubt that's the case. Right. I mean, if you just sit back and you think about it, right? Like, you're telling me that everything that's out there and in existence beyond what's supposed to be is in one spot. Right. I just don't know if you can sell me that.
For 3.5 years, only one single fund manager, one lowly little outlier, some little guy at a desk. He's the only guy who identified the opportunity and started to accumulate a position. Sure.
Yes. So you have a hard time selling me on that. I have a problem with that.
I can imagine a world where someone who sits at a desk doesn't want to disclose their long position. Well, for the obvious reasons, if they're still accumulating, because they don't want anybody else to drive the price up on them. But more importantly, tinfoil hat theory time, not wanting to go up against the power brokers, the heavy hitters, the Ken Griffins and the Andrew Lux and all that. I could see them keeping their moves to themselves so they don't run afoul of the good old boys club. If what I've suspected all along was that it's been a generally accepted principle that you don't want to go against these guys. If you're going to continue to play in this sandbox, you're going to need to play with our toys later on. So you better play nice. And right now we're shorting AMC. So I could see if somebody was to say, I'm not going to do that, but I'm not going to broadcast it either, so they don't risk running afoul of anybody.
And Tendies is saying maybe Brett Harrison parked all the tokenized shares there. So So here's the thing: it's a market. So there's bylaws that all these funds have to go by, right? Like they have legitimate bylaws that they have to abide by, and especially when it's like a market fund like this, they're supposed to hold a appropriate amount of shares to meet the expectations of what the index is how it's performing, right? And there's bylaws for this. Like they literally have to follow these rules of maintaining, because it helps and keep an orderly price structure on the marketplace. And so if you go and you look, and I pulled it up yesterday. In fact, I made the comment, and you guys didn't see me reading it, but I was actually in their bylaws yesterday, and I was reading through those. And man, let me tell you, it is extensive, like tons and tons and tons of pages for the bylaws, and the purchasing structure for them is very rigid. And so the idea that there's all these extraordinarily high amounts of volume of shares that are there in an imbalance from what the rest of the market would have, right? Because if you look at that Morningstar page again, you can see here that they are suggesting that this is the total percent assets owned in this particular. Look at the percentages, right? Like these percentages don't make sense over here. In contrast. So I'm not exactly certain. I know this is a hash mark here, but if you look at these percent total assets, it's 0.03.
Yeah, the math ain't mathing on that.
Yeah, something's not right. There's something not right here. And I would suggest that the percentage total shares held being kind of like NA should be an indicator to you that there's something wrong with this number. Just saying. Because it wouldn't make sense. As an index fund, you shouldn't have 15 billion shares in there of anything.
Yeah.
It's not how it works. Even if they're loaned out, like I get it. I understand, where somebody would be like, well, yeah, but they're loaned and they're rehypothecated and the total amount, but they still have to report how many shares they have. Like it doesn't matter if a share is loaned or not. That doesn't change the reporting amount of what is owned by
the composition. Of the fund. Yeah.
They don't loan out a share 15 times and then report that they have 15x amount of shares. They still have 1x. Even if they loan out that share a quadrillion times, it's still 1x, right? They don't report the amount of times that it's lent out. So I don't know if I'd buy into that. That's, again, it goes back to the whole thing of like just one fund, only one fund, and it's reporting like 15 billion. Something ain't right. No, I'm not saying that they're not overselling anything, Tara. I'm just saying that when you look at this number right here, this is not a. I feel like this is not an aha moment, like oh, see, there it is, the smoking gun kind of thing is what I'm saying.
Well, the first thing that comes to my mind anytime I see a singular, somebody points their finger at just one line item like that, I immediately say, is it possible that somebody just fat fingered it? Is there a possibility that they didn't put in, they added too many digits to the end of this?
Well, if they did, they did it to every single meme stock that's out there, essentially, because that's what it's not just AMC, it's a lot of others.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
see, I wasn't aware of that. So that's interesting. Yeah.
But you know, it's
Well, maybe we should make allowances for it is what it is. This is what they hold. Um, and
you can't report.
say
They can't
that's
report more than well, they can. They can report more than. They would have to be doing the borrowing though if they were going to report that they were holding on to them. Yeah, I don't know. Apex, it sounds good. He's reminding me I got to go to break.
I'm set, man. I have a nice tall coffee. I got a glass of ice water. I have a pastry at the ready. I have a fresh, unopened package of gummies for later. I'm
Fresh,
ready to do this thing.
unopened. Wow,
Yeah.
sounds gummalicious. Somebody said I need to turn up the sound on the engine of that leaving. Oh, you know what? I forgot one more thing. While I'm gone, let me add in a poll here real quick. Okay, so last night there were 3 test videos that were done using different aspect ratios for what I'm showing you guys, and both on what I see and also on what you guys get delivered. So, but I just put down the only thing that I put down in there is what you're being delivered. So, if you go and you let me show you how to get there. Give me 1 second. If you go to my channel and go to live, under the live section, you should see 3 videos, back to back videos that were done last night. And down at the bottom of the videos, they're titled. One's 1536 by 864, the other one's 720p, and the other one's 1080p. I should probably rename that, but they're all p, right? So this 864 last night with just the people who were watching, everybody wanted the 864, which is what we're running on right now. Yesterday, what I was running on was this 1080 over here, which is what nobody liked very much. And then 720p, when I did that one, most people said that it was too fuzzy and they couldn't really read anything. So here it was too clear but too small to read. Here, it's like, I feel like this is like Goldilocks. This one's too hot. This is too cold. This one's just right. So that's kind of that's the breakdown here. So everybody yesterday didn't like the video because it was too hard to read. This one was too fuzzy when I did the test on it, and then everybody said this was the best one of them all. So I'm going to put in a poll for each one on one of these, and that way you guys can decide which one you would prefer on the device, because I know there's a lot of people watching on different devices, and so I want to be able to kind of like accommodate to the masses. And all right, so you guys can decide. You can go watch the videos, the 3 videos, and see which one works best for you on the device that you're on. And I go through and I just kind of pull up the numbers on each one of those so you can see the numbers, and that way you can see what everything looks like on there, and just kind of flip through them and figure out which one works best for you. And other than that, I'm going to head to break here. And ducking bullish brings up a great point, because there was, some people saying like I can't really read it still, but I can zoom in on it. So yeah, you can zoom. You can always try that.
I guess I'll take this time to go back and glance through chat to see what I missed.
All right, sounds good.
First hour this morning.
Yeah, I got to put up the message on the screen.
Oh, what's today's song, by the way? That's really all I care to know about.
Did you hear it?
Oh, it was an hour late, man.
Was it supposed to be a certain song? Am I missing it something? What?
No,
Were you
I'm just
anticipating?
curious.
Oh,
No, I live for music, man. That's the only thing I come here for. I could give a shit about anything else that happens all day long. I just tune in to hear that one song. That's it.
well, wouldn't you rather be surprised then?
Yeah, true. Yeah. You're just gonna make me go back and listen, aren't you?
I could, or I could just tell you the band name, and then you'll be excited on what the pick is.
Okay, let's do that, and I'll see if I can figure it out for myself.
Motley Crue.
Nice. Very nice.
All right.
Think on that.
It's probably not going to be one you're going to guess. It's actually, I think, more current than... I don't think it's old school. I think it's more current. Anyways, I'll see you in a bit.
Dr. Feelgood?
Nope, definitely not.
All right, man.
Rex, good morning, and I'll see you
back.
guys after break.
Living life on the open road, ain't got a phone, just a fan for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. That's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm on its stride. Oh, ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Bed, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
All right, guys. So yesterday, I had a box drawn up here. That box was for a breakout of a wedge that was created on a 4-hour time interval, which is actually a really big time interval. So I'd say it's more of a macro time interval than it is a micro. And that box scheduled breakout period was somewhere between the 27th and the 3rd. So yesterday, right? And as you can see here, we did get the breakout. It just happened to be like one on a 4-hour time interval. It was just after that. So I didn't put the box back far enough. It was close, very, very close. We did get the breakout of that signal though, and with that breakout, caused price movement to kind of continue to find lower points than that have been retested from the past, which one of them happens to be around $4.56. We didn't retest that yesterday, but you can see there's a current level of support here that we may follow a little bit before seeing a retest of like that 450 range. Although I'm of the opinion that today we actually see 450 get hit. I would imagine that anybody who has a put position would probably like to close it out before Friday. Because $5 is max pain. I would imagine that we'll be seeing $5 before the end of this week. So it might be a brief push to get below 450, followed by some upwards momentum and price movement afterwards. Do note that if we were to retest this bottom level here at 450, what is this value? 456, 454. That could create a bearish wedge that would be created. So where do I think price is going to be moving? On the short term, I think price is going to be moving underneath 450. So, but I do think that it's going to rebound off of that. So where to? Believe it or not, I think there's a very good chance that we see a sideways trading day to day on AMC. Maybe like a 463 close. I think we're definitely going to get some more volatility today. I don't think we fall below this, which is 457. But I don't think we break 468 either. I mean, we obviously did in the pre-market, but a lot of this, some of you guys may be wondering what this whole thing was right here. These are settlements from yesterday's trading. So that's all that is. And it's always going to be, whenever you see these really tall wick like this and it's, on low shares, there's settlements from the previous day that are going through at previous day trading prices. I don't think it's any indicator as to what necessarily means where price is going to be moving towards. But I feel like where I'm kind of seeing the day kind of unfolding is maybe again perhaps testing 450 or slightly below 450, and then heading back up and perhaps closing at like 457, perhaps, but maybe more likely 467, somewhere in that price range. So let's go with let me look at one more thing. Futures on the VIX, 19.6. I'm showing VIX at 2253, so the futures are lagging. Nikkei's kind of stabilized a little bit, but the market might fall some more. Yeah. All right. I am going to go with $466. Yeah. Let's get crazy. 469. All right, 469 is going to be my price prediction for the day today. So I'm going to go 419 to 519 on the prediction. We're gonna get crazy. I'm gonna change. It's like I'm just feeling like there might be like just a little bit more positive momentum. Maybe we don't see that 450 hit. I don't know. Let's see here. So what do we got for the other price predictors? We have Nana coming in at. Well, actually, first off, give me 1 second here. I got to copy something down real quick here. Copy. Okay. 419 to 519. And then we've got Nana coming in at 420 to 520. We've got Apex, or actually not Apex. We have Tech coming in at 503, so he's going to be going with 453 to 553. And Apex has I got bad mic static. Okay, hold on. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that's better now. What does Apex has? He has 404 to 504. All right, I got everybody down. Looks like I'm the low man on the totem pole. No. Apex is the low man on the totem pole. All right. Man, nearly a 50-cent spread. There's a big spread today. 49-cent spread between us. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GT. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Econ. Go. Catheo. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our constraints. From a weather standpoint,
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
SCO, hear you loud and clear, 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
pain, more threats, more fast, torn cheese, cocaine, more pretty strippers with the big red lips, naked big tips, showing up the nice big tits. Ha!
Just give me the dirt. I'll just give it what I want till it hurts. Give me the dirt. Just give me the dirt. Just give me what I want till it hurts. Just give me the dirt. Give me the dirt. Let's take it to the top and watch it burn.
Give me more sex, more tats, more blood, more pain, more threats, more fast, torn cheese, cocaine, more pretty strippers with the big red lips, naked big tips, showing up the nice big tits. Ha!
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedges. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to get our fling our poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. I was getting ready to say, get our poo on. This is where we get our poo on here and we fling it. That's what we're doing. Good morning, guys. More selling, more liquidity, more volatility. That's craziness, right? Tom saying, Casey, who sung that song? Tom's like, I got to know. I want to know who that is. That song right there was, it says Motley Crue, The Dirt, featuring Machine Gun Kelly. So I think it might have been a little bit of a remix there. But that's what you, if you want to search it out, I can give you the link to it. Give me 1 second. There you go. Mac Neddenby says feels a little dirty now. He's like, you, MGK. Mac says you should have left that one out. Yeah, well, he asked, so I'm providing. There you go. But here we go. So what do we got going on for the day today? We got a couple different things to talk about here. Same thing as what we saw back in there was a Japan carry trade back a month ago. We saw some really huge spikes in volatility. The VIX index tells you that there's going to be volatility. It's forward-looking 30 days. It's looking out at all the option contracts 30 days ahead, and it's saying, like, this is what the volatility is looking like. And there's going to be some people, and I actually had this happen on Twitter, some people are going to sit there and tell you that means nothing about what the future price movements have to do. And I'm going to tell you, absolutely it does, because if you have major volatility spiking, telling you right now that the futures of the option trades over the next 30 days are going to be volatile, and you don't have something volatile happen in the next 30 days, then what does that mean? It means something, right? It means that somebody has changed their positions and either forcibly or willfully choose to change their position so there's no longer volatility anymore. It doesn't mean that there wasn't a forecast for something to happen within 30 days by the market that it was trading off of at that point in time. So it still means that there's volatility ahead 30 days out. It just means that perhaps the positions that were open or were there that were causing the volatility disappeared. And we saw that happen on the VIX. Like it completely spiked up to levels that you just do not see on a regular basis. And so you can't sit there and have a spike up to 65.73 and then suddenly drastically drop back down and not say, yeah, there's going to be more future volatility here coming, because this was warning you. It was telling you there's something out there that the market's afraid of, and it was acknowledging it at that point in time. Even though they crushed the VIX back down, here we are 30 days later, And what do you have happening? More spiking on the VIX going on again, and that means that there's still a problem. There's still something going on here. There's still volatility, and it's spiking. So, and here we are. Who knew it was going to take 30 days? I mean, the average in the last two major recessions in 1929 and in 2008 and 2000, we looked at this. Actually, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. In 2001 and in 2008, we looked at these numbers and we saw that typically it's around 18 days after that volatility that you really start seeing some more volatility. It was 18 days, calendar days. We're not talking about trading days, calendar days. So this one took a little bit longer, right? If the average was 18 between the last two recessions, then this one's taking certainly the full 30 days to kind of rear its head again. So, but here it is. We're 30 days out tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 30th day. And we've got the volatility popping back up. Here it is. It's there. It's telling you, hey, something's going on here. And the crazy part about this, right, isn't that we're seeing it again 30 days later. It's the fact that before, when it jumped to 65.73, I told you that when we see this market meltdown, it's going to be of epic proportions. That's why I'm here doing what it is that I've been doing for 3.5 years. It's because I know that something's hiding here. Something's hiding in the market. This big, nasty, dirty beast is out there in the market, and it's going to rear its ugly head, and it is going to absolutely trash this market. And it's not, and we're not the cause of it. It would have happened one way or the other. We just happen to be on the right side of a trade before it happens. But this 65.73, guys, is the precursor of what's to come. Some of the highest numbers that the VIX have ever hit is in the 80s. And this little burp right here at 65.73 is just the precursor. Just the precursor. So 30 days later, here we are, VIX starting to pop again. It's always, this kind of stuff happens. This is how it works. You get a cooling off period, and it pops again. Otherwise, something would have had to have been fixed. And we know the carry trade wasn't completely finished back in August. So stuff is happening. Lots of different news. So much news right now. I wanted to talk about so many different things in the title today. I was like, I don't know what to talk about, and I was like, because there's so many different things happening. But that the meat of it comes down to more selling. That creates liquidity, because once you sell shares, it frees up shares to be traded in the marketplace. And then more volatility. Boom. Stuff happens when you have volatility. Things go up, things go down. Stuff happens. So that's where we're at. But let me read off to you a couple different tweets from earlier this morning that I posted out. Some of them I actually read last night, and I wanted to retweet last night, and I forgot to. So I apologize. It's just me, you know how it is with me. I'm the world's worst communicator when it comes to social media. So you guys got the unlucky stick of the draw when it came to having me be the person that got to show you information. But breaking news: over 1.05 trillion was wiped out from the U.S. stock market yesterday. 1.05 trillion. Somebody came in yesterday asking about like the 12 to 14 million or something like that, or billion. That was some kind of lawsuit for Bitcoin that there was going to be some kind of upheaval or whatever. Chump change. I said it yesterday. Chump change. 14 billion. You're not looking for that. That's not the problem. Now we're talking. $1.05 trillion wiped out. That's what you're talking about. Then you had the news story coming through from, and this is crazy, guys. The U.S. Department of Justice sent out a subpoena to NVIDIA related to its antitrust investigation. The stock fell over 9% with no headlines at all. What does this mean? This Department of Justice subpoena wasn't released until after market close. NVIDIA moved 9% yesterday without any news of a subpoena. 9% down yesterday. 9.5% to be more precise, I think. Let that sink in. No news, and it moved down. The whole market moved down yesterday. Then you got this one. Unusual whales reporting yesterday. Did he report this yesterday? Yeah, 1:56 p.m. yesterday. The SEC has charged 6 credit rating agencies with significant record-keeping failures. Well, we didn't see that coming in 2008, did we? Of course, there had to be some kind of rating agency issues going on. I mean, everything is repeating itself. None of this is new. Go watch the stinking movie if you haven't watched it. It's just craziness. It's craziness. It's like it's all just repeating itself. They include Moody's, S&P Global Ratings, Fitch Ratings, HR Ratings, HR Rating de Mexico, AM Best Rating Services, and Demotech. They will pay more than $49 million. That was probably one of the biggest comments that I think was made yesterday by, was it Pro Jeweler, or maybe it was Pyre. I don't remember who it was. Maybe Preacher. I can't remember. Somebody said like just a little slap on the wrist kind of thing, right? No big deal. But yeah, some big news going on here. I mean, we've got a jobless report coming out Friday. Right, that's going to be fun. Today we have job openings. No, I'm sorry, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow is not. It's not. Initial jobless claims is tomorrow, not Friday. I keep thinking today's Thursday. I don't know why. Trying to rush this week over. No, you know what it is? I get to go see Beetlejuice on Thursday. I want it to be Thursday, but tonight I go see Reagan. I've already got the movie tickets, so I am going to go see it. Melissa's going to see it with me. I do want to touch on one more subject matter here. Earlier on Bitcoin, I kind of gave like a long presentation this morning, and I think it's kind of worth looking at again, just real fast. I'm not gonna. I just kind of want it to be for. I know a lot of people kind of come in, grab the information from the morning, and then leave, and so I want to make sure that as many people hear this as possible, because I think that this is probably one of the biggest things that we should be watching as apes. This is going to be our indicator as to when things are going to unfold. If you go to a weekly chart, well, actually, I'm going to keep it on a daily here. On a daily chart here, you can see I've got this in a descending parallel channel. 95% of the time, the price breaks out the right direction that it's supposed to based off of this indicator. That's what I feel like I see. More often than not, I'm sure the number's actually lower from the standpoint of actual tracking of data, but 95% of the time, I feel like this is a really good indicator if you've done it right, correctly, and a descending parallel channel breaks going up. That other 5% of the time, I feel like whenever I see this breaking out going the wrong direction, meaning that if this were to break out going down, it's usually on the back on a backside of a cup and handle, but inside the cup, not necessarily the handle, but inside the cup. In this particular case, it happens to be, if we go out to a weekly time interval here, it happens to be on what really looks like a massive cup on Bitcoin and the handle portion forming here. Now, there's a real easy formula to figure out where price is going to move to if you can identify something like this. And remember, this is not a micro time frame here. I'm on a weekly chart here. So we're looking back from November of 21 to the completion of the top of this is at March of 24. So we're looking at a massive amount of time in here. And what I see happening right now is I see a cup and I see a handle, and this is a descending parallel channel here. And if it breaks out of this going south, that tells me this cup and handle pattern is completing. So how do you figure out where the top and the bottom is on this handle? It's really actually easy to do. You can kind of figure out, roughly guesstimate where those numbers should be by taking the top of the back side of the cup, which is 73.8 K a coin, and the bottom of the cup, which is 15.4 K a coin, and figuring out what that average is, which I wrote it down on my page here because I wanted to be able to reference it later, but it's 29,182. That's the difference between the two. 29, that's not right. That can't be right. 15, yeah, that's not right. What is 29,182? Oh, it's divided by half. Double that number. 29,182 doubled is the actual value, because I wrote down the division half of it. So 29,182 times 2. So the number is 58. The spread is 58,364. So when you divide that number by 2, that tells you where roughly speaking the handle should come down from the top, or you can add it to the bottom. It doesn't matter. Add it to the bottom or just subtract it from the top. It doesn't matter one way or the other. It's still going to be the middle ground, because that's roughly about where the handle should come down to, is about the middle point of the cup and handle. I've already drawn it out here in a red line that supports the idea that two different Fibonacci retracements from a previous price movement back here on the front side of the cup and a Fibonacci retracement on the back side of the cup that gives you two Fibonacci's that kind of fall right in this section right here. And that point at which the price should fall down to is around 44.6K a coin. Now, I told you guys just yesterday and many times before that I feel like it was supposed to drop to about 25 to 30K a coin, and that would be the exiting position of institutions that are perhaps holding a lot of equity there that is value that they're just storing for whatever, right? Like they're just growing their value there and saving money. So when they pull it out, of there, I think that the exiting price when they're completely out should be around that 25 to 30K. This is suggesting 44.6, which is a little bit higher than I would have anticipated. But you can see that there is definitely a level of resistance here from the past and a level of resistance here as well. So it's already a defined point in time of resistance, right? So as I zoom out on this a little bit here, and I crunch everything all down, if we were to get a sudden dropout of Bitcoin going down and retesting that 44.6 a coin, I suggest to you that may be when we start seeing prices on probably a lot of margin calls will probably start rolling through, and we'll start seeing prices on a lot of different things starting to rise. And when that happens, I think that you'll probably see the market hit that all-time high. And when it does hit that all-time high, I think a lot of money is going to start moving. Tons and tons of money is going to start moving the market. And Bitcoin could potentially, on a cup and handle when you draw this out, if money does start moving back into Bitcoin, that's when Bitcoin will probably, after it retests that 44.6 a coin, I've got a green line up here because all you have to do is take that same value of 29,182, add it to your top, and that tells you where it should get to. So if this does get a severe dropout of a descending parallel channel here, down to that 44.6, look for Bitcoin in the future to hit about 103K a coin. That certainly falls in line with a lot of other people out there who are suggesting 100K a coin on Bitcoin in the future. It's just they were early. Way early on those predictions. Now be very careful, guys. I am not suggesting to you that you should, like, if you see this hit 6K a coin and you're like, holy crap, how could Casey have called that? I'm going to start investing in that with all my newfound funds. Because let me tell you, the market loves to take your money away. It's a casino, man. They want your money so bad. So be really careful on what you reinvest in the market. Be careful. So careful, because I can't promise you that that's what this is going to be. This is not financial advice. That's just what the trading indicator is suggesting to me. So that's what I got for you guys. And I think this is probably one of the biggest key indicators that will tell us when we're about ready to rip. You're going to see this dump. AMC is up 2% so far this morning. Looking absolutely nice so far. Cross your fingers. Let me head over to the back of the big tramp. We only got about 4 minutes before I do numbers anyways. Give me a second. Good morning, Pirate. Good morning, Rex. Good to see you guys this morning. Again.
Good morning. I took a rather nice selfie this morning. I could have brushed my hair a little bit. Don't judge me too hard on that, but I put it in Discord General for you.
Oh.
Little eye candy for the class.
Let's see here. The first thing that popped up was Donald Trump. And I was like, that's you have an interesting hairstyle. It matches somebody else I know. Hold on a second here. Apparently, I did not pull up my snipping tool. There we go. We always knew, Pirate, that you were a dog.
That's it, man.
Everybody, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Aww. Want to comment here. I saw Tendy said, I think it was Tendy's. Where did it go? I saw a comment in here about bull flag in the descending parallel channel. Oh, there it is. But Donkey Kong said it. But Donkey Kong says, is that a descending parallel channel part of the bull flag? So if we go back over to that VIX chart real quick here, and we go to the daily or the weekly. Actually, let's just go to the daily. Or I'm sorry, not VIX. Bitcoin. My points are not based off the bull flag, but yes. So technically speaking, on a bull flag like this, you don't want to have your flag existing longer than the time frame that you had for the poll. So in this particular case here, it's 21 bars. So I should be able to drag this to the right, and it should give you an idea as to when that drop should start occurring. You can see that we're obviously still in a flag. So I would suggest to you this is not a flag, and that this shouldn't be ignored as part of the trading signal for part of that. And so that is not part of what I'm showing you here. The points that I have identified for tops are up here. You can see there's multiple points on the top side, and there's multiple points on the bottom side of this descending parallel channel. So this should not be included as part of that trading indicator at all, or that trading pattern. Capiche? Let's see here. We are all over this Bollinger Band on the way up here, which means we should see a retest of the simple moving average, which we almost got here, before seeing either a break down below that or newer highs. Apex says, snipping tool, you do circumcisions with pictures. You're welcome, Donkey Kong. It's not a hard rule, by the way, on that whole flagpole, flag pennant rule. It's just that, roughly speaking, it shouldn't exceed the length of your your flag should never exceed the length of your pole. I mean, if you think about it, right? Like in real life, what is it? There's actually regulations on your flag on how big it can be, based off of your pole. No, pun fully intended. Isn't that right, Parrot? Come on, you're supposed to. That was your key to pipe up and tell me.
There's all sorts of protocols.
Yeah,
I don't have them all memorized, but there's nothing is left to chance.
Yeah, it's like, what is it, like the flag can't be like longer than 2/3 of the length of the pole or something like that, or
something like that.
Yeah. I don't, hold on, I'm gonna have to look it up. I thought you would just know this, like right off the top of your head, you military guy. When flying one flag on a single pole, the length of the flag should be at least 1/4 the height of the pole. For example, a 40-foot pole requires a minimum of a 6x10 American flag with a maximum size being 8x12. In case that helps you at all. I thought it was a third. I guess it's one. Wait. The length of the flag should be at least 1/4 of the height of the pole. It doesn't say that it can't be longer. Well, that's interesting. I thought... The standard American flag dimension should be between 1/4 and 1/3 the height of the flagpole. Okay, yeah, all right, that's it. So no more than 1/4 and less than 1/3.
I know one thing: if you're on a military base in uniform, and you're walking around outside at the end of the day, and
Bugle
they begin
hits.
to play retreat, and they're pulling that flag down, your ass better come to an immediate stop, come to attention, and wait until that's over with.
I was on a base one time, and I think me and my friend were
Why all these
walking.
guys freezing the play?
You know, we were walking and we were like mid conversation. It starts playing, and like I'm talking, still walking, and next thing I know, like I'm looking around and like everybody's frozen, and I'm like, well, that's weird. And I looked, I looked to my side where he was a second ago, and he's no longer there. And I like turn around, I look, and he's like 10, 15 feet behind me. I'm like, whoa, what's going on? Yeah, he was. Everybody just froze and played. It felt like I was in a one of those mass what do they call those things? Those live events where everybody
Flash
does
mob, like a
flash
flash
mob.
mob where
Yeah, it felt like a
everybody's
flash
in
mob.
on it,
Yeah. Well, oh shit. You know,
Yeah,
and
it's part of the protocols. It's the same way if a high-ranking officer comes by with a car and it has the placard 2 or 3 stars on the front, you're supposed to salute the car as it comes by. There's all sorts of customs and courtesies you have to memorize, but you'll notice that the old timers, and it's kind of not a good thing, but if you know, like it's a few minutes till the bell rings and you're getting real close to the bowling alley or to the shopette or the liquor store, you double time it, you quick step it so you can go ahead, because once you're inside the store, you don't have to remain at attention. So you'll see guys that if you've been around any time, you kind of pay close attention to that.
They start
clock,
running.
like, we better double step this, or we're going to get stuck out here standing at attention in this. Yeah.
it's so funny. Like, let's not have to be supportive. Let's run inside. Hurry.
When you've been there for years, if you've been there for years upon years upon years, you learn these little things like, hey, dude, we need to step it up, or we're going to get caught out here.
Yunhua says Beetlejuice 2 reviews in, and it's a banger. Oh, man. I guess I didn't talk about this one because I feel like everybody's been talking about it, but I'm taking you guys back over the other screen here. We did talk about it earlier this morning, but I'll bring it up again real quick here. This whole Morningstar stuff that's going on here. I'll refresh this screen again to see if it's still showing up, but this whole 15 billion shares on Morningstar, I really don't know what to make of it. A lot of different like warning flags kind of pop up for me a little bit in regards to this. One of them being that this is an index fund, and typically index funds, the way that they work, and they have bylaws that they're supposed to abide by, and that means that they have very strict regulations on what they're buying and what they're selling to hold within that fund, because it needs to match what the index is doing. And so to see 14 or 15 billion shares of AMC in here does not sound like it's a balanced position from what the index is showing, right? So something's wrong there. The other warning flag is a percentage of total assets is 0.03. You can see here that the total percentage total shares held is an NA essentially. Which means to me that seems like a balanced number right here. But the number that is actually being reported for that balanced amount is way too high from what I think it probably should be. It just feels very misreported. But the problem is that it's not just AMC that it's being misreported on. It's on a lot of other tickers. Some people might sit there and be like, well, it's a lendable fund, which means maybe the shares are lent out that many times. Well, that's not exactly how it would work. A fund would report how many shares they have, 1x of what their position is, and then they would loan those shares out multiple times over, but they would still just report 1x. So even if they had 4 quadrillion shares borrowed, they still would just report 1x of what it is that they hold as a position. So the 15 billion that they have showing here just doesn't quite compute for me. I don't understand. I don't understand. The last warning flag for me about all this is that, there's probably going to be people out there who are suggesting like this is the smoking gun that we need to know how many shares are in existence above and beyond our free float. And I would say, you're telling me every single position that was created is all stuffed into this one market fund, index fund? I'm not buying that. I'm not buying it. I just don't think that, I don't think anybody would be stupid enough to stuff everything into one spot to be easily found. I just don't. I don't think that's how. I know we would love to believe that, those who want to see negative things happen to our company are stupid. And in some cases, there may have been some stupid mistakes here and there, but they are not stupid people. And I don't think that they would put all of their eggs into one basket. I just don't. It seems too far-fetched. But anyways, that's what I got on that. I don't really know what else to say about it. Other than that.
That's all I have to say about that.
If only you knew how bad I am in real life. I know, I probably come across as sounding somewhat intelligent on live stream, but if you saw me in real life, you'd be like, holy crap, this guy is way more Forrest Gump than I ever would have known. Like walking into a room and not being able to hold a conversation properly with somebody because it's like too hard for me to do.
I got shot in the buttocks.
That's right. Cloing. It's a new word I heard. I'm not sure if I understand what it means, but I sure know what a touch hole is when I see one. That is me. That is me in a nutshell. Let's see here. Numbers?
Lieutenant Dan, don't you want an ice cream?
I bet you can do a mean ping pong, Casey. I actually was pretty good at ping pong back in the day. Not so much. I haven't played in a while.
He got the beard. He ran into Iron Man's.
Us
We might be onto
dysfunctional
something here. Is this
bought
is
some
truth
shares
about
in a
it?
stock.
We discovered that Casey is really Forrest Gump in real life.
Now you know how Forrest Gump ends out in the end. He's this
Run.
fat guy on a YouTube live stream talking about, I have a favorite stock. It's about movies. Oh boy, this is life. JJ says, touch hole. There goes the channel again.
Casey gone.
I have special flip flops.
Melissa stops in from time to time. I'm going to call her Jenny. Hello, Jenny.
Hello,
She's gonna be like,
Melissa.
What the fuck is Pirate calling me Jenny for? Just ignore him, Melissa.
Oh man, Turtle says this channel scares the ladies away daily. We tend to do that.
Oh man, they come back. Their curiosity kills them. They leave. They get all pissed off and mad, and they leave. But eventually, it eats at them and eats at them and it eats at them, and they got to come back.
Kim says someone has to be the scapegoat for the issue. See, Kim's still here. Kim gets me. You know what it is?
Yeah.
It's that they feel bad for me. I get that sympathy card played real well. It's like they go, I feel bad for this guy. He's kind of slow.
They got to hang around to like run interference for you.
He's like,
Are you going to numbers, Casey?
yeah. Well, I mean, if you got something to say, I can hang out for a second more if you want.
I gotta somehow figure out how to fast forward the video. Speaking of keeping the ladies out, my buddy sends me a video. He goes, "You see that video?" I'm like, "No." It's some gal. I guess she's in a bunch of videos with her husband. They're always doing shit to each other. And she looks at his phone. Why is she looking at his phone? Who knows? He goes, "Why is my name coming up Jumpstart?" Have you guys heard this one?
Wait. Why is his what coming up? Jumpstart?
Her name on his phone comes up
as
Jumpstart.
Okay.
And I'm. Wait, did I say that right? Yeah.
You done fucked up the punchline, didn't you?
did.
Yeah,
fucked
I
whole
feel like
joke up.
this is going south
Numbers,
real fast.
Just do the numbers,
Hold on a
Casey.
minute.
Just
No,
do the fucking
came up-
numbers.
Came up jump cable.
I thought pilots could tell jokes. What happened here?
Well, no.
You know the joke is done when he goes, no wait, no wait, no wait. Let me do
This
it
sounds
again.
like
Let me do it
me
again.
telling a joke.
Yeah,
I think I might be rubbing off on you here.
He called her jump cables. That's what it was.
Jump cables. Okay, jump cables.
Yeah. And he goes, "Yeah, that's what I changed your name to." And she's like, "Why'd you do that?" Because all you do is try to start something.
Wait, hold on a second here. I was not ready for this. This is too
Give
early.
him his rim shot.
Yep, there you
I
go.
showed the wife that when I go, "I'm changing your name."
Him and Danny's been writing jokes together again.
But she never.
We talked about this. We talked about you and Danny and Chat GPT. But apparently the lesson didn't stick. So.
Oh, so it was Danny that said that to the wife. Now I know.
Wait, I thought we cleared this up. It was not Danny.
No, you didn't say who.
It was no. We said it was Brad. Brad did it.
Brad. It's always Brad.
Yeah, Brad did it. Brad didn't.
Brad is gone.
No. Even Pro Jeweler walked in this morning. He's like, I can't handle this. I got to get in here. We got
Casey, in one of our poker tables. I know you got to do the numbers. I'll keep it brief. Hayden come in. We were playing poker, and he's like, "You're not going to believe this shit, Pirate, but there really is a roller skating rink close to his house, his current house now." And he said they have in an effort for advertising, they have a giant card that looks like a roller skate, and he said it has the ball, the disco ball hanging down below it. And I was like, "Man, you got to take a picture of that and send it in."
Yeah.
And he's like, "No." He's like, I don't think I could bear it." He said he was going to take a picture of it and post it for us. But
what he needs to do, he needs to
I'm
go on
quite
one of his
certain
walks. He needs to go on one of his walks and have his kids or his wife take a picture of him on his walk where he's in the picture with
him standing next to the roller skate.
Yeah, like with his head down, like shoulders slumped over a little bit, like he's kind of depressed. Yeah,
tear rolling down his cheek.
Yeah.
Do I have to be wearing bell bottoms when I do it?
Preferably, yes.
Well, if you really wanted to hook us up, you need to have on like parachute pants and a members only jacket. Some something along those lines. Maybe a sweatband, one of those headbands that went around like a tennis sweatband.
What were the slacks? Angel Flight slacks? Was that what they were called?
Yeah, something like that.
Real quickly, I just want to, before I go into the numbers, I feel like we got so much to do here. We're falling behind. Pro Jeweler, good morning. The JJ, good morning. Quack, and UPS Delivery Guy, good morning to you guys. Let me move on to this real quick here. Go ahead. What you got?
No.
Okay.
I
Adam Aaron posted up something on here. He said, social media conspiracy theories about AMC and Roadside's movie City of Dreams are such sheer utter nonsense. Needless to say, we only make money when we sell tickets, not if we suppress ticket sales. Sometimes the craziest stuff circulates on the internet. AMC will sell more tickets for City of Dreams than any other movie theater chain on the planet. Similar horse manure conspiracy. He's PC, this guy. Similar horse manure conspiracy theories circulated last year about. He could just say shit. I don't. He just should say it. I would be okay with it. Similar horse manure conspiracy theories circulated last year about AMC and the movie Sound of Freedom. They were completely bogus and thoroughly debunked. Some people just regurgitate what others say, but where does all this boulder dash start? In my view, the best theory as to why this happens are either short sellers and or others want to trash AMC because they wish us harm and a vested interest in trying to hurt us, even if nefariously so. Or some people out there, how can I put this politely, aren't playing with 52 cards in their deck. And then he put hashtag less than 52 cards in their deck. And then he said, or both. Both. I'm saying it the way I say it. Both. Or both. But yeah, Roadside Attractions, the distributor, I believe, for this. Are they distributor or? Hold on a second here. What did he say? He said. It says Roadside's movie. I'm not sure if it. Okay. Anyways, Roadside Attractions tweeted out the other day, we are aware of some misinformation circulating on social media about AMC theaters and other exhibitors, quote unquote, suppressing ticket sales of our film City of Dreams. This is patently false. AMC has been our trusted exhibitor partner for 2 decades, as are the other theater chains where we book our films. We are not aware of any suppression of ticket sales from any exhibitor. City of Dreams is currently available in theaters nationwide, including at AMC. We hope moviegoers will see the film while it is still available in the theaters. All right, numbers. Holy crap. We are way late this morning. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. 2-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea to do so, as you never know when... I got to smile. My camera knows it's me. You may want to set that up because you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device, and you won't be able to get into your account without having that set up for a secondary device. Last but not least, in the future, something may happen with your broker, and if you don't know what it is that you hold on to, that's going to be on you. Download a statement right now. If you have not done it, go stop what you're doing right now. Nothing's more important than this that I could possibly say going forward in the next 10 minutes, which is less time than what it'll take you to get the statement for your portfolio from your broker. Do it now. I cannot express this enough, how important it is that you have that information. All right, moving on. Starting the top left-hand side price predictions, nobody got it right. Apex would have been the closest with his prediction yesterday, but no bonus points awarded. But nobody missed, which was a good thing. This is not meant as financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes trying to pick out the price on a daily basis as to what we think the price is going to close at. Today, the low man on the totem pole is Apex with 404 to 504. Up from that is me with 419 to 519. Nana's got 420 to 520, and Tech has 453 to 553. So we have a 49-cent spread between us today, guys. It is super, super big on that spread, and I'm just noticing right now that I need a trim on this beard. I got some stragglers going on right now. All right, so it's like, oh, I'm so pretty. Ooh, look at me. Sorry, couldn't help but see myself. I was like, oh, okay, he's ugly. Short exempt volume, 136,000 shares. We did have more volume yesterday than we had on Thursday and Friday. We had about 7.5-ish million Thursday, Friday last week, and short exempt volume this week, since we had 9-point-something million shares traded yesterday, was a little bit higher at 136,000 shares. Utilization dropped nearly 10% over day over day, off of 8.71 million shares that were returned. So we went down to 45.39%. Now I'm going to show you in a little bit here how when price starts going up, more shares start getting borrowed again, and those numbers will start skyrocketing again in the future. But as of right now, everybody's probably going like, why is it going down? Why is it going down? It's because everybody who knows that the price is going to be going up in the future need to return shares as much as possible. One, to get to get their positions off the books before price goes up, and 2, so that shares are available to borrow as price goes upwards. They don't want to hold on to those positions indefinitely on the books there and not have any positions available to make as prices moving upwards. So we'll take a look at that here in just a minute. Day-over-day price change yesterday, we were down 3.94%. Max Pain, I know you just saw another number on the page there. For AMC is $5. GME went from $21.50, increased by 50 cents to 22. So we did get an increase on that this morning. Shares through exchanges. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange, and EDGXB somewhere between 11 and 12%. As it stands right now, we got about 52.18% going through off exchange, and EDGX at 11.67. Combined total 63.85%. That's about 9.85% higher than what I would anticipate by this time of the day. CHX volume 124 shares. Nothing unusual about that number. GME CHX volume for the day today 2,835 shares. Not a whole lot. Borrowing fees since earlier this morning when we last checked this, it looks like GME's had about another 200,000 shares borrowed. It's around 2 million shares that's been borrowed day over day. Let's see here. AMC IBKR is reporting since earlier when I checked the numbers. I'm gonna have to add from the beginning here because I'm feel like I'm missing something. 2, 3. 400. Okay, so earlier this morning it was 350,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 400,000 shares, so another 50,000 shares has been borrowed since I looked at this earlier. Institutional ownership this morning for AMC was being reported at 121.175 million. That has not changed. For GME, it was being reported at 103.404 million, and that has not changed. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day on AMC is coming in at a strike price of $5. There was 14.1 thousand contracts in total by the end of the day yesterday. As of right now, we have 2.6 thousand contracts. That's actually kind of low volume. Highest amount of put volume is at a $4.50 strike. That's where it was yesterday. There's only 348 contracts so far for the day. Those are both low numbers. Obviously, puts closing out is bullish, and we should see upwards momentum as a result of that. Taking a look at the options chain for GME real quick here just to see where the highest amount of call and put volume is so far. Highest amount of call volume at 25 with 4.1 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume coming in at 2050. So quite a spread there. Yeah. Current price trading at 23.33, which is a little bit more on the high side between that on that spread there. So a lot of put positions. I mean, you can see them on the page here. A lot of put positions closing out for anywhere from $20 all the way up to $23. Either somebody's expecting a move down because it could be newly created positions, or somebody's expecting a move up and they're closing them out. Not sure which. Taking you guys over to the other page. Let me move a couple screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. Starting with Ortex. So far for the day today, Ortex is reporting about 974,000 shares having been borrowed. That's going to raise the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 14.41%. The cost to borrow min is at 1.25, average 1.41, and max 1.68. Shares on loan for the day-to-day dropped by 8.71 million shares to 59.92 million shares on loan. I'm going to show you guys some interesting data here, but let me expand the screen a little bit first. Here's our utilization dropping on AMC from 53.62% to 45.39%. The on-loan amount obviously dropping, right, to show that the utilization is dropping from 68.64 million shares on loan to 59.92 million shares. Again, that's a decrease of 8.71 million shares. Normally, Vortex estimates about a third of those to be in closed short interest. A third of 8.71 is probably going to be really close to like 3 million shares. It's a little bit under 3 million shares. So, but they only estimated 1.29 million shares were closed. Because they dropped the amount of estimated short shares of interest out there from 49.53 million shares to 48.24. Now, the interesting thing about this is that if you look at the exchange reported amount, not the estimated, but the actual reported amount, for a long time they've been doing a third and have been over-guessing how much the short interest is at. And so they've started to adjust their numbers a little bit so it's not 1/3 of the amount returned. And you can see as a result, the amount of shares that are being reported here on the books is actually more. So even by dropping that, so they're not closing out short interest here. They're just simply returning shares based off of what I'm seeing here. Now, we'll have to see on this next data reporting point what happens, but that's not going to, it's going to be a little bit before we see that. As a result, obviously, with the amount of shares being returned and in short interest, these going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float from 14.75 to 14.37, and then the on-loan average age per day is going to definitely drop when you have that many shares being returned from 46.97 to 45.11. Obviously, the security lending volume on 8.71 million shares being returned is going to be high. 18.4 million was the value that we had for yesterday. So remember that security lending volume is simply the addition of the amount of shares borrowed versus returned. So if you add those two numbers together, and I just told you that they returned 8.71 million shares yesterday, the remaining portion of that amount is, so if you subtract that 8.71 million shares, should be in borrowed amount. We can actually look and see. Give me just a second. We'll get rid of all the other junk so we can actually see on the page. There's your on loan amount new, 4.84, and your returned. So the returned is 13.56 million shares. That's your 8.71 difference. So there were still newly loaned shares that were occurring yesterday, 4.84. It's a pretty big number. If you look at the historical past, it's not a small number. It's up there. But why is this happening? Why are shares being returned? GameStop has the answer for us. $115,000 shares borrowed so far on GameStop for the day today. Since this big price spike back there, the amount of shares that on loan, sorry, this is not the on loan amount, utilization. On loan amount has been dropping steadily. And now price is starting to rise and it's driving up. That didn't happen when we had this rise in price back here. You still had the on loan amount dipping. But now on loan amount starting to rise as price is starting to rise. Somebody is expecting price to jump up here. Utilization driving up from 26.46 to 28.35, and on loan amount 29.36 to 30.87. Those numbers always tend to drive back upwards over time. It never seems to fail for AMC. GME is a little bit of a different story here on the on loan amount in regards to jumping back up before price rises, and a lot of that I think has to do with how many shares are locked up in DRS. But, you know, it is what it is. But if we look at AMC, historically speaking, the on-loan amount just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And yes, there's dips in there, but you can see as of this time, like right here, on-loan amount rises, it dips, and then hits an all-time new high. Dips, rises to an all-time new high. Dips, probably rises to an all-time new high unless there's margin calls that occur. All-time new high back here. All-time new high. Dips. Larger. They return shares before price runs. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $4.17. There is no options data for me to be able to read off. SSR triggers for GME at 2083. There is option data on GME. 26.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on calls versus 17.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 4.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 847 contracts that are in the money. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on there. Oh, shit. It happened. The 10-year is over the 2-year by 0.001. It just happened. We just had a normalization of the 2-year, 10-year. Okay, earlier this morning when we looked at MMRI, it was 241.19. It is now 237.85. I don't even need a calculator for this. I can see the spread difference here is 0.003. This morning when we first came in, the spread was 0.033. It is now negative a minute ago it was negative 0.03. I'm writing it down. 0.003. Negative 0.003. Meaning we have a normalized yield inversion. It's actually, they're exactly the same rates right now, 3.787. It's happening. VIX dropping. We've got SPX is rising. One of these two, XRP is rising a little bit more than Bitcoin is. But then we've got these massive fall-offs here on the U.S. dollar. The U.S. dollar is tanking. And then we also have the yen. As this drops, the yen is falling. Wait, is that right? Goes up. I always get this backwards. No, the yen is strengthening. The yen is strengthening to the U.S. dollar right now. And if the yen is strengthening, then we should see their market fall out. And it did overnight. You can see the separation. US SPX, the Nikkei and the SPX were kind of tracking each other yesterday, and we went into our aftermarket hours, and they continue to fall. And the US market is starting to rise now that the US dollar is starting to fall. NASDAQ is up 0.06, Dow Jones up 0.28, and the S&P 500 is up 0.17. We have 3,297 advancers to 2,351 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. One sector is red for the day today, energy. Yesterday, I kind of mentioned to you it was the second largest failing sector, and I mentioned to you guys that I think that a lot of institutions felt that the recession was coming and that they were going to see energy sectors kind of starting to move upwards. And I think yesterday was that point to where they had to decide that they needed to switch out of that to be able to try and make money in the market today, as the market's probably going to start rising as the dollar falls. So we're seeing things like energy taking hits right now. And it will, because it's a recessionary sector. And if they think that there's going to be another rise in the market in prices, then they're going to want to get their money out of energy and into other things that can make them money. So energy is down right now, 0.52. The only other sector that's down is healthcare. It just went red. The two largest or biggest moving sectors, so this is where we're going to watch for money flow and say, like, okay, well, where is money going now today? Utilities, but that's also another recessionary sector. So it's kind of interesting. They're rebalancing into another sector that's related. Real estate is second, though. Second biggest moving sector for the day. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Tesla's getting the big move today. Financial institutions plus or minus 2.5% from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Silvergate is down 3.2%. And that's about it. Gold up 0.16. Took a nice jump right around 10:01, 31 minutes after market open. But is definitely trending upwards now. Silver up 0.91, trending up. Ethereum Classic up 1.83, trending up. I think on was it Ethereum Classic? Probably not. There's something I had drawn out here where one of the cryptos. We'll take a look at some of the other ones. The US dollar down 0.48 and trending down, taking, like I said earlier, a little bit of a dump here at around 10:01. Oil is down 2.14. Interestingly enough, that is driving back down some more today, which is the opposite of where it should be going. But again, it's that whole energy issue. The market is rushing out of energy and moving into utilities. And then you see things like the SPY that are ripping. So you have monies moving in the market. That liquidity is definitely creating volatility and allowing a lot of other money to move other places. So oil is currently consolidating down 2.14%. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.2 to 0.22 and trending upwards. The SPY is up 0.24. Definitely seeing a little bit of an initial downtrend at that 10:01 time, and then it recovered immediately and has been trending up since. Right at 10:01. VIX is up 0.24 at 2077. You can see that in the I don't have the Bollinger Bands on VIX. On the market open, it gapped up and then started trending down and is kind of trading about where it closed out at yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. Futures are suggesting it's at 2072 right now. Futures are suggesting 1895. So the futures are leading the VIX downwards here. So we're seeing volatility kind of fading off or getting crushed again. Of course, if the market's going to run, that will happen to the VIX initially. That volatility will disappear, but I guarantee it'll come raging back later. IWM is currently up and trending up very sharply, up 0.54%. VB is up 0.35, trending up. Remember, those are the two largest ETF holders of AMC. Tesla is up 4.62%, trending up. Amazon is down 0.42, trending up. Cinemark is down 0.55, trending down-ish. Maybe consolidating. I think since yesterday, the trend's down. Doge is up 0.81. This is the spot where I actually have the box that's drawn out here. This is a daily box, guys. A daily box here, and I've got a box drawn up that we just started to move into on Doge. This wedge starts back on March of 2024, so quite a few months in here. We're looking at 6 months worth of data, and I've got the box drawn out here. I typically feel like most wedges that are descending like this, this sharply, don't usually break out going down. They usually break out going up. But let's just draw a trend channel in here just to see. Yeah, that is, hold on a second. Settings, extend rate. Well, that did not work. Settings. What the heck? Whoa. Okay. I think I need to reset Weeble. There we go. This is pointing towards the top of the wedge. And normally when I do this, the data is representative. Actually, I'm going to do it from here. Okay, never mind. I changed my mind because I should have been drawing it from here, not back here. And it's pointing right down the middle. So if we were to see, if this were to drive down just a little bit more and then suddenly jump out going up north, it would make sense. Bitcoin up 0.2, trending up. GME is up 1.3, trending up. HYMC is up 2.51 and is slightly trending upwards. NCMI is up 1.19, trending up. Hood is up 0.36, trending up, and AMC is up 2.27 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day. We have approximately $500,000 more inflow than outflow. 1.78 million shares traded so far. After 73 minutes worth of trading, I'm late. 9.5 million shares is the pace that we're on for the day today. I gave you a prediction of 1 to 20. I'm expecting extremely low volume. On a 4-hour chart, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 43.59, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring RSI at 52.75, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI at 59.64, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.32, which is slightly above average. I mean, that's above average. Ichimoto. Lagging line is below price line. Conversions below base. In order for this to get to a situation where it becomes a buy signal, price needs to hit 495 to get this lagging line above price line. It's really 491, but I always, round it up a little bit, 5 cents, the nearest 5 cents. So 495 would probably create some buying pressure at that point. That would probably get the conversion line to cross the base. And price would be above the cloud. And lagging line would be above price line. And you have price trending upwards and it would look very FOMO-ish. Especially on low volume, it would be kind of weird to see that happening. On a 4-hour time interval, we have lagging line below price line, conversion below base, and to get this into a buy signal for the day-to-day, we got to see price rising above $5.10 to get above the cloud, to get the conversion above the base, to get the lagging line above the price line. So the 1-hour and 4-hour disagreement by about 15 cents. And what I see particularly on this chart right here, on the 4-hour, with this temporary red cloud followed by a green cloud followed by a red cloud, typically what that means is that you're going to have a short-term, we had the break through the green cloud, you're going to have a short-term upwards momentum followed by a sharp decline followed by a breakthrough. So, temporary increase, sharp breakdown, breaking through the back or the front side of the next red cloud. So it could be a slow trend for a potential breakthrough, probably going into Thursday, Friday, Monday are all, even Tuesday and Wednesday next week are all possibilities. Not sure if it's going to be quick or slow. But I will state Max pain is $5 by the end of the week, and end of the week is this day right here, and you can see that the cloud top is $4.98. That would be a very bullish setup for us to close at 5 and move into next week above the cloud. I was really surprised this morning to see so many people putting in 1080p, because that's what you guys complained about yesterday. Yesterday's video, you're going back and you're looking at yesterday's videos that I recreated, and yesterday when we did the test and you guys settled on 864p, and that's actually what we're streaming in right now. We're in 860. So if you like what you're seeing right now in contrast to yesterday, I have no idea why you're voting for 720p. If you're voting for 864, that's what you're getting. And yesterday's live stream was 1080. So I'm really kind of surprised by the votes right now, other than the fact that
Look, everybody was drunk. You asked people for advice at 8 o'clock at night. And
43
you're surprised that you're getting it.
43% of you are saying you just don't even care. Which is fine. That's okay. I'm all right with that. Brian Weiss is saying, what are the quarter's movie ticket sales looking like? I last heard it was already better than pre-COVID numbers. It depends on where you're looking at, but let's pull it up real quick here. So, as it stands right now, cumulative gross. Are we just gonna do? Are we gonna do cumulative gross, or are we gonna do? You just want gross for the quarter. I'm assuming you probably went gross for the quarter. We are not beating out any previous year, but last year was 632 million for the quarter with, or wait, is this gross off of the quarter, or this has got to be gross off the quarter? It has to be. Yeah, it's got to be. We're not beating out last year. But we still have, don't forget, we still have 4 weeks left. So we're pretty much going to beat every other year, quarter over quarter. However, the cumulative gross, 2.1 billion so far. We've got other years to beat out still. I mean, with 4 weeks left to go here, and we do have probably maybe one of the hottest movies of the year coming out. This week. In fact, today it's out. You can go see it today if you're an A-list member. What are the chances that we beat this out? I think there's actually really good chances we beat out 2023. Because I think Deadpool's been out for a month now? Deadpool's been out for a month, and it's made... Are we going to count worldwide? I don't know if we're counting worldwide or if we're just doing domestic. Okay, I just realized that this gross is actually... Hold on a second here, 603. Okay, this 603 is actually just Deadpool Wolverine for the quarter. I didn't realize that. I thought that was the quarterly. Because it says right here 603. It's the same number. So Deadpool pulled 603. The opening date on that was the 26th of July. So it actually has been open up a lot longer than I thought it was. It's been just a little over a month, like a month and a half. So if Beetlejuice ends up being nearly as good as Deadpool, which there's a lot of people that think it will be, and I guess from a perspective that rating on Deadpool is R and PG-13, I think on Beetlejuice, I have a feeling that it could potentially match at least what Deadpool did, at least. So figure maybe 600 after these first 4 weeks of showing. Can we do that?
Wider audience.
Yeah, well,
Much
yeah.
wider audience,
So,
bigger audience. Yeah.
but can we do that domestically? 600. If we can do 600 domestically, which I feel like is very, very fair, and that's not even counting any other movies that are showing at all. If we can do that, then we're looking at adding to and beating out the cumulative gross for. Man, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be really, really close. So 2019 was 2.8. 2016 was 2.9. If we add 6, man, it's gonna be so close. It's gonna be up there. I don't know if it'll beat or not, but I mean, I'm only counting Beetlejuice. We've got other movies coming up. What do we have? Hold on. I'm pulling up my phone. So, oh shit, I didn't realize how close we are. Let's see here. We have Usher. That's coming up. That could be big. We have I don't know what this is. An artisan film called Lover of Men, The Untold Story, or History of Abraham Lincoln. That's September 6th. God's Not Dead, September 12th. We have, what is this? Ninja Scroll 30th Anniversary. I have no idea what that is. That's September 11th. September 13th, we have Am I Racist? That sounds interesting. What else do we have in September? Do we have anything else? We have, oh shit. We're going to have a week of September where we get Transformers 1. That's going to open up. September 20th. So we should get at least a week's worth of revenue from that. September 27th isn't going to probably make it onto the quarterly. The Wild Robot, which is supposed to be slated to do pretty well. In fact, I think somebody in here was suggesting that it might even be the number 1 for the year. And then we've got Speak No Evil coming September 13th. I mean, these are all future releases. So they're going to be making money on top of The Front Room, September 6th. That's 2 days from now.
You gotta blow the horn, Yucca.
See? Yeah, see? This is why naming conventions help.
He fucks
Yucca.
it up every time.
You even
He
screwed his own. He screwed his own thing up.
Yeah. He
Oh my
fucked it
God.
up himself. He can't even get it right.
This is.
Fucking right in the pussy.
That's right. You suck. You need to
Damn it.
rename
Sorry about
rename it.
that.
No, you just need to rename it, man. Like, make it make sense. Welcome is not The Price is Right. That's Come On Down. Nobody ever says welcome for The Price is Right showing. It's Come On Down. You just didn't want to put that in there, did you? The guy who comes in, you say head, and 3 times, and Yucca pops up. You don't want to write "Come On Down" for The Price is Right.
I'll come on down.
That's what That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just so it's just so backwards. I don't understand where your head is. It's like, what? Welcome needs to be your horn. That should be your horn. Just make it make sense.
Horn should be a horn.
What do you do with your passwords? You get you get an entry for a password, and you're all like, "I'm gonna make sure I remember this one." And you're gonna be all like, "I will never forget this password. It is not the hardest password I've ever made. Enter." Is that what you do? How do you?
Now I know that's your password.
I'm just saying, like have some kind of system that makes sense so you never forget ever. Like, and make it easy for yourself.
Damn it.
Yucca has
Damn,
to create.
Yucca.
He has to create a brand new password every single time he logs in.
Yeah, I forget. Forgot.
It's like I
password.
don't
Then
remember what I was. It's a good thing for you that the internet like remember. What happens when you change devices? Do you like you have to change passwords on everything? Like if you get like a new phone or something?
Well, nowadays it's just your face. They look at your face. They're like, okay,
Oh yeah. But if you get a new phone, it's not going to know who you are.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Hey, has Brandon come in today?
No, not yet. He usually hits the afternoons.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Brad.
I'm looking
Brandon.
forward to.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon. I'm looking forward to Brandon
Mm-hmm.
giving me back 5 minutes of my life when I looked at that hostess cupcake pilot that said he flew F-16s with the flat Earth. I can't even believe I watched that entire thing. I'm still trying to figure out what this young F-16 pilot is going to come out and prove because of the old fart with the face that was as big as an 18-pound bowling ball. I still don't know what he said. I can't get it. I want my 5 minutes back. I want it back, Brandon.
He stole more. He stole more than that from you in life.
Oh,
Oh man.
he stole a lot. And you know what? If that's the same Brandon, and he brought that guy to bear, he's getting me even worse. From skating to flat Earth.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Oh,
I don't know how I keep getting tricked.
he's always getting you. He's got the edge. He has the edge on you, and you will never you'll
Razor
never
edge.
get out of his
Yeah.
shadow.
Right.
Even though you
edging.
accomplish so many amazing things in your
Better
life,
Take care. If I find
it's
you
not going to matter.
creeping down.
I don't
JJ's
even,
backstairs.
I just don't even know if I've even accomplished anything with what I get from Brandon.
Dario D, happy birthday, by the way. Nana, I just saw Nana's post in there, and I did not see it earlier. Happy birthday to you. In fact, I'll put it in as a comment, too. Happy
I think his name is Brando.
birthday.
Bradman. I want my 5 minutes back. I want my sparkle skates back.
Let's see here. Where's your head at? Let's see. Spaghetti Masa says 2.5 to 2.7 is still huge. Yeah, I think it could be more than 2.7 though. I mean, because I think with Beetlejuice alone, I think it could hit that 2.5, 2.7 range, and that's just Beetlejuice. Like if you add in Usher, if you add in, I don't expect Usher to be like Barbie or anything like that. He's not Taylor Swift. But he should still do a decent score for us. Here's the thing too. Nobody's going to look at those numbers for Usher and add those into the domestic numbers because that's only for AMC. They're the distributor. Actually, AMC is going to get a larger portion of that than what's being, because we're going to see numbers, but we're not going to know what AMC's are because they're a distributor and they get better numbers. So there's that. But then you got a bunch of other movies in there, and you start adding them all together, and I think that breaking that 2.7 is possible. It could. I mean, let's say Beetlejuice gets us to 2.7. Could we get another 3 out of that from everything else? Maybe. Dario, you're welcome, man. Happy birthday. And you don't have to hang out here as part of your birthday. But I appreciate it though. It's nice. It's good to see you. We need another Rocky movie. Oh my gosh. I don't I don't know about that. But, you know, whatever. Yeah, Joker 2. I don't think that's releasing in September though. That's coming out later. I think what is that, November? Let me look here. I can't remember. Joker. Are we allowed to start buying tickets for that yet? When it starts happening, when Joker releases and we're able to start buying tickets for that, you guys let me know because I don't want to wait on it. I don't want to be one of the last guys to pick out a seat because I want to get in and see that early. I do not see it on the list here yet. I may have just passed it. Hold on a second. Yucca, did you change it yet?
What?
Did you change it yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, you're gonna forget.
No, I'm gonna do it today. It's
All
just, yeah, it's confusing.
Holy crap! It is numbers time already. That's how late I was earlier. All right, let's do it. Boy, that almost sounded like I was like depressed. I had to do numbers. I am not depressed. Yeah, I know. It's not it. It's just I feel like I just got done doing them though.
Well, that's what happens. You know, you started them 20 minutes late the last time, so by the time you get finished them, you're ready to start again.
Yeah.
Put it on a loop.
If there was anybody that made I'm scrolling up a little bit further because I feel like I kind of maybe missed some comments from earlier. There was somebody that put in a comment about the live stream, about like what they watch it on or something, and I missed it.
Yeah, they said it was better today. I think it was one of the ladies in the crowd mentioned that it's whatever it's on today, it's better than what she saw yesterday.
But everybody's voting for yesterday's numbers. I feel like it's a skewed vote because everybody sees 1080p and just assume. Today we are not streaming on 1080, by the way. We're on 864. So if you like what you're seeing today, yesterday was 1080. And so you're voting for the wrong thing. Go look at the videos. We ran 3 test videos last night and find out which one looks best on your devices. You can go back and watch those and see what the numbers look like and everything. Because 38% of you are saying to go back.
Test. Pepsi and cola. You're doing the Pepsi Cola taste test against Coca-Cola. Yeah.
Because I feel like majority of the people in here are picking yesterday's live stream quality. Here it is. Bacon said it. Bacon. Is it Kevin Bacon? I want to chime in on your poll. I listen more than watch, so you can stream in surround sound, so I can hear the new Big Tramp engine go from ear to ear. Thanks. That's awesome, man. I had no idea. Let me do it again here. I don't think it even goes ear to ear in mine. Let me hear. It doesn't do it for me. I only hear mono. Well, I guess it's cool that it works for you that way. I'm just kind of jealous now. Mike Claypool says, I think what you're on right now is the best. Yeah, but it only got 7% of the votes. I think everybody's seeing 1080 and just assuming it's the best, but that was what we streamed in yesterday. I feel like this poll's tainted. I feel like I have to pull this like 2 days in a row and find out and see if you guys like. Tomorrow, what I'm gonna do is I'll stream in 1080 tomorrow, and then everybody's gonna be complaining. They'll be like, "Oh, this sucks. We can't stand it." And I bet that's what you voted for. And then I'll have to put up another poll and be like, "What did you want? Do you want what we had yesterday, or do you want what we have today?"
Tainted.
Yeah, taint.
I'm getting
So
the
who sang this
indication
song?
here
Tainted,
that the
tainted,
whole
tainted.
rig.
Yeah, y'all shouldn't have just voted all willy nilly like. Whipping out those willy nillys, getting ready to vote for just whatever. Oh, 1080, I'm down. Put me on. You guys.
JJ doing to that truck? That looks obscene.
Yeah, it looks like a sex toy, man.
Oh, is he using his jet? Hold on a second here. We gotta show
His
this.
buffer.
Hold on a second. We gotta show this.
The double counter rotating, oscillating Orgasmatron 4000.
I think this. I started up an interview page here, and so if somebody does like a share, I can put both my face and their share on there. Man, it's like you're giving your car a massage.
Exactly.
Sorry, I was massaging my car.
Does she reciprocate? I can't say the word. Reciprocate. Say it for me. Reciprocate.
Reciprocate.
Rocate.
Reciprocate.
I guess
It sounds
I do have
stupid.
There you go.
It doesn't sound right when I say it though.
I had the sound turned off.
Does she do it back to
Thing
you?
raw.
I can't say the word back. Does she do it back? Well,
Easy
good
on
morning,
that
you
detail.
good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and JJ polishing his car, his truck. Wait,
The cyclo massager.
why can't we hear it? Is it silent?
You can't hear that?
No,
Seriously?
nothing.
The noise canceling eliminates it.
Can
You
you
can't
turn?
hear that?
I want to hear your noise canceling turned off. I want to hear what that thing sounds like. I want to hear if it's like a.
You better quit being so stingy with that paste because you're going to burn swirls into that paint.
Can't do it with this one. That's why I have it. Can't burn the paint
Why?
because it's an orbiter and an oscillator.
Wait.
Bullshit. You hold that son of a
translate?
bitch in the same spot long enough with not enough paste on it, it's gonna put a swirl in that clear coat.
Translate. What did he
Watch
say?
this. Watch.
I'm gonna laugh if there's like 2 circles left there.
No, I get it. That what his point is that the way that it oscillates each one independently, that it eliminates that. But I'm just saying, if that pad gets dry enough, I don't care how many different directions it wiggles in, it will put a swirl in the clear coat eventually, just like sandpaper.
If there's one thing I know about, it's not getting it dry.
There you go.
Oh, really?
Never dry.
Uh-huh. Okay. Look
I
at
can't
you.
believe you guys can't hear it.
No. It's like silent as hell.
Wow.
Nana says, Casey, tell us how good you look again. I know. I looked at myself in the thing there. That's why I was like, oh, look, more stragglies down here. I'm like trying to comb them away. I'm like, I'm so pretty. Look at, ooh. It's ugly. Yeah. Nobody wants to see me. Can you stream in 4DX? No. Do we have to pay to watch this? No. You believe that? That's crazy. It's free. All right, numbers. I know. You all have been waiting patiently, so here we go. Taking you guys over the numbers page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Thanks, Nana. Let's see what we got going. Apex is like, finally. I wanted to get out of here. Here we go. Starting on me moving some screens real quick here. Hold on 1 second. I was not ready for this. that, and this. All right, here we go. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got about 55.42% going through off exchange and EDGX coming in at 9.34 for combined total 64.76%, or about 4.76% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 124 shares. Nothing unusual about that. GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at 3,844 shares. Nothing unusual about that. Borrow fees for AMC in the last hour have shown a return of 50,000 shares. No new borrowings. Fees are at 1.78% and rebates at 3.54. In total, IBKR has reported about 400,000 shares borrowed today. According to Ortex, as of an hour, Ortex was reporting 974,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 988,000 shares. Very small increase, but it's not going to change anything with the other numbers. So our estimated short share interest of the free float's at 14.41%. Cost of borrow min's at 1.25, average 1.45, and max is 4.33. In total, there's 59.92 million shares on loan for the day-to-day. Ortex is estimated that about 8.71 million shares were returned yesterday. And they're estimating about 1.29 million of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at GME, 308,000 shares borrowed so far. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day has been at a $5 strike. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 2.6 thousand contracts in volume. There's now 3.5. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. There's 348 contracts an hour ago, now 503. Market's still suggesting a closing price between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day. Taking you guys over to the other page here. Orders by Fidelity customers. I am not expecting AMC or GME to be on this due to the fact that we have low quantities of volume. And we are not. We did it an hour ago. We had the inversion occur where we had a normalization of the 2-year, 10-year bond rates. And as it stands right now, as I'm looking at it right this very second, they're exactly the same rate, 3.795, the 2-year and the 10-year. Which would you rather invest in? So MMRI was 237.85. It's now 238.96. Do you want to wait 10 years or 2 years to get your return back? Let's see here. Moving on from that, we have what's significant is happening here. We can definitely see some push-up going on here on both the U.S. dollar and crypto are rising, getting a little bit of a hook on VIX after falling for a bit there, and then the U.S. The SPX rather is starting to kind of trend back down a little bit. So we might be getting a little bit of a reversal kicking in right now. NASDAQ is up 0.24, Dow Jones is up 0.32, and the S&P 500 is up 0.2. We have 3,610 advancers to 2,246 decliners. The market is more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. 3610. Two sectors that are doing poorly for the day-to-day, energy and healthcare. The top two performing sectors are utilities and communications. Of the Mag 7, 5 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% are going to get a shout out. We have, holy moly, what happened to FRC? FRC up 69.23%. Silvergate's down 3.2%. And that's it. Gold is up 0.1, trending up. Silver is up 0.57, trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 2.62, trending up. The US dollar is down 0.49, trending down. Oil is down 1.19 and starting to break into an uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.13 to 0.15 and consolidating. And SPY is up 0.18 and maybe breaking into a downtrend after having been in an uptrend since market open. VIX is down 6.52, has not reached 19 yet. It's at 1937, with futures suggesting 1816. So it's still a full point higher than the futures, but the futures are leading the VIX downwards and suggesting a break below 19 here. IWM is up 0.43 and trending upwards, or was trending upwards, and seems to be pulling back a little bit and breaking that upwards trend that it was in. VB is up 0.27, also making a reversal and a correction off the uptrend. Tesla is up 4.72, trending up still. Amazon is down 0.47, trending up. Cinemark is up 0.33, trending up. Doge is up 1.42, trending up. Bitcoin up 1.42, trending up at 57.4K a coin. GME is down 0.5, trending down. HYMC is up 2.51, consolidating. NCMI is up 0.3 and breaking into a downtrend. Hood is also breaking into a downtrend after being in an uptrend, down 0.03, and AMC is up 2.38 and also appears to be moving into that downtrend along with everybody else after an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, 2.36 million shares traded. After 108 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 8.52 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 1 and 20 million. I wasn't even convinced that we would see 5 million today. So right now it's starting to look a little bit more like it's a possibility. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 43.16, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. RSI is at 53.43, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.92, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.96, which is above average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp. Turtle says, after 1080p, I lost track of what the difference is between TVs and their numbers. Not gonna lie, but I buy. Not gonna lie, I buy by how the display looks into the display. I'm still a value shopper when it comes to TVs, so I could really care what, as long as it's got smart capabilities and it has a good price. That's all I really care about. And the brand's not some unknown brand I've never heard of before. That my house has 100%. What are those TVs called? Vizio. We have either Vizio or Samsung TVs in this household. Nothing else. In fact, even my monitors are Samsungs.
Samsung makes a good TV.
Most of our Vizios were all the bargain purchases. I think we have 2 Samsungs, I think, and one of them we got because the company was giving discounted items for a Christmas gift, I think, and we bought one through that. And I think the other one was the craziest thing. We walked into I think it was Walmart, and we walked by the computer or the electronics section of Walmart, and they had like a section over there for things that are for sale that have been like as a display. And so if you're going to be buying a TV on display, that thing's been like running like nonstop for like 24/7 for probably forever, and it doesn't look probably very good, right? But it was out of the box, They didn't put it back in the box or anything. Out of the box, just sitting there. Looked perfectly fine. Like nobody had touched it. It didn't even look like anybody sneezed on it. And I was like, you know what? Even if this thing doesn't last for more than a year, for the price that we were getting it at, I was like, I could care less, because it was cheap. I mean, I think normally the price on it was like, I don't know, $800-900, maybe $1,000, and we were getting it for like $250 or something like that. And I was like, let's do it. So I bought it, and the thing still runs perfectly, and we've had it for like, I don't know, 5 years at least. Not a problem. Not a single problem. And the TV didn't
went to
have.
Best Buy.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
We went to Best Buy and we bought one of the huge. It was a huge, the first big screen TVs that had the 3 color guns inside it. Monster cabinet. It was like 3 feet deep, 5 foot tall. I think we paid $3,000 for that thing. It was monstrous. It was huge, but at the time it was cutting edge. It had, picture in picture. Wow. And, we did it under the agreement that we would no longer go to movies. The money we would spend at the theater, we would spend making the TV, pay the TV off. And now I look, they have these TVs now. They're so cheap. It's just amazing how the prices have come down now once they got the manufacturing scaled up.
Finishing that story that I was telling, that the TV did not come with a remote, or they had it mounted on a mount on the wall, so it was leaning against. It was literally leaning against the wall. It did not have the legs either attached to it, and so I sent a quick email to, I think it was Samsung. Yeah, Samsung. I sent a quick email to Samsung and told them that I bought a out of box item of theirs. And I told them that it didn't have a remote or the TV stands, and they sent them free to me, and I think even sent me
That's cool.
A warranty card for it. And I was like, what? So they didn't care the fact that it was a display model at all.
Can't ask for any more than that.
Yeah, so I had, and because I don't mount too many of the TVs in the house on wall mounts, so I got free remote, free TV stand, and a warranty for it. Cal, good morning to you. Top of the day. How's school going for you, Cal? Are you doing well in school right now? Hopefully you got good grades, making your dad proud of you. Richard says, just don't run your contrast high and brightness levels maxed out on Samsungs, and you'll burn out the LEDs. I never change my settings on my TV at all unless it comes out of the box looking like horrible, which I've only had happen, I think, once ever. But for the most part, I don't usually do anything beyond factory settings. You start next Monday. Your dad would be proud if you got a TV like you. Do you remember Cal having Christmas here? That was fun. We should do that again sometime. I can't believe you're starting next Monday. That's so late. It's already, it'll be like the middle of September when that happens. Seems really odd. That seems really late in the year. Did I say good morning, preacher? Yeah, I don't think I did. Good morning, preacher, and Yucca. I don't know if I said good morning to you or not. I think I kind of hit you with a
Yeah, you did.
No. Okay, well, if I thought I hit you straight off with the, you suck with your your entry. But good morning to you, one way or the other. Oh man, Cal, you're eating waffles? Now I want to eat waffles. Dang you. All right, I'm eating waffles for breakfast now. How are my Kansas City Chiefs looking, Cal? Yeah, Cal is a big wait, don't tell me. Gosh, I'm forgetting now. Wasn't not Giants. Hold on, don't tell me. It'll come to me. Why am I forgetting? Don't tell me. Don't tell me, Cal. Hold on a second. I gotta type something in the computer here. No, that's not right. It's not Eagles. I want to say you're San Francisco. Are you San Francisco? I feel like you're San Francisco. I feel like it's the 49ers. I'm going on a limb. I'm going to say it was the 49ers. Okay, cool. Got it right. Yeah, 49ers. So Cal is a big 49ers fan, and I'm a big Kansas City fan, and of course, my nephew and I were at odds over, our football teams in the last playoffs because they faced each other, and I actually really thought San Francisco was going to win. That was a crazy game. But I'm curious, like I know Cal that you're a big football fan and you're probably paying attention. So I'm just kind of curious, like how's my team looking this year? Are they looking pretty decent? And how is your team doing? Oh my gosh. We had oh, Matt Harper, happy birthday. You share a birthday with Dario D, just so you know. Hold on a second, I'll put it in here in the chat. Matt Harper. I'm changing your name. So this was crazy. Somebody posted this up in the back of the Big Tramp last night when we were talking. I got back on after ending the live stream, and somebody put this up there. Who was this? It was crazy. I was like, dang, that's where did it go? Am I still in Discord? Hello? Did I just exit out of Discord? Hold on a second, guys. I don't know how, but somehow Discord just exited. Did I lose the stream? No? That's weird. I have no idea how that happened, but somehow I managed to just drop out there. Who put this in here? Okay, it was Brandon. Brad did this. Bradden. The JJ's favorite person in the whole wide world. So Braden put this thing, this Twitter post that says a leaked contract, quote unquote contract, that exposes the exact date that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's relationship would end implies the relationship was a sham. Kelce's representatives were forced to deny that he and Swift have plans to split later this month after a document written on, and it doesn't show the rest of it. Let me hold on a second. Let me find this. After a document on the headed paper of his U.S. PR company was spread online, leading people to believe their entire relationship was fake. The paperwork, which appears to have been created by Los Angeles-based firm Full Scope, reveals a strategy to make their split and says the date for an announcement is September 28th, according to the Daily Mail. Daily Mail. It also outlines a supported plan to release an official statement at the end of this month, 3 days post quote-unquote post-breakup to quote-unquote allow the initial media frenzy to settle and ensure clarity. As someone who worked as a Hollywood reporter, I can tell you that many of these celebrities' relationships are fake. They're arranged and crafted by celebrity handlers for multiple reasons, such as pushing certain agendas, monetary goals, and for PR purposes. Full story below. This is for being reported by the Daily Mail. What a controversy that must be. I can't even imagine having an arranged relationship. It just seems so odd how that would like work. But I mean, if they're going to go so far as to arrange a relationship between two people, I mean, Dirty's saying rigged football, and I'm starting to go like, yeah, well, I mean, they'll do relationships. Why not? Why not rigged football?
Well, being a Raiders fan, it makes complete sense to me.
Because they're always losing. Is that why?
No. Just saying a lot of rigged stuff going on against the Raiders.
Yeah.
Well,
might as well be that too.
Have we forgotten the world is a stage and we're all just actors?
I mean,
playing our role.
It seems like it, right? What's real anymore?
I mean, it's always been like that. We've just been the audience. You don't want to play. You don't want to dress up with the dress and play a role. That's fine.
What's more disappointing, the fact that they have some sort of an arranged marriage, it's all pretend for public relations.
It's not marriage,
or the fact that or whatever, relationships, or the fact that the viewing public eats it all up. It's like so many people become emotionally invested. I mean, who gives two shits what a football player and a singer's doing? I don't get it. I just, the whole thing just is a mystery to me.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear the steam?
A little bit. It started to pop in at one point, but then didn't.
That was him.
So weird. The buffer.
Huh?
Is that tire attached to a vehicle? Because I haven't seen the vehicle. I've seen the tire for like. I think he's.
Hold on.
That's a nice steamer.
All I know is that is some pretty looking chrome, and I know that's what Yucca's thinking too.
That's a nice color.
It's a nice color. That's right.
So racist.
That is such a nice color. It is a nice color. Yucca's favorite color in the whole world. Chrome.
Chrome?
Yep. Oh, you weren't here? You missed. You missed out. Yucca's favorite color is chrome, yeah.
Yucca, has it always been your favorite color, chrome?
Is that why you got into the trophy business, Yucca? Because of all the chrome trophies?
Yeah.
See this? Watch this part.
They say, do what you love.
I'll bet you he's got one of those little bed liners in there, so that his little 6-pack of petunias and daisies that he carries around in the back doesn't scratch the paint on the bed.
Yucca's enjoying this.
Yeah,
I don't disappoint.
Told you. Yeah.
Hey, Pirate tried to give me one of those. You're not a man because you don't own one of these tools. Pirate, tell him what I own that you had no idea.
Yeah, he's got ramps. I give him credit for that. He caught me off guard on that one. I would have lost money. I would have bet the farm that he didn't have a set of ramps to load things in that fag wagon he drives. But he does.
Yikes.
Just saying. All right. This is the tough one here.
He probably uses it to put a push mower up in there since he's not man enough just to pick it up and set it in the back of the truck.
That's so hurtful. So hurtful. I am disabled.
You get your son, you get your son and wife, you get your son and wife, all three of you come out to push up the push mower up the ramps into the back of that truck. You probably get Hayden, the real Hayden has to get up in the back of the truck to pull while you and the wife push from the bottom, all three of you working on that push mower.
Well, I do have sciatica. It's nothing with, and you got sciatica.
Cal's saying that the Kansas City Chiefs are doing good, but he hopes that they don't win the next Super Bowl. And you should want them to win the next Super Bowl. That's greatness. That is greatness. Like the greatness showing through. It's not just a fluke. It's like 3 times. It's not just once. It's not just twice. It's 3 times, and that's that is greatness.
You guys in chat, tell me, first person to speak up when. Should I be mean to Hayden, Captain Hayden, or should I be nice? Because I have something to say, but it's gonna be mean. So I need somebody to give me direction. Do I throw this punch or not?
About what? I think we've established that my man card's made out of metal, not plastic.
Okay. Tom says mean. Good deal. Thanks, Tom, for support. Put the pressure washer down right now. That wheel you were just working on, hit that with an air gauge. I'm calling that thing at least 10 pounds low on air. You're worried about that chrome and shit, and you're practically running on a flat tire. So while we're at it, just give us a live check on all 4 of your tires. I'm going to say that right now you're at least 10 pounds low on 2 of them, but you're worried about that chrome. The chrome don't get you home. The chrome don't get you home.
Yeah, but the chrome loves the dome.
I think what you're trying to do is you're trying to check to see if I even own a tire gauge. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I'm taking on faith you've got a tire gauge, but we want to see. We're going to take you on your honor. You don't have to show us the numbers, but I just want to see you just put the little play school fuzzy pumper pressure washer down and check that tire pressure and tell me how low that tire is. Maybe you have a use for that new air compressor you got. He's got a brand new air compressor, but he's driving around on a truck with 4 flat tires.
That's low.
Why do you think he's doing?
Told you. See, told you. I'm done. There you go. Thank you, Tom. You and I, Tom. Do we need to do any more?
Wait. Did he really check it?
Before, so
he
now
checked it, right?
Oh yeah, he did it. I was right. It's low. Yeah, he's running. Like I said, he's got a brand new air. It's typical Navy shit. Brand new $high air compressor, hoses, all that shit. He's out there farting around making the chrome shiny, and he's driving around practically on flat tires.
It's 2 pounds low.
2 pounds is 2 pounds. That's almost enough to make a light come on.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised that.
Yep. See how he hides the gauge from us? You see how he's hiding that? How quickly he hid that gauge? Yeah, he knows. He's caught. Just admit. Just be a man about it and say you got me.
What kind of truck is that?
F-150.
It's a Ford. America's truck. I will give him credit. That's America's truck.
I'm really surprised it's that low.
I'm not.
It does usually set off a lot.
Whatever.
Let me see it again. It's low.
What do you want to doubt me for? I could see it. The thing's practically sitting there flat.
Well, it's in the grass.
I don't know why my tires are wearing out.
It's always pulling left.
Yeah. Oh my God. Now he's got this brand new fancy air compressor, but instead he pulls out his little emergency road road pumper.
which he's not going to charge. Because remember, I think he said he can.
Drained the tank last night.
Remember, he said that he can connect. He's got those nifty little ones that connect to the car or something like that. Yeah.
Tech said, you confess your errors to Pirate and he gloats for 10 minutes. You're exactly right, Tech. Do you want some of this smoke? You need my attention this morning? I was going to let you pass today because I've been riding you like a rented mule lately, and I was going to spare the whip on you today. But if you need some, I can send some your direction.
Oh, wait. I was supposed to remind. Oh, yeah, no, I got it. We're waiting for Trevor today, by the way, guys. Trevor's got a little something coming towards him today.
Transwar?
Trevor. Transwar.
Yeah, I calls him Transwar.
No, Trevor. Cal says, my dad likes the Chargers. We should pump up the 49ers like that guy is pumping up his tires.
Tell him Cal. I like Cal more and more all the time. He's my kind of dude.
Well, you know what?
32.
I'll let you in on a little secret, Cal. Actually, it's probably not a secret. You probably already know this, but your dad actually was a huge 49ers fan when we were kids. Back in the 80s, there was a game that we used to play called No. Was it the 80s? It might have been early 90s. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. We played a game called Super Tecmo Bowl. And your brother, or my brother, your dad would always pick the 49ers, and he was a massive 49ers fan. I mean, massive. And we're talking about, this is back in the day when Jerry Rice and Joe Montana used to play for him. And I'm sure if you're a 49ers fan, you know exactly who those guys are. And on that game, that combination of Joe Montana and Jerry Rice was insane. Like, you could literally have like 3 defenders on a wide receiver, Jerry Rice, and he would catch that ball no matter what, every single stinking time. And it used to piss me off so much that he would always pick the 49ers to play on that game. And so as a result, I ended up hating the 49ers because of it. But your dad loved the 49ers. I don't know if you know that or not, but now you do.
In case
Yes, sir.
relationship for life.
Wait, what?
Said you just ruined a father and a son's relationship for life now.
No, Cal likes the 49ers.
Oh, he likes the 49ers.
Yeah, no. Yeah, he's a 49ers. This is his favorite team. So that's that's maybe reaffirming that he's picked well for a team choice. But his dad now likes the Chargers, which I don't know where that came from, because everybody who lived in San Diego when the Chargers used to play there should have wound up hating the Chargers at some point or another, because they can't even ever win past a playoff game. So, you know, they've been known for fumbling games in the fourth quarter for ever since I lived there in the 90s. And so I don't know how in the world he managed to become a Chargers fan. It's like, it must suck to root for a team that never wins. I'm destroying the Chargers. It's terrible. It's terrible. Like you finally gain some hope, and they get to the playoffs, and then it's like, poof, it's like sitting on a whoopee cushion. Trust me, I wanted the Chargers to win. I was rooting for them for so many years, and then every single year is just disappointment. It's like being a Dallas Cowboys fan. I can only imagine. Those Dallas Cowboy fans, they just keep taking it every year. I've never seen some more stubborn fans in my whole life than the Dallas Cowboy fans. It must get old after a while.
Not like they did. It's not like they didn't have their moment in glory. I mean, there was a number of years there where they had a pretty good run. So, you can't have it all. But there's other franchises out there that, they go back generations and just one losing team after another.
At least most Chargers fans, I say most because obviously my brother still likes, but most Chargers fans at least know to move on at some point. maybe maybe it's when
that's
they
bad.
left. Maybe it's when they left San Diego. They're like, oh, we're getting a new team. They're moving to another place. Yay! And it's like, no, still the same Chargers. Nana says that's when you know you're a true fan. Win or lose, hate Dallas. Uh, well, I guess those Dolphins. You must really know what you're talking about.
There you go, Pirate. Just to let you know.
Mike says leave. We're gonna create so many people that like are angry right now because we're
Division,
talking.
get politics and
I don't
religion put
start
together.
division. Yeah, I don't start division. Cowboys suck.
Yeah. Your team hasn't won a game in 3 generations. Yeah, that's inclusive.
Must suck to really to love your team. I really don't understand it though. I really don't understand why people don't switch between teams more often. Like I don't know why people get stuck in a rut following the same team every single year.
I think the term is bandwagon.
I just don't get it. Like I feel like that's so limiting. Like why would you limit yourself to liking a team just because you live there? I don't know. I just doesn't. I don't feel that way about things in life. I guess.
Put a 1 in chat right now if you think Captain Hayden's windshield wiper fluid bottle is empty.
Jesus Christ. Do I have to prove people wrong so often?
No, because they automatically do that in the oil changes. So I'm gonna say no.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I didn't think of that. He's one of those Jiffy Lube guys. Yeah, I got caught on that one.
Yeah, way back in the day, you would probably would have been
they
correct.
top it off
but,
with nothing else. They fill it full of water. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it.
So. Otherwise, I would probably agree with you. I mean, that's gonna be the deciding factor. Hayden, do you get your oil change at Jiffy Lube?
Whichever one doesn't have a line.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. I'm all about that.
Yeah.
Quaker State, whatever. Actually, I like the Quaker State one because they give a military discount.
Yeah.
Now you have a relatively new vehicle, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that you still buy air fresheners. What's the over and under on whether or not Hayden has an air freshener in his truck?
You know, I'm
like that
straight,
kind of guy.
right? I'm straight.
Yeah.
If it's his truck, I'm going with maybe a 50-50 chance. If it's not,
I'm going to go. I got $20. It says he's got the little clip-on Febreze that snaps into the air conditioning vents. He doesn't do the dangling Christmas tree. He's one of those little clip-on Febreze guys that goes in the AC vent.
Hold on. I've never had a cup of coffee. I've never smoked a cigarette, and I've never bought an air freshener.
You don't have to.
I've never done it.
All right, then I'm wrong. That balances out. I called it right on the tires, but I was wrong on the air freshener.
You don't have to, but sometimes your wife might do it and put it in there, you know?
Nope. I actually thought the pressure was 32. I did not know it was 35.
Let me see the floor mats. Let us see the floor mats. If all you have are factory floor mats, if you don't have the big, heavy industrial rubberized ones, then I'm quite certain
what happened
all
to
you've
that
got
seat?
are the cloth floor mats.
What happened to that seat? Somebody had an accident. Somebody had a near miss.
Sweat.
Sweat?
Brian Carpenter wants to know what kind of stuffed animals you keep on your dash. He's got beanie babies, Brian. He keeps his beanie baby collection up on the dashboard. It's the rarest ones.
I can't even go show my car now. I can't. I would get so much flack.
I am going to use the steamer on the car seat, though.
Yeah, I would say so. I wouldn't even sit in that thing after seeing that.
Let me see what it does.
I'm afraid. I think you should be afraid. You need an N95 mask for that before you do
I
it.
don't know if that's a good idea. If that doesn't have a vacuum to suck it up immediately, you're going to push a lot of moisture into that closed cell styrofoam.
Is that a
I'm gonna.
cooling is that a cooling seat? Do you have a fan underneath there that draws the air out?
Nah, it's old.
Okay.
I gotta two-hand this thing. Hold on.
Oh, we went dark.
We should make him put the key in and turn the ignition on and listen to what radio station's playing. He's not allowed to change the station. We need to see what he's tuned into right now. It's probably like show tunes. It's probably show tunes and.
Hold on a minute. Oh shoot! I don't have the key on me. It's set to Fox News.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Wow. Steamer does some work.
Oh wait. I want to see this. Are you able to show it? Oh man, I want to see this. This is what I came for. I came to watch steam cleaning of a poo-poo seat, but oh my gosh, that thing is really. It's. You need a white. You seriously need to have that. Well, you can't because you're holding the phone. Never mind.
Yeah, it's going to turn it into mud. Is what it's going to do.
Yeah. That actually does look better though. It's not doing anything. It's not picking anything up. Wait, that's not the same microfiber cloth you're going to use to wipe down the car, is it?
No.
Okay.
I just got it out of the bag.
Did you buy a brand new bag of microfiber cloths for this?
Not just one. I keep like three of them.
Dang.
Gotta go to Costco. Wow.
It's a lot better looking, huh? Are you a drink between your legs kind of guy, or I mean, it seriously looked like somebody spilled a drink or something, maybe.
The sweat going riding, just getting in the car.
There's no way. Wait, what's the no?
That's some
No,
ass juice, man. That's a little ass juice.
That's gross. There's no way.
That's touch hole. That's touch hole excretions.
There's no way.
Discharge. That's touch hole discharge.
Touch hole. Just trying to figure out.
Cloy. You're cloying. It's too much of a good thing.
What you do, everybody? Whenever when the passengers deplane, is that what you go back there and do between flights?
He does. He goes back and steams clean those leather seats in first class.
Yeah. He looks real good at it. He's done that before.
He turns
You guys
on
imagine pilot's chair looks like if his car seat looks like that?
Oh, yeah. Have you seen those pilot seats? What are the next time you got to give us a picture of one of those pilot seats? I'm kind of curious if those have similar stains.
Old ass.
What did he do?
Too much.
Oh, too much.
Old ass.
Cloying. Too much of a good thing. All right. We got 5 more minutes. We'll take a look at the numbers again. The other Jay Brown says Mystery Science Theater Car Detailing Edition. It's just us every day. I feel like we're like MSTK 3K here all the
proud
time.
of that. We can take anything and make it fun. It doesn't make a damn. You go.
Oh yeah.
Somebody can go live and say, I'm out pulling weeds in my flower bed. We're like, well, we want to watch.
We'll have a good time watching weed pulling.
Yeah. But I want to watch, man.
Yunhua says, go Packers. Man. Whatever happened to them Packers? They had their run though.
Are you going to go head to head with NFL team picks with Cal on Fridays for the Sunday games? Casey?
You know what? Let's ask Cal. Cal, are you still listening? I don't know if he's still listening. If you're still listening, say yes. Don't say yes. Say, I'm here. I don't know. We'll find out. I haven't. I'm a very competitive person, and that's a whole set of numbers that I would have to enter into my life, and I don't know if I don't know if I would have time for that. But if he's willing, he said yes. All right, he's still here. All right.
How
all right.
old is Cal?
Cal, how old are you? I should probably know this. I'm a bad uncle. I should probably know this. But
looks like he's about 11. I'm gonna go with 11 based on what I've read of him.
The question, Cal is are we gonna do Friday picks to compete to see who can get the best picks for the week? He's 10.
Not by much. He's 10.
So are you willing to do that? What that means is that you have to sit down and you have to look at what the games are that are going to be played for that weekend, for the whole weekend, and then you have to come up with who you think's going to win on all those games.
We're going to have a Monday night bonus.
I think our friend Johnson B Streets, I think he's behind. He put in a comment, custom swirls. I think he's watching the part where Hayden was using the buffer. So by my math, he's like 30 minutes behind.
Ooh,
I might be wrong though.
Yunhua is going with winner takes 5 shares of AMC. Holy moly. That could get expensive later on down the season.
Yeah. That could bankrupt a guy if the timeliness is.
Oh, he said, I was just getting ready to say this too. He says, maybe if my dad helps me. I was just going to say it has to be you versus me and not anybody else that can help you. It has to be just you and me. All your dad can do is tell you what games you have to choose between if he's going to help you. But I'm not going to go up against your dad because your dad is going to have a lot more time to be able to figure out who's going to win than I have. So I would expect him to beat me every single time on something like this. So I need to go up against somebody who I might have a chance against. I don't even think I have a chance against you, to be honest, because I really don't know anything about what's going on with the teams this year. I really think you would probably beat me in this because I don't have any help.
Who's back?
Who's back? Hayden?
Captain, yeah.
The JJ?
Stanley Steamer.
Mr. Clean?
Sorry, my wife called. Hey, here's one of my, besides the compressor yesterday. Check this. That's a fan.
You are a Costco whore.
Fancy squirrel cage. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. If you're working underneath the truck or working somewhere, you need a little air on you. Those are handy.
Sweet.
That seat looks like a billion times better.
You think so?
I do. I don't know if anybody else agrees with me, but I think it looks a hell of a lot better than what it was. I mean, there's still some some spots there, but I mean, it's not brown at least.
See when it dries out. This is my commuter car post Moab. This is the one that's going to go to the parking lot all the time because I don't care what happens to it.
I think it would just be funny if like later on, you go driving and then you get out and you have like wet butt pants from sitting in a wet seat.
No, the fan's going to dry it out. Now, here's one I haven't done before. I've never used the hence why I'm doing it. I've never used this.
You're cutting out on us. You're breaking up.
Let's see what it does.
Pull up, the JJ.
Oh,
Pull up.
how's that?
Pull up.
Oh, hold
Terrain.
on.
You
Is that
think
better?
it might have dawned on him? It might have dawned. Did it ever dawn on you just to get some seat covers? Walmart's got some pretty decent seat covers, cheap, even for bucket seats. They look nice. You know, it saves all that wear and tear on your seats. And when trade-in time comes or to sell it, you snatch those off there, and the seats look brand new underneath.
All right, so this is when I did Carnauba on the hood. Notice the droplets. That's Carnauba. So I'm going to see what this ceramic wax does. I'm sorry, yeah, ceramic liquid wax. Let's see what this does.
If you want something good, try the turtle wax? They have a new graphene sealant.
This one's the
like
great.
yeah, it's longer lasting than the regular. Ceramic
have you used it?
wax thingy. What?
Have you used this one?
I don't see your stream. I don't know if you're showing yours. I don't see it for some reason.
I'm going to try this one and see what happens.
Why are you so stingy with it, man? You're rationing it out like it's like you're running low or something.
With these things, it's actually recommended to use like 1 or 2, let's say, puffs per panel. You use too much, it's gonna, it's not go properly. You're gonna have streaks and stuff.
On boats with fiberglass, we almost couldn't use enough on big yachts.
Yeah, but this isn't your regular wax.
Yeah, I guess automotive finish is different.
So Cal says he wants to do it. He says my dad won't help me. He can help you, but he can only tell you, like, give you the information you need to make decisions. I want you to make the decisions, but I don't mind him helping you get the information that you need. So I can send him a text, and we can plan on sending texts back and forth, and we can make that a Friday thing. If Cal, there's a big if here. If your grades aren't going well this year, then you have to stop, because your grades come first. So if your dad tells me that your grades are suffering, then we'll have to stop doing it. But as long as those grades stay up, we can keep it up. So you're in. All right, sounds good. We'll do it. Do you know what an AMC share is? Or because I could probably just do a gift card instead if that would get you into a movie to see a movie. We'll be doing maybe like 2 tickets to see a movie or something like that for the prize. How does that sound? You and Dada can go see a movie together. I'm expecting you to win because I really don't know what I'm doing. All right, let's take a look at some numbers here. All right, we'll make it two movie tickets, one for you and your dad. That's what you can win. That's what you can beat me with. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see what is happening. Give me 1 second while I move a couple screens around here. All right, let's go with off-exchange volume. Normally, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. We got 56.27% going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 8.94. The combined total on that 65.92 or 65.21%. Going through those exchanges, it's about 3.21% higher than I would expect it to be. 224 shares going through CHX, not a whole lot. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 6,256, also a low number. Taking a look at IBKR's reported amount of shares having been borrowed, it looks like there has been an additional 50,000 shares borrowed in the last hour. That's going to put us at 450,000 shares in total borrowed reported by IBKR in the last since 2045 yesterday. Fees are at 1.79%, rebates at 3.54. According to Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 988,000 shares having been borrowed for the day on AMC. That is now showing up as 693,000 shares. It's going to slightly lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 14.4%. The cost per borrow min is at 1.04, average 1.45, and max is at 4.33. Uh, 308,000 shares having been borrowed as of an hour ago on GME is now sitting at 12,000. So a bunch of return shares there on GME. And then taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $5 strike on the calls. There was 3.5 thousand contracts in volume as of an hour ago. It's now 5.1 thousand contracts in volume. Highest amount of put positions in volume at a $4.50 strike was 503 contracts. It's now 619. Extremely low amounts of volume on puts today on AMC. And rightfully so, because we are up about 0.1% for the day, or 2.27% for the day, 10 cents. We have market suggesting closing prices somewhere between 4.5 and 5 based on the spread right now. Taking you over to the other page, orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. And due to the fact that we have such low volume today, I don't expect to see us on this list. And we are not. MMRI an hour ago was at 238.96. It's now 238.6. So it did drop a little bit more. And our normalized yield curve has turned into a inverted curve again. So it was only briefly that that it normalized. Earlier the spread was the 10-year was above by 0.003. Now it's the spread is 0.008. So I was right last week about suggesting that we might see the inverted yield curve normalizing, but it's not lasting, at least not yet. Crypto's taking some nice jumps up. We got the VIX on a return up, which means that the SPX is on a return down. You can see them deflecting in opposite directions there. The dollar's starting to head up. The Nikkei's trending down with the U.S. market. All starting to look like a little bit of a flippening in the market again here. Sectors, actually, let's not do that. NASDAQ is down now, 0.09. Dow Jones is up 0.05, and the SP 500 is down 0.09. We have 3,053 advancers to 2,926 decliners. The market is less advancing now by about 600. More like 550 less advancers than it was an hour ago. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day. The worst two sectors are energy followed by healthcare. The top two performing sectors are utilities followed by communications. Of the Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are green. Starting to see a flippening happen in the market here. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since closing price yesterday will get a shout out. We've got Silvergate down 3.2%. And that's about it. Gold is up 0.11. It was on an uptrend earlier and appears to be trending down now. Maybe breaking that trend currently. Silver, same thing. Was on a downtrend and looks like it may be moving into an uptrend. Ethereum Classic is up 3.14, trending up. We might start to see a lot of reversals here. The US dollar is down 0.44, starting to consolidate with a slight uptrend showing. Oil is down 2.86 and is consolidating after another trend down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.09 to 0.13 and are on a slight trend down. SPY is down 0.06 and trending down. VIX is up, or down rather, VIX is down 1.88% and at 2033 with futures suggesting 1881. So the VIX is starting to lead the futures back up again. IWM is up 0.16 trending down. VB is down 0.1 trending down. Tesla is up 4.2% and consolidating after a trend up earlier this morning. Amazon is down 0.8 and is consolidating after a trend down. Cinemark is up 0.7 and trending up. Doge is up 2.65 trending up. Bitcoin is up 2.83 trending up. GME is down 1% and trending down. HYMC is up 1.51 consolidating. NCMI is up 0.07 consolidating. Hood is down 0.21 consolidating. Hood is up to, I said Hood. You know what? Sorry, guys. HYMC is consolidating at 1.51%. I was misreading some of these names here. NCMI is up 0.07 and consolidating. Hood is down 0.21 consolidating, and AMC is up 2.48% and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today. There's approximately 2.75 million shares traded so far. After 162 minutes worth of trading, we are on a pace right now for about 6.62 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere right around 1 to 20 million shares traded, and adjusted my number down because I was feeling like there's a chance we might not even see 5 million shares traded today. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.10, which is below average, slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.24, which is slightly below average, slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 58.21, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 51.88, which is average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. By the way, Cal, you don't owe me if I lose. I only pay you if I lose. So this is a one-sided bet here. So this is why your dad can't help you. Because if your dad helps you, then I get paid.
Yeah, and if you lose, you get a participation medal.
No. No participation medal.
Yeah, he said goodbye at the beginning of the
Oh,
meeting.
okay.
Had to take off.
Darn. All right, well, I'll let him know. Let's see here. Let me just check and see what news, if any, we have going on. Oh, sorry. Hit the microphone. That's not us. Two hours ago from WTRF says AMC corporate confirms movie theater at Ohio Valley Mall is closing. The mall responds. I don't even know what. What does that mean? Let's see what the mall says. This is the quote from AMC. It says, we can confirm that AMC will cease operations at Ohio Valley Mall 11 after close of business on Sunday, 9/8/24. AMC routinely reviews the theaters in our circuit as well as opportunities outside of our circuit and makes decisions based on what will be best to strengthen the company going forward. We thank our Ohio Valley Mall 11 guests for the patronage and appreciate the support from the community. Look, I'm okay with that, and I think that there's going to be people who try to spin that as like a bad thing, but if you don't have a performing theater, why would you hold on to it? Like, that doesn't make sense. Why hold on to something that's not making you money and costing you? So I'm all for it, and especially if that means that AMC is going to be picking up better performing theaters. I'm definitely all for it. But I know it's going to get spun as being, negative news. There's no way around that. Let's see. I don't see any other. Here we go. 20 hours ago. The Arizona Republic posted this. The Beetlejuice popcorn bucket. Where to get yours in Arizona? Let's see here. It's Showtime Beetlejuice. The sequel to Tim Burton's 1988 classic Beetlejuice opens in theaters across the country on Friday, September 6, 2024. It actually is open today. If you're an AMC A-list member, you can go see it today. With this highly anticipated release, theaters are debuting specialty Beetlejuice-inspired popcorn buckets available for purchase. Each participating theater chain will have its own Beetlejuice merch, including cups and other items, meaning you could collect them all. Beetlejuice sees the return of Winona Ryder, Catherine O'Hara, and, of course, Michael Keaton in the titular, I think that's how you say it, titular role with Jenna Ortega. Titular?
Titular.
That doesn't sound right.
Titular, meaning the title, meaning from the title. Titular. Let's go with that. Let's go with titular.
Yeah, titular role with Jenna Ortega, William Dafoe, and Justin Theroux joining the cast. Here's where you can buy the new Beetlejuice popcorn buckets in theaters in Arizona. Where can I buy the Beetlejuice popcorn bucket? Movie theaters across the country, including AMC theaters, is listed in there. I'm not going to read the rest of those. Let's see here. Will AMC have a Beetlejuice popcorn bucket?
It's a rare animal from Africa called the titty lemur.
Titty lemur. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Yes, AMC Theaters announced on its Instagram that it would be selling a popcorn bucket that appears to resemble the handbook for the recently deceased from the original movie. From the looks of the Instagram post, it seems like AMC will also be selling a variety of Beetlejuice-inspired cups. I've seen the cups, actually. I have not seen... Oh, no. I did see the popcorn bucket purse or handbook or whatever it's called. It was kind of cool looking. Not as cool as some of the other stuff, but I think if you're a longtime Beetlejuice fan, you probably would really... My wife will probably want this way more than I do. I'll just say that. Let's see. Let's try and look it up real fast. Give me a second. Bump. Let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Handbook for the recently deceased. That's not what I saw. I saw something different. So, yeah, I don't know. For me, that does nothing for me. So, but I know for Melissa, she'll probably want that. I would imagine. Let me see if I can find a better image. Give me a second here. It's not really a better image, but it's another image nonetheless. There's another shot of it. My guess is that you just open it and there's popcorn inside, but it looks small, so I'm going like, that's not gonna fit a whole lot of popcorn, but I mean, hey, whatever. Let's see if there's any others. What I'm hoping for is I want to find... Okay, so here it is. Opened. It's not opened. Yeah. So it just kind of swings open like maybe like one of the old
cigar box.
Yeah, well, I was thinking more like the old lunch boxes from back in the day, but it looks like it's thinner than that, so it's, you know, kind of like that a little bit. Is this one it? Oh, this says Regal. You know what? This says Regal. I'm wondering if hold on a second here. This says Regal on it. I don't think this is AMC. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find just AMC stuff here. They need to have... It says it right here too. I feel like this is the same article I just read, but it maybe it's not. It's so weird. I don't get this. I'm not sure what's going on with this because it's really weird. This website right here says as listed on Instagram by AMC, and I think that's what I was just looking at with an Instagram, and it says fans have the opportunity to purchase a popcorn bucket based on the handbook for the recently deceased from 1988. Beetlejuice in 2024, Beetlejuice. So it's showing the book there and saying AMC, and you even see there's like an AMC logo, or not a logo, but a print down at the bottom down there. But nothing on the actual picture of it showing it. This has got somebody's hand on it here, like they, and then, okay, now see, these are the cups that I did see for AMC listed as cups that they're going to be selling, which are kind of cool. Those are the ones that I was talking about. These collector cups are nice. So if you like, you know, alcoholic drink, go check the alcohol drinks out because they're probably going to have some of these collectible cups there if you want one of those. Those actually look cooler than the handbook themselves. So maybe this is really AMC because then when I scroll down on this particular article, it's saying where to buy Regal's popcorn bucket collectibles, and this is showing Regal's is this, and just a minute ago I was showing you something that, what is this one? This one might be Regal too. Yeah, so... Cinemark's getting this one. Yeah, I like the mugs. The mugs are really cool. I think the book's kind of meh, but I know Melissa's going to want it. So we'll probably end up getting one of each if I had to guess. She's going to want, I know it's going to happen. We're going to get there and she's going to want every single one of these mugs. I guarantee it. She's going to be like, I want them all. I don't want just one. I'll be like... All right, whatever. We're never going to use them. She'll be like, yeah, but they're cool. And then I got nothing to say to it because I'm like, yeah, they are kind of cool. I feel like I should like record the whole interaction that happens there. Like secretly record it for you guys so you can hear it later on down the road. Like how it plays out. See if it plays out just like I said. Yunhua says, how many companies have 4 billion in cash? That's very rare, right? I'm not sure. I don't, to be honest with you, I wouldn't look into that normally. The SEC is ending its legal push to revive the hedge fund fee disclosure rule, thus ending its fight for more transparency into hedge funds and private equity firms. Nana says Melissa can have anything she wants. Well, I mean, she is making the paycheck, so you're absolutely right. Far be it from me, and trust me, I never tell her what she can and can't buy. It never happens. Are you kidding me? No, you can't buy. Oh, I mean, you make the money. I can't even imagine. All right, let me get out of here, guys. I'm gonna go take a break, have some lunch, and come back.
Off you go.
You heard it. The engine revved. You didn't get to see it. 12:10. All right. I will. I'll see you back here 12:10, and see you in a bit.
All right, all right, all right. These guys are all reporting a story from the shooting at a high school in Georgia. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes for the mainstream media to pick it up. We'll see how far behind CNBC is on the news. Probably just now hitting the APR, the wire. Papa Max says it's already popped up on his local CBS 30 minutes ago. That's interesting. I know X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, is usually the front runner. It's, at least in my neck of the woods, it seems that everything makes its way to Twitter first, and then later on it shows up somewhere else. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Some parents are going to get the worst phone call of their life today. It's terribly sad.
Pirate, what happened? I wasn't paying attention.
Apparently, the news has broken recently that there's been a shooting at a high school in Georgia. Papa Max, reporting to MSNBC, says there's 2 fatalities. They've got the shooter in custody, but another high school shooting, school shooting.
Thank you. That's sad.
You're welcome. I don't know, man. Between all this evidence of in-school indoctrination, everything from educating kids and hypersexualized content at much too early of an age, all the way up to trying to indoctrinate them to a specific political ideology. And then you sprinkle in the possibility of this violence. And I'll tell you, it makes a really compelling case for homeschooling. I was always one of those guys that said that public schools are important. Kids need to have that social interaction. They need to understand how to navigate the real world so that they're prepared for the challenges that all presents once they graduate from school. I may have to revisit that whole thing and give it some more thought because everything's changing. Terry commented that homeschool is the way to go. I'm coming around to that kind of thinking, Terry. I'm starting to think that the negative outweighs the positives for the public school system. And I think if I had to do it all over again right now, I'd probably look real hard at homeschooling our children. What's just as troubling to me as I see on Twitter, I know it doesn't represent every college kid's experiences, but there seems to be so many of these bright-eyed, intelligent young adults that leave to college and they look real well balanced, just so attractive and happy. And then you watch the progression through their 4 years of college, and they come out and they've got, these dramatic changes to their features, and the sullen look in their eyes, just that overwhelming sense of sadness when I see it. You go, what happened here? What happened to these kids? What did they encounter in college that would result in such a dramatic change in their physical appearances and what would appear to be their general happiness? Hawkeye says, does states with school choice give financial benefits to homeschooling? Hawkeye, I know absolutely nothing about it, so I'm unqualified to speak as to the financial aspects of it. I have heard in the news and many debates about how unions, teachers' unions specifically, do not want school choice and vouchers. My logic says that it's because every dollar that goes to homeschool is a dollar that doesn't go to the public school teachers. So, they're voting in their own interest. I think they argue that the rest of the kids suffer as a result of that loss of revenue. Other people on the other side of the argument, they advocate for that the money should follow the student. So if each school district allots $15,000 per year for student for school year, that if that child and his parents enroll in a private institution, that they should be awarded that money that would normally go to the public school system. Since they're not participating there, that's their tax dollars. They should be able to use that money towards whatever schooling that they see fit. And I don't, to the best of my knowledge, I just don't know how many states effectively have that sort of system. If I had to guess, I'd say very few. So in many senses, I think a lot of people who do homeschooling, they pay for their children's education twice. Once through the onerous taxes. Anyone who's ever paid any kind of property taxes at a county level will tell you that the lion's share of that money goes for schooling, the school board. So you're paying for that, and your children do not attend the local public schools, and then they got to stroke a check for whatever amount that they, to go to the private school. I don't know that that's necessarily fair. Pro Jeweler says it's his opinion that the Department of Education should be shut down at the federal level and states can do a better job. I agree with you, Pro Jeweler, on that. It's another one of those examples of a big, fat, bloated government organization, a bunch of people that are cashing those sweet, sweet government checks, and they're not doing dick for it. They turn in the right circles, rub elbows with the right people who appoint people to these positions, and then after that, the money starts to flow. They do absolutely nothing for it. I mean, each state is more than capable of handling all of their educational needs within their state. I would argue that it's even down to a county level. I don't even think the states are really have a whole lot to do, and I might be wrong on that, but certainly I don't see any reason why the federal government needs to have anything to do with any of it. But good luck telling that to the people who get that paycheck and the 13 paid federal holidays and their 401ks and their Blue Cross and Blue Shield insurance. Yeah, good luck telling them. But it's not, listen, not my disdain for that big government type stuff like the Department of Education. It's not limited to just the Department of Education. I mean, our federal government is bloated. It is loaded with, someone was talking about trimming the fat earlier. AMC, our federal government, you talk about trimming some fat. You need somebody to go in there with a scalpel and just start carving. It's long overdue. Tom D, I think what the Donkey Kong was referring to, and I might be wrong on this, somebody can set me straight, but from what I've read, Elon Musk's son got indoctrinated, brainwashed, if you will, into the whole transvestite thing, or transformers, or whatever the trans shit stands for. But his son, grew out his hair and started wearing a dress, and yeah, every fucking father's nightmare, at least of fathers that are honest. So there you go. Richest man in the world, and he wasn't immune. With all of his power, his influence, and the money, he couldn't stop that abhorrent behavior from creeping into his own family. Big Sloppy said the child died. I don't know, Sloppy. I'm not like an Elon worshiper or anything like that. I keep up with him to the extent I would any other celebrity or news figure that's, of his caliber, that has his fingers as many pies as he does. But I don't hang on every word or every news release that comes out. It'd be unfortunate if the kid did die. That would even be even far sadder. Pardon me. Hawkeye says in the interview about the trans kid, he's not dead, but trans kids call their real names dead names and pretend it's a past life. So that would explain the confusion, Hawkeye. Maybe someone picked up on that and misunderstood. So, matters not. Censored content. Good to see you. It's about time you showed up.
Yeah, all right, man. More feeling, buddy. Yeah. Friday night, I just got off work. My boss, man, he's such a jerk. So after work, I went to his house, ate his wife's pussy, and kicked his ass, eating pussy and kicking ass. 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 That's what I do.
This is the most fantastic story I've ever heard. And every word of it's true, too. That's the fantastic part of it.
I love that, man.
Good morning.
The new favorite song. Good morning. Yeah.
At the end, it's what I do.
Yeah, it's beautiful, man. It's a beautiful thing.
This is what happens when he leaves the keys in the ignition.
I don't have any tattoos. I don't have any desire to have any tattoos, but were I to go down that path, that might make it on my short list. Eating pussy and kicking ass. I could see how that would make for a nice tat. Donkey Kong says KC is flipping out right now. I don't know, Kong. I mean, what they say in Inglorious Bastards? We've been chewed out before. Talking about jokes about misbehaving and bad children, what have you. I seen something on Twitter the other day. It was a meme. I hope I don't butcher this, but it was something to the effect of, I'm not my parents' favorite child, but when the police come to the door, they know who it's for. And I thought that's kind of funny. Big Sloppy, if I were to get tattoos, it certainly won't be around my touch hole. I can tell you that. Yucca, on the other hand, he probably have his turned into a bullseye, like a target or a reticle, like you're looking through a scope. Yeah, Kong, I've seen a few of those guys in the military who had some of those bar bet tattoos. They'd win bars, betting people. I had one buddy said he'd tell people that he had a cock that hung below his knees, and they'd laugh. He's like, "No, really, I'll bet you a beer. I got a cock that hangs below my knees." And then he'd pull his shorts up or whatever, and it would be a picture of a rooster hanging from a noose. It was tattooed on his calf. Just let me know if you want to go to that home house on the range. Got a lot of nice girls out there. I might be mistaken. Biggest one-day market value drop for a United States stock in history. NVIDIA lost $279 billion one day. Hurry back, Sloppy.
What's the current price at for NVIDIA?
$4.70. Oh, I don't know for NVIDIA. I'd have to take a look. Let me see what I got here. Give me
Because
just
you said it was going to be
a sec.
under 100, so let's see if you got that prediction right.
I was off.
Pretty close.
Yeah, I blew it. I completely dropped the ball on that one. I thought it would be dramatic and fast, and it wasn't. But I still think the big tumble's coming.
Yep.
NVIDIA. They're currently up 0.83%, and it's trading at 108.94. So $109. Yep.
Pretty close.
It was it took a little bit of a tumble at the opening. I think it opened at about 105.5, and it fell to 104. So yeah, I'm not going to say I was wrong on the $99. I was just, in the words of the one-eyed Cyclops known as Michael Burry. I was 61 days until the election. 12 hours, 48 minutes, and 2 seconds.
I love Venn diagrams. I really do. I love Venn diagrams. It's just something about those three circles and the analysis about where there is the intersection, right? Yeah, I see people that you agree with me, right?
Analysis of the intersection.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the con.
You better stop censor content. You're going to get us in trouble now.
You know what?
I don't like your style, your politics, or your sense of humor. I don't like what you say or how you say it.
Tough luck.
Activate main viewing screen.
Nana, I quit voting 2 years ago. I don't care to leave my house. And I'm fortunate enough that the area that I live in is solid enough that it's not necessary for me to vote. I know I'm sure I'm going to hear about it from lots of people, but the absence of my one ballot won't make one bit of difference where I'm at. And as far as my civic responsibility goes, I gave 8 years to Uncle Sam in uniform, so I checked that box off. But Mrs. Pirate and my offspring, they all go together and they vote day of. Our county's pretty good about it. They have no shortage of polling places. Very rarely do you have to wait in line more than, 7 or 8 minutes or something. And, so it's fairly easy to vote in person the day of here.
Have you considered mail-in voting?
No, I don't fool with it. And Dirty's right. We have local elections here, sheriff, judges, and all that sort of thing. And my family will normally seek my counsel on what to do there. They're free to do as they choose, but ordinarily they'll ask my thoughts on the matter. Where we live, it's pretty solidly red. There's not much wiggle room, and that same group of people keeps those type of judges in power, sheriffs in power, what have you. So I'm fortunate that I can. I don't get too guilt-ridden about participating because I'm quite certain that I'm going to have my way. KC's back.
I am. Man, it's gonna be a surprise tomorrow. I think when I get on at 1080p and everybody's like, "Why did we go back to the same old crap we were at before when it sucked?" And I'll be like, "Y'all voted for 1080p. What am I supposed to do? We're running at 864 today. Nobody wants 864. This is what we're at. We're at 864 right now, and nobody voted for it. I guess everybody's assuming that today is worse than yesterday. Then, okay. How many of y'all
What
want?
resolution was the third video last night?
They're all titled what they are in the title.
All right, because the third one was best on my iPhone.
Yeah, the third one was 1080. But I had a lot of phone. I had a lot of phone users who were saying that was 1080 is what we did yesterday, literally. So when I streamed those other two. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The last stream yesterday was 684. I'm sorry. Or 864. Sorry. The last one was 864.
Yeah, I think it's the one I recorded in.
The first one was 1080, and the second one was 720. So, yeah, Dirty says, do they know? Well, that's why I was saying go back and look at the 3 test videos from last night and determine which one before you vote. So, but everybody just kept voting.
Sounds like a rigged election.
Yeah, it feels like it. It definitely feels it because I know I'm gonna go to 1080 tomorrow, and I'll be like, this is what you asked for. You wanted 1080, you got it. I guess I'll just leave the poll. I don't know, man. I feel like I just want to end the poll and like reword it and repoll. I'm doing that. Okay, I can't. You guys are killing me. But I mean, if that's what it is, if you guys want 1080 seriously over the other one, then
it looks like the don't cares won at 44%.
Well, that's true. But I mean, that's I'm trying to cater to the people who actually care. So
that do care. Right. Yeah, so you got to take out of those at 1080p. Is it? Yep.
So, but hold on a second. I'm gonna repoll here because I feel like people just voted and didn't even bother to look and see.
Why don't you change the last question to let Casey do what he wants to do?
No. I don't. I really will. I'll go back to 1080. I have no problem with that. It's just that so many people voted for that, but yet people are saying today's better than yesterday. And if today's better than yesterday was 1080.
Today is better than yesterday.
I know, but everybody wants me to go.
Better than yesterday.
But everybody wants me to go to 1080. 37% of the voters said 1080, which is what we had yesterday.
Right. I'm watching on an iPhone. Now, if you got it blown up on your 65-inch screen TV, I don't know what that looks like, but
Yesterday at 1080. Um, 1080, 864, 720, because I'm an asshole. And then the last one will be you dumb if you mark 1080 again. I'm derp a der.
Can we is dial up a choice? Can we have dial up? Baud rate.
There you go. Consider that today I'm running 864p and yesterday at 1080. What do you want from 1080 start popping up again?
You know everybody's going to do it now just to fuck with you. You
I'm
let it be known
derpader.
that it aggravates you. So now they're going to do 1080 just to poke you with a stick. So
When some people are going to vote 720p because they're an asshole. What the fuck? I'm derpader. Derpader is going to get...
64 doesn't come up as an option on YouTube.
It doesn't... Oh my God. Just because it doesn't come up as an option on YouTube doesn't mean you can't get 720 at a better quality. It doesn't. You're not understanding. There's a difference between 720 and 864. It doesn't matter what you are selecting on. That has no that has no bearing whatsoever. If you choose to get less than by going to a better rate or something like that, or streaming it at a slower speed, that's on your end, not my end. So just because
there's no
I understand.
option on my
I
YouTube
get
for
that.
864.
I understand.
So-
You don't.
so I'm only
You're
gonna
still
get
getting it.
720. You can
No, you're still, even if you select 720, you're still getting the 864 resolution quality.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Yeah, you are. Because I did 3 different tests last night, and everybody said that there was a difference between the set. They could not. They said it was too fuzzy to read the 720, and then the 864 they could read. So there's absolutely a difference.
All the letters bigger because my eyes are tired.
Okay, well, but I'm telling you, you're getting a better quality at 864, even though you're only selecting 720. I'm a derpader. I can't.
I just want a bigger. I want a bigger screen.
I'm going with the Easter Beast. I want 3D, and I want you to mail me some glasses.
Oh. What did we get? What did we even get for the I don't care, just wanted to vote? Got 44% last time. I'm a derpader is getting 35%. I mistakenly wrote I'm derpader instead of putting I'm a. I should have put I'm a. I don't know why I went with I'm a derpader.
If you're a derpader, you wouldn't know the difference, would you?
Badonkadong. I don't know. Oh boy. Numbers. Y'all are crazy, man. You're killing me.
Activate main viewing screen.
Big Sloppy says when they turn this into a movie, this should be the opening scene. And then it'll like do like the whole like woo 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 kind of thing, and it like goes back in time. Yeah, I agree.
Big Tramp time machine.
I hope they portray it as the stock price is ripping as I'm sitting there saying everybody's a derpader. That would be even better. I'm okay with the
Casey,
creative
if you're
writing
ever
here.
Feeling down, or if you're ever feeling down or blue, and if or whatever you're particularly day isn't going particularly well for you, I'm telling you, all you got to do is go to your Discord and go to the clips, the funny clips.
Yeah.
And you don't even need to turn the sound up. Just look at the expressions on your face for each one of the clips. And if that doesn't bring you out of the doldrums, nothing will. It's kind of funny. Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I guess I'm here to entertain.
I think Danny still is leading in the most watched clips. So.
Is it? I didn't even know you could track that. I don't pay attention to such things, but I go back and watch some of them because some of them are funny as hell. I forget a lot of them. I'm like, oh, I remember that now. But what really tickles me, Pink, is to watch KC. You can tell when the funny stuff's coming because he's just cracking up laughing. I'm like, he's having way too much fun, man.
I love Venn diagrams.
All right, let's take a look at some of our numbers here, guys. I've taken you over the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. That was my best kitty impersonation from that 70s show. I feel like I do a pretty good kitty. Yeah. Anyway, or it could be also the Joker from the Joker. Either one. They're both kind of similar. Actually, the Joker one's actually a lot louder, but I don't want to do that. I'll blow my mic up here. I'll blow your speakers. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. I do a really good one of that one. 63% is what I would expect to see going through off exchange and EDGX right now. We have 57.32% going through off exchange, EDGX at 8.21 for grand total 65.53%, or about 2.53% more volume going through those exchanges than normal. CHX volume is 436 shares, nothing unusual going on with that. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 7,238, nothing unusual about that number as well. Borrow fees for AMC does not look like they've changed in the last couple hours. Fees are starting to go back up to 1.81% and rebate at 3.52%, according to Ortex. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 693,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 636,000 shares, so a slight decrease. That's going to put our estimated short-share interest of the free float at 14.39%. Cost of borrow mins at 1.04, average 1.45, and max is 4.33. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 59.92 million shares. That's 8.71 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimated about 1.29 million of that is in closed short interest. Taking a look at GME, an hour ago there was 12.7 thousand shares borrowed for the day. It is now being reported as a return of 44,000 shares. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day on AMC has been at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was 5.1 thousand contracts. It's now 5.8. Highest amount of puts, 631 contracts at 4.5, 4.5. That's up from 619. 619 to 631. There's been like zero activity on puts in the last hour. Taking you guys over to the other page. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list, and due to the fact that we have such low volume for the day, we probably won't be on here. And we are not. MMRI was 238.6 an hour ago. It's now 238.33. We're still seeing some more risk off occurring. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond. We saw the yield normalize earlier today, and then we had an inverted yield again. It was very temporary. An hour ago, it was 0.004 spread between the two. It's now 0.005. Did I say 4 or 8? It was 0.008 an hour ago. It's now 0.005. Yeah, VIX is starting to head back up. SPX is going back down. Dollar's going up. Cryptos are starting to kind of bend over here, heading back down again, and Nikkei is just kind of hanging. NASDAQ is breaking even for the day today, actually starting to trend up 0.01. Dow Jones is down 0.14. The SP 500 is down 0.14. We have 3,039 decliners to 3,060 advancers. The market's more advancing by 7 securities as of right now than it was an hour ago. So not a whole lot of movement going on in this market right now. Everything's kind of frozen in time. We have 4 positive sectors for the day today. And the 2 biggest positive sectors are utilities and technology. The worst performing sectors are energy, followed by healthcare. Of the Mag 7, 3 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. It does not look like anything meets that criteria currently. Nope. Gold is currently up 0.06. It was in an uptrend earlier and is now starting to move down again. Silver is up 0.39, same. Ethereum Classic is up 2.53, is moving into a downtrend after being in an uptrend. US dollar is down 0.45 and still trending down a little bit from earlier. but getting a little bit more volatility as it is still trending downwards. Oil is down 3.33. Was in a consolidation period after a downtrend, is now starting to move down again. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.12 to 0.06 to 0.12 and are consolidating. And the SPY is down 0.18 and trending down. VIX is down 0.87 and trending up. It's currently at 2054 with futures suggesting 1918, so it's about a point and a quarter higher than where it was, or a point and a quarter higher than where the futures are suggesting it should be. So the VIX is leading the futures up once again. IWM is down 0.02 and trending down. VB is down 0.16, trending down. Tesla is up 4.89, trending, starting to trend down. Amazon is down 1.58, trending down. Cinemark is up 1.43, trending up. Doge is up 3.25, trending up. Bitcoin is up 2.35 and trending up. I know it's starting to curl over here a little bit, but Bitcoin is it is beating out so far. I'm not going to suggest that this is a trend change just yet, but you can see that it seems to be leading the way. Let me check Ethereum real quick here again. Ethereum seems to be leading the way in a reversal, but I mean, we'll see here in a little bit if Bitcoin continues to follow. But it is starting to trend down. GME is down 1.08, slightly trending upwards. HYMC up 3.67, trending up. NCMI is up 0.22, trending up. Hood is up 0.26 and is starting to move from consolidation into a downtrend, and AMC is up 2.48 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have approximately 600. We'll just call it $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.15 million shares traded so far. Excuse me. After 244 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for about 5.03 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and usually it's about 1 o'clock is the pace that we end up usually hitting or thereabouts, and so there's a good chance we might see very close to 5 million shares traded today. I actually dropped the predictions today to 1 to 20 million because I thought that might be the case. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with the divergence on the vortex indicator looking like it wants to occur. RSI is at 44.32, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 53.38, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 58.04, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, the divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 10 minutes, and RSI is at 48, which is average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Holy crap, the 1080p is still winning. Wow. I'm happy to see that I'm a derpader's gone down a little bit. What's the 720s getting? 720s had 11% before. They've got 17% now. The big loser right now is I'm a derpader in this whole thing. So surprising. All right, well, we'll go back to 1080p, and I'll just have to complain about it, I guess. And it's like my household. Everybody complains about. I came to a resolution around my house, and I didn't tell anybody. Nobody knows this. I run the house at 72 constantly. Everybody was complaining. We have a weird system in our house where there's dual systems with one unit. And so we have an upstairs heating and cooling control and a downstairs heating cooling control with one single unit. A while back, our circuit board malfunctioned, and so we no longer have upstairs and downstairs control temperature ability until I replace that board, and it's going to cost thousands of dollars. So I was like, I'll just wait. So we've got it bypassed right now so that I have one zone, the upstairs, detecting what the temperature of the house is to control the whole home temperature. So in the summertime, everybody gets cold downstairs, but they feel good in their rooms that they're sleeping in upstairs at nighttime. and they complain constantly about how cold it is downstairs because it's at 72. I never change it.
Man.
I never.
I got you.
Okay.
You go to Home Depot or Lowe's today and get yourself a programmable thermostat. There's 2 wires to change. You know, it comes in the back of that. It's real simple, and then you can program that so that it's different at different times of the day.
I have a Nest.
So you can bump your temperature downstairs to 74 through the day, and then say 6 o'clock at night it changes to 72.
I have a Nest, and but the problem is it's not a day nighttime issue.
Oh, I just thought maybe, yeah, if they're upstairs during the day, then they'd still want it cool. I was going on the supposition that the only time it needed to be cool upstairs is when they go to bed at night.
No. Yeah, they're complaining in the middle of the day that it's too hot, so that's why I keep it at 72, because if it's 72 upstairs, everybody feels great upstairs. It's perfect.
Right.
But that means it ends up being probably like, I'm guessing here, but I'm guessing 69 downstairs or something like that. 69, 70.
All that cold air spills down the staircase.
Right. So everybody complains when they come downstairs, and they're like, it's too cold down here. And I go like, well, throw on a shirt. You know, it's a thing. You can wear clothes. And so, but I got tired of hearing it. So now, every single time somebody comes downstairs and they say something about the temperature, I bump it up 1 degree. And I will continue to bump it up 1 degree. I've decided every time I hear somebody complain about how cold it is down here, I bump it up 1 degree. Until I hear complaints about it's too hot upstairs. When they say it's too hot upstairs, I'm going to say, well, you said it was too cold downstairs. That's what you get. And I'm going to stop and I'm going to leave. I'm going to bump the temperature down 1 degree when they first complain about it being too hot. And that's where I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it right there, constant. And there will be no.
It might moderate itself some when we come into these fall temperatures that are not as extreme, especially with you in Texas. So you may find that as we get a little closer to those lower intraday highs of the temperature, that you might not have as much problem with it.
Yeah. Billy's saying, why not do 1080 KC if your internet can handle it? Because I did 1080 yesterday. That's what we streamed in yesterday. And everybody hated it yesterday. There were so many complaints about they couldn't read what was on the screen. So we ran 3 tests last night, and the videos are still there so you can go back and review them. We ran 3 tests, one at 720, one at 864, and one at 1080. And you can go back and look at those videos, but overwhelmingly, everybody said 864 was the best last night. So that's what I ran with today, was 864. And so far, everybody's loved 864 today, but everybody's voting 1080, which was yesterday. So I don't know. I feel like what's going on here is that we have a plethora of TV viewers who want that high fidelity, and they're being snobbish and don't care about everybody else who's on their phones. I think that's what's happening. I'm guessing. Because I'm thinking that there's probably the rest of the people who are on phones are probably the 864 and 720 group, which beats out the 1080. That's 33%. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on here. Because I've now started a second poll, and it's still winning. But that's what I'll do. I'll put it back to 1080 if that's what the votes get. If I get the most votes on that. It's just like the temperature in the home. You ask for it, that's what you get.
Casey, what do you make of the vice presidential hopeful Waltz? What do you make of the fact that his family took a family photograph?
I don't care. I don't care. You know I'm not going to get political.
You didn't
Come
see
on.
it yet?
I'm not. No, I saw it. I definitely saw it. I'm not going to bite. I'm not going to bite.
You wouldn't bite? Okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll go to a different.
You know, I think about that sometimes. I think about like, I've always wondered how in the world anybody could run for office and have everybody in their family okay with it. I've often wondered that. It's always been something that's been on the back of my mind, because I just kind of think about like the different characters that you have in your family never always
Oh,
mesh.
I could see somebody in your family being against you, but how would you explain the entire family in mass? Not a
I don't
dissenter
care.
among them that says
I don't care.
that
I
doesn't
don't think
you don't
anybody
value their
who's running
opinion.
for office should no, I don't value their opinion at all. There's a reason why they don't associate themselves with that person, and that is what it is, and it's a family thing, and that's fine. It is what it is, and I'm not gonna.
It's not a character issue though. I thought you were
No,
big on character.
I am. I'm very big on character, but I base it off of the character that you've provided for me to see as a person, and how you hold and the jobs that you've had in the past, and what you do with yourself, and how you conduct your business. That's what I care more about than I do about what your family members think about you in your personal life. Because you know what? Screw them. It doesn't matter.
But you don't think that there's not a possibility?
How many times have you
that
had
maybe-
family members that have come to you, Pirate, wanting money?
Not too often. A few.
And how many times have you turned them down? Ever?
Always, yeah.
Yeah, and so do you not think that there's an opportunity there for somebody to have a grudge or hold a grudge against you because you've had and they have not?
No, I would think to a man that they would still support me.
Yeah,
Even if
well,
there was an
you'd
outlier,
be surprised.
I can understand an outlier. I guess my argument is, if a person's family doesn't know you, if your own family can't sit and judge of your character, then who else could? I mean, I have known
politicians.
If you're at odds with your brother or whatever,
Personally,
but to have the entire family come out against you, I just don't know how you can
I
discount
have known
that and just
I have known
offhand.
personally politicians who have family who support them, but it's because they know that they're going to get kickbacks because that person's doing well.
Right, or a job appointment, yeah,
or something. So screw them all. Screw all family members' opinions. I don't care about family. That's not what it's about. It's about your character. No, it's about your character. You do not mix business. No. You don't mix business with your job, right? Or family. You don't do that. They are separate things. How your family views you as a person is how they view you, and there's always going to be differing opinions, and we're people, and sometimes people just don't get along. How do you do it at what it is that you do for a
I just
job?
thought that was part of the American process, that when you throw your hat in the ring for an elected office, dog catcher or whatever, that you do so with the full knowledge that they're going to talk to your high school friends, your teachers, your prior employment, in order for the general public to get a grasp of kind of what you're all about. I thought that was just kind of like part of the whole discovery process.
and so apparently grab her by the pussy doesn't make a difference, right?
Well, sure it does.
Well, no, apparently it doesn't. Apparently it doesn't. Apparently it doesn't. So
well, he said that himself. I don't think it was his family member. I don't think his family.
That's what I'm
said
saying. That's what I'm saying. How do you conduct business and how do you show yourself in front of other people? That is who you are.
Oh, okay.
It has nothing to do with family. How you conduct your business is different than who you are as a family member. It's not the same. And so for anybody to take what another family member says about somebody and use that against them as a weapon to try and say oh, well, this person's not qualified for a job because they don't get along with their family members, go F yourself. Seriously. Don't rate somebody off of what their dealings are with maybe some scumbag family members are. You don't know what kind of family. How do you know those are good family members? You're making an assumption.
So it never dawned on you.
Can I add something to this?
It never dawned on you for a minute that maybe his family's right. I mean, is there? Do you even allow for the possibility that they're trying to do right by the country?
I don't care. I want to know about your record. I want to know about your record.
I mean,
I want to know about your record. I want to know how you've conducted your business. That's what I want to know. I could care less about how your family members view you as a person.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, preacher. I didn't mean that. You wanted to weigh in.
Yeah, no worries. I'm looking after the kids, so it's noisy from time to time. Oh, the same thing I wanted to say when I was in that call about those guys were talking about JD Vance, and the thing is, like, are you looking for a preacher or like a family counselor, or are you looking for someone to rule your country? Like, what do you care about in a person, right? What skills do you care about?
Exactly.
Are you looking for a new church?
Exactly.
When you're talking about the president, or what are you looking for, right? So
exactly.
I don't care what someone does, necessarily what they do at home. I care how qualified they are to run a country when we're talking
Yes.
about the president, right?
Yes.
So you
Yes.
should look at what they've done in the past when it comes to decisions, what it takes to run a country, not their religion, not their family, not their sexual orientation or anything else.
Yep.
So I think,
I
just
firmly
my
But
two cents.
if you want to, but why does our legal system have character references? Why do lawyers like your father, why would he go through the trouble of gathering like character witnesses to get people from a local community
Wait,
to
are
talk
you
about
literally
a personal
throwing
person when it
lawyers?
comes to a court of law?
Are you literally throwing lawyers into the field of high character? Please tell me you're not doing that.
No, I'm saying
Okay.
no, I'm saying
Okay,
why
I
does
just
the
want to make
political
sure.
process I'm just saying don't they do it? I'm citing it as evidence that people put weight behind it. The reason they do a character reference is because people pay attention to it. I mean, I think that's my argument, is that the whole idea of having a character reference
Okay,
is that someone who
but-
intimately knows the person is telling you intimacies about them. Like, let me tell you what
Look,
I really know
Pirate,
about this
Pirate,
person.
you're
and then you-
literally
and then
sitting
you
here.
make a
No,
decision.
but you're
Then you
literally
make a
sitting here
decision.
telling me that somebody who hasn't even bothered to care to talk to somebody for 8 years knows their character. That's what
Oh,
you're
I don't
sitting
know.
here
I didn't
telling
know.
me.
Has he been estranged? I didn't know
8
that. Has he been
years
estranged from his
doesn't
family?
even
The
talk to him
entire
for
family?
8 years. Like you want to sit
The
there.
entire family?
You want to sit there and tell me that these people know him intimately, but they haven't even bothered to spend time with him for the last 8 years.
No. I'm questioning your decision-making ability, that you think that 8 years his entire family has ostracized him, and you're assigning them as the bad guy.
You say they ostracized him, but you're assuming things because you don't know if he ostracized them.
So he's right, and the entire family.
You don't know. No, you don't know is what I'm saying. And that's why I'm saying you don't get the right to go out and judge somebody because of some people who are estranged by 8 years want to make judgment calls on somebody. And that's your sole opinion on whether or not this person's a good qualified person to run a country when it has nothing to do with that. Nothing.
Well, I think character has a lot to do with running a country.
Yes,
character
but not based
matters.
off of what somebody who thinks poorly of you already from 8 years ago.
Who is more capable of speaking about a person's character than their own family? The people who lived with them for years.
I can't think of the worst group of people to. I can't think of a more biased group of people for judging your character than your own family. More biased. They are the most biased people that there will ever be on either side. Most. I cannot think of a less qualified group of people.
I could see bias in the fact that they would be willing to forgive shortcomings. If any bias would exist, I would argue that it's a propensity for people to say,
ways.
no, they're a good guy.
Ways.
But I don't know. I can't find any instance in my entire time on this world where I could think of a family whose the entire family to a man has separated themselves from one member, and the member was had the moral high ground. I just don't know that this will be an actual first for me, where an entire family says this guy no bueno, and the guy says no, the whole family's no bueno.
You say entire
first
family,
time.
but I saw his son on the stage with him there. His son supports him. That's not his entire family.
Right.
His entire estranged family.
I'd say the majority.
His entire estranged family.
The majority of his immediate nuclear family. If we're going to get pedantic and get down to each little words, his immediate nuclear family.
Yeah, I don't base judgments.
His brother, who's known him since they learned to talk, he's not qualified to tell you whether this guy is decent or not.
I don't
just
judge. I refuse to use that. Yes,
opinion.
I refuse to use that as an example on how I'm going to judge a person for office of President of the United States of America. I refuse to use that.
I didn't say that's the only thing.
I refuse to use it.
Discount it.
I refuse to use it as an example of whether or not I think somebody is eligible for office. I refuse to use that.
Would do strangers count? If strangers weigh in, like previous workers, co-workers. I mean, where do you go to discover the character of a candidate?
We have a sitting Supreme Court justice that was on for sexual harassment sitting right now.
Yeah, I get it. But I mean, where do we go? If I want to learn as much as I can about a candidate, where do I go to learn about him?
We didn't kick him out. He literally was sexually harassing a woman and sits as a Supreme Court justice right now. And we didn't kick him out.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the details of the case, so I can't argue that.
How do you not
I'm
remember
unfamiliar.
that? Anita Hill?
Because I didn't pay. I know Anita Hill and the black guy, but I didn't follow it through and weigh the whole thing. I just
Clarence
gave a
Thomas?
passing glance. So my question to you stands: where do we go to learn about a candidate? Who do you?
You
where
don't.
do you
Not
learn
there.
about a candidate?
Not there. You don't.
Don't.
That's
You
the,
just-
no.
you just
Not
vote
there.
for it.
No.
So
no,
again,
I said
where
not
do I
there.
go? Help show me where to look. If I
Their
have to
records.
ignore
You
his
can go
own
look at
family,
go look at his records. Go look at see what he's done
So
in
who
the
do
positions
I
as
listen
governor
to?
of his state and how he's had whether or not he's
who
ran
do
a
I
state.
trust?
Go look at his records. See how he's managed the jobs that he's done in the past and whether or not he's been a good leader in the jobs that he's done in the past. That's where you go.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
But there's no point in finding out whether the
What
guy's
are,
made of decent
what
material
are his
or if
policies?
he's just an out and out scumbag.
What does he stand on? What does he stand behind? What are the things that he says that he's backing? How does he want to take this country in a future course? And can he do that? Can he motivate and mobilize people to get people to go in a certain direction based off of what it
Character
is that he
doesn't
wants to do?
matter. You're saying character be damned. As long as the guy's proven in the past he's good, his policies are good, character be damned. If that's the case, then we don't have to worry about grabbing pussies. That Trump's all we have to go is by is what the inflation rate
That's
is.
what I'm saying, because apparently it doesn't matter.
That we're supposed to talk about politics here.
I know,
We're
and
not,
we're supposed to avoid. That's why I wanted to avoid the topic.
Yeah, so let's change the subject. Is it numbers time?
Almost. We got 7 more
You don't find
minutes.
this intellectually stimulating?
Not
Does it
really.
make you that uncomfortable? It makes you that uncomfortable to talk about the merits
Yeah,
of an
because
argument?
because I think there's a lot of people that I really feel both directions on this in regards to
I don't
who they're
wanna
voting
hear it.
for. Yeah, and
You
it's
get
just
enough of it on TV.
you have plenty of time to figure this shit out on your own. There's no need for it to be part of AMC and all this. It's ridiculous.
I get it. Listen, it's your rule, and I'm going to start to abide by that. I just know that if I just don't know who gets to choose when we break the rules. Like sometimes we break the rules, and other times we don't. And I'm like, either it's all or none. Either we do zero
Yeah,
politics.
and if you think
or we all
everything's
get
just
to talk
black and
about
white in
politics
this
when we
world,
want.
then you're mistaken, right? Like if you think, and I know you don't think
I
that.
get it.
I know you
I
don't
get
think
it.
that.
Listen,
You're just playing honor right now.
I just enjoy. No,
Yeah.
I just enjoy the intellectual content, learning a little something from each other outside of stick it in her pussy. That's all I'm saying. And then we go 45 minutes of dead silence, and if all I can think of is something that's interesting, I mean, I get it. I get it. We're not supposed to talk about politics, and I'm going to refrain from that. I'm going to do better going forward.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, the politics are going to happen one way or the other. Yeah. And I hate the idea of politics in the way that they're ran right now, because it doesn't matter where I live. Every state I move to is a extreme left or right, one way or the other, and so I have no say whatsoever
To be fair, it's
wherever
never
I
been
go.
my intention to insult anyone or hurt anybody's feelings. I count everyone here as my friends. I socialize with you every day. So I look to my friends to learn and find out their opinions, and I like to give my opinions. But I get it. If we want to limit the conversation to specific things, then I can respect that. I can. I misunderstood. I thought that we had loosened up the restraints, because even you have brought up politics from time to time. So I thought that was a green light that we could all do that as well. But
I'm
I
trying to
don't
avoid it
wanna
as much as possible. I really think that it's just kind of annoying more than anything. I can't wait for the elections to get over.
if I'm not, as long as I'm not winning the debate, and then the only thing left to say is we're not supposed to talk about politics, I would think that would be a little unfair, but
yeah.
Yep. No, I'll say no more about it. Yep, I'm done.
Dirty says, interesting thing this weekend is this chase glitch check fraud thing is crazy. I have not seen anything about the check fraud on this, but I think I had heard something about withdrawing money. I didn't realize that it was checks, though. Joe wants to bring back the movie trivia. Yeah, we can bring it back. I know I said that, but I gotta start coming up with some movies. So the thing is we did a lot of movie trivia, and I had a really difficult time trying to find like new movies to do new movie trivia on. And so I think for me more than anything, that's really what it became very difficult for me to be able to continue to find like new topics or new movies because we kind of had exhausted like all the genres. But then we even got down to the point to where we were like having everybody vote on what movies were coming up for movie trivia, and we did like a playoffs kind of thing where trying to figure out what's the best comedy movie or what's the best horror movie that you hadn't seen before kind of thing. And for a while it was a lot of fun, but we kind of exhausted like all those different topics on those. So it kind of got hard to continue to come up with new stuff. We got about 3 more minutes, Oaksway. Almost.
If I can add one thing, not going in one direction or another, as you guys were discussing it, and I couldn't add anything. Observing the basically what was happening in Romania growing up, there was never, and I don't think there will ever be a perfect candidate. It's always been the least evil, like the smallest evil. That's it. So you're looking like the least imperfect, or whatever you want to put it. It's always going to be like that.
Yeah,
nobody was perfect. Some say Jesus was, and I'm pretty sure you're gonna find faults even with him if you're gonna go looking. So
I feel like that's been the case like every time, and most of it stems for me from the idea that every single time there's a candidate that I feel is like a really good candidate, they end up dropping out long before they even make it to the primaries. So and it ends up being kind of frustrating because it's like, this seemed like a perfectly good candidate. Why in the world didn't they get any support? And for whatever reason, they just don't. And that's really, I think, probably more frustrating than anything. It's just that you don't see, like you said, it ends up coming down to 2 people. It's just which one's less worse than the other. But
there is someone in the back controlling everything, right? The politicians aren't actually the ones making the decisions. So if someone cannot be manipulated, cannot be blackmailed, they're not going to be backed. I think it's
it does feel that way. It certainly feels that way. Real quickly, I wanted to talk about 2 because I know we got numbers coming up here. But I think I retweeted a couple different things that I wanted to share with you guys that were posted up here besides Adam Aaron's thing. And then one of them, since Preacher, you're talking, I kind of wanted to get your take, your verbal take on it, because sometimes it's a little bit easier to say it verbally than it is to write it. So, but let's do that after the numbers. So I will just bring up this one. I always say this name wrong here, but the Kobisi letter. Breaking prediction, market odds of a 50 basis point rate cut in September surged to 37% after the JOLTS jobs data today. Total job openings in the U.S. fell 7.673 million in July, well below the expectations of 8.184 million. As a result, odds of the 50 basis point interest rate cut this month jumped from 28% to 37%, according to Kalshi. Currently, total job openings in the U.S. are at their lowest level since January of 2021. The labor market is cracking. And then, where was the other? Let's see here. The FOMC meeting is in 13 days, 21 hours, 59 minutes, and 4 seconds. And let's see what we got going on here. They're saying that 37-point jump on a 50 basis point cut. So let's see it. Here's the 50. So we have a 43% chance at a 50 basis point cut right now, according to the FedWatch tool, and a 57% chance at 25 basis points. But it is time for numbers, and Preacher, you know which one I'm talking about, right?
That's fair.
In regards to the post that I put up, I was curious. I wanted to get
Ah,
your
the crypto one.
yeah.
Look, I'm still under the influence, so whatever you're gonna get is gonna be
You're under the
not very
influence.
not very smart.
What do you?
I had a few beers.
Okay, well that's even better. Let's see here. So I've taken you guys over the other page, and it's time to take a look and see what we got going on with these numbers. And we'll get to slightly intoxicated preacher here in just a minute, because that sounds like I'll get a good answer here. Let's see. Starting with off exchange. Normally, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX. We got about 57.4% going through off exchange. EDGX at 7.98. The combined total in that 65.38%, or about 60. What did I say? 64 by now, right? So 1.38% less than or more than what I would expect it to be. So it's looking like we're going to end up seeing like a very close to normal traded day through these exchanges. CHX is at 436 shares through that exchange. GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at let's see, 8,690 shares. According to IBKR on borrowing fees, the highest amount of volume that we've seen so far for the day that's been suggested as being borrowed was at 450,000 shares. There's been no change in the last hour, and fees are at 1.81% with rebate at 3.52. According to Ortex, as of an hour ago, there were 636,000 shares having been borrowed for the day on AMC. That has not changed in the last, it's been less than an hour, really. That's going to leave the estimated short share interest, the free float cost to borrow numbers the same. We have 59.92 million shares on loan for the day today, with a Ortex suggesting about 8.71 million shares having been returned day over day, and Ortex is also estimating that about 1.29 million of that was in closed short interest. On GME, 44,000 shares being returned an hour ago. Now 292,000 shares being returned. Options, highest amount of call volume for the day today is coming in at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was 5.8 thousand contracts in volume. There's now 6.3. And on puts, highest amount of put volumes coming in, they're at a $4.50 strike. There were 631 contracts as of an hour ago. It's now 758. The market is still suggesting a closing price between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day. I could have sworn I just... Oh, there we go. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are not probably on this list due to the fact that we've had low quantities of volume, and they are not. MMRI 238.33 an hour ago is now 238.04. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates, 0.003. It was 0.005 an hour ago. So we might see it before the day is over. We might end up seeing this flip back over to normalized. VIX is still trending up. We've got the U.S. dollar separating from the yen. So the yen is weakening as the U.S. dollar is strengthening. Seeing a little bit of separation there, and as a result of the, interestingly enough, right, the as the yen weakens, actually the Nikkei is actually still going down with it, which is not really how that should work out, but it is. We also have some of the cryptocurrencies starting to kind of curl over a little bit as well. Starting to see a little bit of a downwards pressure in the marketplace. NASDAQ is down 0.14, Dow Jones is down 0.17, and the SP 500 is down 0.23. We have 3,333 decliners to 2,799 advancers. We're down by about 200, a little over 250 advancers gone. Market is less advancing now than it was an hour ago. Utilities up 0.61. Best performing sector in the market right now, and technologies up 0.18. The worst two sectors are energy followed by healthcare. Of the Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% are going to get a shout out. We have Coinbase down 3.04%, which is definitely, we're seeing Coinbase starting to take a little bit of a tank with the crypto market, and then I don't think anything else is going to meet this criteria. Oh, we do have something. Zion Stank Core is down 2.59. That's about it. Gold is breaking even. Started into a downtrend. Silver up 0.27, trending down. Ethereum Classic up 2.1, but starting to trend down. US dollar is down 0.38, but trending up. Oil is down 3.1, consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.08 to 0.14, consolidating. And SPY is down 0.21 and trending down. VIX is up 2.12% at 21.16 right now. Definitely leading the futures. Futures are at 19.38. So we're getting close to maybe, it's like 1 3/4 point spread here on the futures versus where the VIX is actually at. IWM is down 0.34, trending down. VB is down 0.35, trending down. Tesla's up 4.77, trending down. Amazon is down. Is up 4.75, but trending down. Amazon is down 1.79, trending down. Cinemark is up 1.14 and consolidating. Doge is up 2.55, trending up. Bitcoin is up 2.18, trending up. GME is down 1.96, trending down. HYMC is up 3.52 and slightly trending up. NCMI is up 0.15 and slightly trending up. Hood is down 0.72, 0.8. Trending down, and AMC is up 1.73 and trending down. We're getting a late push down here at the very end of the day today. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, we have approximately $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.37 million shares traded so far. After 279 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for 4.71 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We're looking at a sub 5 million share traded day possibly, but I think the aftermarket hours will probably boost that up above 5 million shares. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.23, which is slightly below average. Hold on a second here. I got something on my teeth. Broccoli. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure. Actually, we don't. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.27, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.04. That does not look right. 49.03, it didn't update, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.14, which is below average. And with that, is the data on? Hold on a second here. Okay. And with that, Preacher, are you ready?
Ready for what?
Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about it.
You can't handle my opinion.
I can't handle it. I can handle your opinion.
No, you can't handle my opinion.
I can handle your opinion. You can't handle the truth. So let me... Hold on. Wait. You gotta wait for me to put it in here. I gotta throw this out here. So I said I just gotta ask if you know what that the swap derivatives through crypto and have been created to hide bad bets on AMC GME. Why in the world would you promote investing in crypto when it helps support the collateral that is being used to maintain those positions? Why feed the beast? And you said fiat is used to push down AMC and GME, so why support the fiat system? Which I agree with. with you that fiat does. I don't think that it helps push down AMC and GME specifically, but I would agree that fiat system is not a good system, right? Like it's just supporting the banks. But and then you said we can cherry pick negatives about gold if you want. Well, gold is not. I would highly agree with you, and I said that. I said trading a highly manipulated commodity would also be the same example of supporting and buying crypto. Fully agree. If you're going to invest in something that's heavily being what's the word? Utilized to manipulate a market, then you're certainly not helping yourself out in a position where you're trying to stop somebody from trying to manipulate a marketplace, right? So I get that. That makes sense, and I'm with you. But buying actual gold, not the commodity itself, like on a market, but buying actual gold is not the same thing. And I think if we can agree to that, then I think we can scratch off that whole gold top. What's that?
We can't agree to that.
Oh, okay.
Because you're putting all of crypto in one bucket as if it's one thing, right? So you're like I can say with fiat, you can have a kid who's going and buying drugs and overdosing. You're supporting a system that kills kids, right? Because I'm cherry picking. So sorry, but no, you're cherry picking one thing that someone used the blockchain, which was a copy of a crypto. It was I think a copy out of I don't know, a Dogecoin or whatever. They basically replicated the system and used it for something shitty, which is done with fiat, is done with gold, right?
Well, I mean, if it's backed on gold, but not necessarily. I mean, it's not necessarily.
So where do you put the money? Where do I put my money?
Well, that's what my question was: is how do you explain?
I got to put my cash somewhere. If Bitcoin's no good, gold's no good, stock market's no good, where do I put my cash? Somebody help me out. I got to do something with this. It's getting heavy.
Yeah, that's the topic here. We're not discussing about where to put the money. We're discussing about which system is better or good.
No. That's not what I'm talking about at all. With my initial,
isn't the whole point of where does the money go? I mean,
where does the money help us best for AMC and GME in terms of trying to make sure that? And you have a good point. Your point in saying that the fiat system it helps in general the banks, and that's who we're against right now is the banks. So I agree with you in that, but my point is that how do you not support a fiat system best, right? I guess Bigums would probably say like get out of is the banks.
A kid will take money and go and buy drugs and overdose and kill himself, right? Do you support the death of kids? Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is that when you invest in crypto, you're backing the value. And it's the value of crypto that's allowing those positions that were created to still be held. And so I'm suggesting that if you're going to go promote something, don't promote something that's going to help feed the problem.
And that's what I'm saying. You're putting everything in one bucket. When you're buying a crypto, you're buying a coin. You're not buying all of crypto. You're buying either Bitcoin or Ethereum or Solana or Cardano, or you're buying a certain coin, right?
Right.
If you're gonna go and buy the actual, what you would need to do is go and buy the actual, I don't know, whatever coin they used to tokenize AMC and GME. If you're gonna go and buy that specific coin, which I have no fucking clue which it is, then yes, you would
They're all of them.
that you're backing.
They're all of them.
What?
They're all of them.
What's all of them?
They're all the different cryptos out there are being utilized. Every single one of them are being utilized for these tokenized positions. It's not just one.
Like what? Pledged as collateral or something?
Yes, they're all of them. So it doesn't matter which one you invest in.
They're pledged as collateral against a margin account.
Okay, so we're not talking about what's used to tokenize AMC and GME. Now we're talking about collateral, right? So we're moving to something else.
No, it says it right here.
It
says right here, crypto when it helps support the collateral that is being used to maintain those positions. It's right in my sentence. It's right there. That's literally what I'm talking about, is supporting the collateral being held. If you want those positions to close, then you... No, it doesn't. It supports banks. It supports banks. And sure, you're right in that aspect. Like in terms of what you're saying, you're absolutely right on that.
No way. No. No, because your NVIDIA is valued in US dollars, right? So anyone who's buying
No, it's not valued in it's valued in many different currencies. It's not just US dollars.
well, for us, for what we're doing, it's an American company, and if you're gonna buy it in
Well,
another exchange,
what's the
you
name of
have
the
to buy
money
it
that
to US
what's the
dollars.
what's the name of the money that you're invested in, or how? What's the name of the currency that
US
you have in your
dollars.
country?
US
Your
dollars.
your currency is U.S.
When I
dollars.
buy when I want to buy a stock, I'm transferring Polish zloty to my
Okay.
exchange, and I have to convert them to US dollar, and only then I can buy shares. So I'm buying shares in US dollars,
Okay. All right.
right?
So what you're suggesting is that you're saying buying AMC shares then specifically, or GME, is adding to the problem.
No, when did I say that?
Well, I'm trying to understand like
But you're talking
how
about a
fiat.
system being against. We're talking about a system being against AMC or GME help. So fiat is also not helping them, right? But the thing is, why not go even deeper? Why not go against, the lawyers and the judges and the government in US? How come these hedge funds and everyone who's doing this illegal moves like marking shorts as longs get
Mhm.
a slap on the wrist? They don't have to acknowledge that they did anything wrong, and they just pay a small fine and take the profits, right? Why not go against that? Because that's the biggest thing that's not helping our position, right?
Well, that's why
Like,
politics matter. That's why politics matter. I can't say this loud enough because they're the guys who call the fucking shots. This is this is this is why the one topic that you guys don't want to talk about is so important because it's about
we're
power.
not gonna fix anything by talking here. It's not like
Yeah, it
anything's
won't. It really won't
gonna
fix anything.
change. But the thing
No,
is, to say that
I'm not saying it
crypto
would
is
change anything. I'm just saying it
It's still
explains
the
it.
truth. Yeah, it's still the truth.
It
the thing is
explains
to
it. I'm not saying it's going to fix it. I'm just saying it explains it. You just answer
yeah,
when you
yeah.
say who, why won't they go after Ken Griffin? Because there's people more powerful than Ken Griffin that don't want him touched. Who's that? Congressmen, senators, and presidents. I know it hurts. I know everybody hates to hear that. It stings. It's nasty. But these guys call the fucking shots.
Yeah, but it goes on both sides though, right? Like there's no. That's why I'm saying like I don't think it helps
Yeah,
to.
I said congressmen.
Yeah.
I didn't say a
No,
Republican
no,
or
no,
a
no.
Democrat. I
I
said
know, but what I'm trying
congressmen,
to say is like who
senators,
we
and
elect.
presidents call the
I
fucking
guess
shots.
what I'm trying to say though is in a more condensed version is that who we elect is not going to make a difference in those people being there.
Then this is where we differ, and I'll leave it go because I said no more politics for me. But this is I think there is a chance for something different, but it's politics again, and I keep saying I won't talk about it. But if everybody's going to keep going on politics, then I'd like to participate. I don't want to be the
When you're
only
talking
guy
about
who's not
when you're
allowed to talk
talking about it
politics.
generalized, no. See, the thing is talking about it in
Okay.
general is seems a lot better than when you try to focus in on like one little tiny aspect of something that has to do with somebody in particular. And yeah, it's more of a generalized conversation about politics in general and how it impacts the marketplace. And that to me is acceptable. I get that because it does. You're absolutely right, 100% that it does impact the marketplace. But my point here is that you're you're right in what it is that you're saying, preacher, in the idea that fiat as a currency is a bad thing for our position because it helps strengthen banks, and banks are not they're not on our side. Just as much as Pirate's right about the idea that politics plays a big, huge role in a lot of the stuff, the decision making process that's going in that's impacting us as well. But my point here is I'm not going to go around trying to get people to do a specific thing knowing that it's not going to help my position one way or the other. Does that make sense? Do you guys hopefully both
Yeah,
you guys
I
can see
guess
where I'm going with
I
that?
guess what it comes down to is what you think might help your position might differ from what I think will help.
Well,
our
that's why
position.
that's the
See, I
part
think
that I want to
each person is
understand.
entitled to themselves to think what is best for my position. I don't look to you to tell me what's best for my position. I'd like to
Right.
think that I have the capacity to pick that. Just the
Yeah.
same way I didn't come to you just to ask you to buy the shit to begin with.
Right.
I bought what I wanted for me, but it's the same thing. It's the same with politics. I don't
Well,
look to
that's the
anybody
part.
else. I
That's the
just look
part
at
I'm
it
trying
as
to
a free
understand.
exchange of ideas, and I understand that how everybody gets emotional and all that. I don't see why it has to be that way. I don't know why. Perhaps people need to learn to lose better, and maybe that's me as well. Maybe people haven't learned to lose a debate without it becoming a emotional meltdown or an angry, bitter shouting match. I don't know. I just look because I respect the
I
people
didn't
that's around
shout,
me, and I like to
and I
share
wasn't
share
angry.
my. I know I didn't say you were. I'm talking about in general. The whole idea that we can't talk politics because eventually it divulges into a Donnybrook, a cussing match, and all that stuff. And I
Well, a lot of
just
people
thought we're better
are
than that. We should be able to talk about any topic whatsoever. And at the end of the day, both sides can make their points and just walk away and just say that's it. It doesn't have to be a real emotional event.
yeah. Well, I think the
You're right,
problem
Barry.
and the problem is that what it all stems down to is that people are so. And it's like it goes back to that whole like football team thing that happened earlier today. Everybody's like very ingrained and like set in on one side or another, and it's like there's no way to be able to get people to see outside of their team without causing them some kind of distress. And I quite frankly, I feel the same way about politics as I do football. I don't understand why people can't move to the other side on some topics. I really don't.
I included myself. Dirty B33. I included myself when I said need to learn to lose a debate. I specifically said including me at times.
I really don't understand why it's so difficult to make that leap to another side and try to at least view it. I appreciate debates more than anybody, probably just because I come from a family where debating was so heavily ingrained in us that's just, I would argue the other side of something just to argue it. But in this particular set,
I think
what
a
it is we're
lot
doing
of the
is so
time,
different.
more often than not, I think people get uncomfortable or nervous, and I just think that's a coward's way out. Just because a topic makes you uncomfortable, I mean, it's like, really? I can't get anything from a person like that. Somebody who could say, well, the topic makes me so uncomfortable, I don't want to engage in it. And it's so that they use the whole thing of, well, it could devolve into something really ugly between the parties. I see that as just it's not true. I think the simple fact of the matter is people are made uncomfortable. Maybe sometimes they have to hear something about their personal belief that's in direct opposition to that, and it's factual, and maybe it's hurtful to hear that. But I don't know. I fail to see the point where it has to get down to where people are just ugly to each other over it. I don't know why you can't just put your ideas and thoughts out there, let the other person consider them, and then move on from there. I don't know how it has to be like these particular topics shouldn't be talked about. I'm like, if they're the most important topics in our lives, if it has to do with family and money, I mean, that you think that would be something worth focusing on talking more about, not less. But I don't mean to drive a wedge into anybody or the community. So it wasn't my intent.
Well, I don't know if Preacher is able to talk on it anymore because I still want to. I still want to know like how do I move away from a fiat system when I know? So first off, would you agree with me that crypto seems to possibly be manipulated as much as maybe the market is? Would you be able to agree to that?
No.
Okay. So then I don't think we can. I don't think.
Let me add. Sorry, just something. Unless we're including ETFs into that, but I don't look at ETFs as crypto, right? Because crypto cannot be multiplied. You cannot naked short the crypto. You cannot have fake crypto. Because with crypto you can hold your own keys. You can hold your own crypto. It's as if you have cash at home. You can withdraw it at any time you want, and you have it with you. You know what you have is real. You don't own digits on a bank account.
And do you know who the largest holders are in the world?
No. But do you know who holds the most money? Who holds most gold?
Yeah.
What wallet,
and we actually do know who's the largest holders. In crypto, you can look it up. You can actually look it up.
You can.
And the U.S. is actually one of the largest holders in the world of crypto, of Bitcoin specifically.
What is it? ETFs and notional value? I mean,
so I guess what I'm trying to get at here is if we can't agree to see eye to eye on the idea that crypto is just as heavily manipulated as the stock market, then we don't have a point we can really kind of come together on and say like, okay, I understand where it is you're coming from and you understand where I'm coming from. Because at that point, you're basically you're refusing to acknowledge that there's a way to be able to
Okay, but
manipulate.
prove it to me. I'm willing to have my mind changed, but prove
Yeah,
it
no,
to me.
I know, but I feel like I mean, I'm sitting here telling you that U.S. is one of the largest holders of Bitcoin,
Yes, okay.
and that includes
I
the
can agree to
financial
that.
system, which is. Go ahead.
No, I agree to that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, but I mean, if we know that they're utilizing and they're actually taking and seizing crypto accounts and utilizing that, then I think you should be able to come to the conclusion that there's a possibility that there's some manipulation that's going on there. And the
Yeah.
fact that they're incorporating it into their financial system as well through ETFs is another.
Yeah.
And these swaps that we're seeing that are occurring, we know that's also another avenue by which they're using the crypto market in order to create a product to be able to further manipulate the U.S. securities.
I'm
So,
not sure what are swaps.
well, I'm not specifically saying the swaps manipulate cryptocurrencies. I was just saying that they're intertwining some of the manipulation that's happening in the U.S. markets into the crypto markets so that they can create products to create liquidity in the marketplace.
Okay.
They're creating these.
But I guess that's for idiots who will, like, let's say, buy or hold an ETF of crypto instead of having the actual crypto, right?
Right. I hear you. I
So
totally
guess
get
it's
it.
crypto for people who have no idea what crypto is.
So okay. So I feel like where you're going with this. Let me see if I'm getting this straight. Where I feel like you're going with this is that the inherent intentions of cryptocurrencies of buying it through buying it off exchange and having your own token or not having your own unit in a wallet off cold wallet is really true ownership of a cryptocurrency. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And any other way around that, like if you're still holding your position through an exchange, then you're really probably just more of the problem than you are the solution. Would you
Not
agree to that?
necessarily, but you can get scammed, right? You can have you can have an exchange, and it's happened, for example, with FTX, that they say that they hold the position, meaning they hold the crypto for you that you have. Let's say you bought 10 Bitcoin, and tell you, I have your 10 Bitcoin. You can withdraw it at any time. It's here in my wallet. You're safe. But they don't actually have it, right? They took your money, but they have nothing for you, and they're not giving you anything in return.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the
And with
inherent problem
ETFs,
with an
they can do the
exchange.
same, right? Yeah, exactly. So with an exchange, with an ETF, it's the same. They might hold nothing and tell you, yeah, I'm holding Bitcoin
Right.
for you, right?
And
But
I would
they
agree. I would agree with you on that point in terms of we can agree that the inherent idea behind cryptocurrencies of buying it off exchange and also having it in your own possession is true ownership of what it is that the coin that you hold. But the difference here that I'm talking about and how it's being manipulated is through these exchanges, which you just identified yourself as a great point, FTX or Binance or any of these other ones that are potentially doing things that are probably fraudulent with the currency. So those fraudulent activities that are occurring, even though there is a portion of crypto that is the way that it's intended to be, the price of crypto is manipulated through these exchanges. And so if you can acknowledge the fact that the price is manipulated through the exchanges, then inherently, even though there is a good section of crypto, the whole is now tainted by this manipulation that's occurring in the marketplace. Yes?
Well, yes, I agree to that. There is manipulation, of course, but you cannot say that you can manipulate the price of Bitcoin the same you can manipulate the price of AMC, where we maybe have 30 times the float being sold into the market. You can say it's the same manipulation.
You don't think it's the same?
No, because you cannot sell more Bitcoin than it exists, right?
But you
So how
can.
can you...
On these exchanges, you absolutely can.
No, because
they don't hold it. Wait, hold on. Let's go back to our. Let's go back to FTX. You said they don't hold it, but they're. No. Hold on. Remember, you said that the exchanges were making trades of things that they didn't even hold, right? How is that possible?
Fraudulent ones.
Okay, you're acknowledging.
But they need to hold something, Casey. Okay, they need to hold something.
Right?
They can't.
Okay. Yes.
They have a wallet.
They have to hold something. Collateral.
They can sell the same Bitcoin. They can sell the same Bitcoin to multiple people. Right?
Yeah. So but I see where you're going with
But
this.
they
They
keep
can hold something in collateral to make an exchange, right? They can trade something as collateral, but that does impact price, right?
Yeah, but it's like, you know, when you're buying and selling Bitcoin, like it's still like they need to. Wait, I'm missing the word. Sorry. Food
No,
truck for this.
no, I hear
They
you.
need to be able to account
I feel
for
like
it,
I should have
right?
not put you at a
And
disadvantage and gone and taken
also,
a couple shots first.
the thing, the other thing is there is no dark pool, right, with
Right.
exchanges.
Okay.
There is no transactions moved into the dark pool to manipulate the price.
Okay.
So that's the thing, because I'm not saying there is no manipulation, but to say that it's the same, that's where I think it's going completely off the rails.
Yeah,
And
but I think
another thing which
I
I
don't have
might
to.
you're able.
I don't have to
Another
argue that
thing
with
that I'm
you.
not sure.
Yeah, that part
Another thing
I
that I'm
can
not
I can
sure you're
concede
able
that,
to
even though I feel
accept.
like I can argue against that. I will concede that part to you, just to move on and beyond to the idea that you agree that there is some kind of manipulation of price
I mean,
by these
of
exchanges.
course, saying that's what I
Okay.
can't agree that it's the same.
Good.
It's of course.
If we can come to that agreement, then we can acknowledge the fact that there's also the same thing happening in fiats. Like banks are manipulating price, and we know we already have a screwed up system in the financial sector of the markets, right? So we know that they're both problems, right? So how do we separate? Like how do we promote? What can we promote?
Can I try to present another concept to you? I don't know if you're going to be able to accept it, but
Okay.
because right now, right, we're looking at small adoption when it comes to crypto, when it comes to Bitcoin, right? So we're still looking at crypto as the price. You know, how much is Bitcoin where it costs? How much is it worth in dollars, right, or in Swiss francs, or in whatever? But with enough adoption, the time will come when you will just buy stuff in Bitcoin. It will not matter what the value will be in US dollars or in anything else, because you might just have prices in Bitcoin or in Ethereum or in something else, right?
Yeah.
So it will not matter what's on the stock market. What will matter is how much do you have in your wallet to spend, and that's it, right? Because right
But
now, when you go
for
to
that day to happen, for that day
let me finish this. Let me finish one more statement. Like, because today, when you go to the shop to buy something, or you want to buy a car or an apartment or anything, you're not going to go and look what's the cost against Swiss franc or against the gold or anything like that. You're looking how much dollars I have. Can I buy this? Yes, I can buy it. I'm going to go and buy it. That's what you're looking at. So the day might come when crypto will be the same. So it will not matter what the price versus dollar is. So the manipulation will stop to have an impact, because all that will matter is, did you get into crypto? Do you own any, right? And that might be it.
But for that to happen, one of those two, they can't both exist at the same time.
But
you can't have Bitcoin stay at a given value and still have the dollar. In order for the Bitcoin, if you're going to use Bitcoin for everyday currency to buy, not currency, to buy and sell on a daily basis for all things, the dollar will have to no longer exist. And otherwise, they're always going to convert it into dollars. We've had this discussion before. I'm not saying it can't happen, but everybody needs to be honest about it. You're talking about a one world currency. Each country would have to give up its own sovereign right to have its own money, whether it's a rupee, dinar, or a dollar, or whatever.
Yen.
Each country can't have its own money and then have Bitcoin. It has to be one or the other, and a conversion has to be made. And if
I think it actually. I think it can be both.
You already have El Salvador. You already have an example, and they're actually doing better than ever. So no, sorry, that's not the case. We discussed this. We discussed this exact scenario, the exact topic, and I already told you about El Salvador. They have both their their own low currency, and they have Bitcoin as well. And they're doing great. They keep buying Bitcoin, even though it's a small country. They're buying small amounts of crypto, but they keep adding to their.
I just view myself as a financial warrior. My job is to make as much money for my family.
Sorry, we've had this discussion at least 10 times. I'm not gonna waste my brain power because I'm drunk anyway. So I'm not gonna change your mind. I know that, so I'm not gonna get into this. I'll let you be.
All I was going to say is I just try to protect my family's wealth. I don't have any need to get rich quick, to get fast, to make my money explode. I just want to make sure that in future generations, what I have worked for, it hasn't disappeared. So that's what's always predominant in my mind. So I asked earlier, ask anybody, where would a smart guy park his money? Yeah, I guess that's the question we all wrestle with. Everybody has to decide for themselves. I guess to some extent, we're all placing a bet on the future.
Yeah. I guess.
Look, the thing is, if I can, like what I was writing to Casey also in a separate comment in that Twitter, is that the Bitcoin was kind of invented by the little guy as a storage of value against the big banks and the manipulation that they have, right? So I know you.
I think that's debatable, but okay. Yeah.
We're all part of the system that we're part of, and we have most of the money, and we're used to what we have, right? But a decentralized banking or decentralized currency is a cure to the banking system, even though it's hard.
I don't
to see,
disagree, but the problem. I think the problem though is that when you put, saying that it's the cure, but allowing the fraudulent banking system to continue to participate in that as well, it becomes the problem. The inherent problem that we're dealing with is that now you just had, instead of just having corruption and so that's the problem.
We were discussing recently that CBDCs would be held because they would control who can use it, and now you're just saying that, well, it's not good because you can't control banks out of it, right? So if we would make it so that someone can control who has access to it and who doesn't, that's already the same as CBDCs, and it's already a bad thing.
I have a question. If all the super rich, the Rothschilds, and I heard all these names, these giant families that own the world's wealth, if instead of gold or dollars, if they all just say, well, this is going to be the next thing, we're going to get in on that. So if they convert, half or a substantial portion of their holdings to it, isn't it, here's the new boss, same as the old boss? If they have all the money and cash now, and then they convert it into Bitcoin, don't they still have all the money and cash at the top?
Okay. What do they have to do in order to convert it?
Sell all of their, let's just say the guys in American dollars. And he says, but again, if it's Bill Gates, let's just say it's Bill Gates, or no, that's not Bill Gates. Let's just go with Elon Musk. He's the richest man in the world. He sells everything he owns, liquidates everything he's got, and he buys Bitcoin. Isn't it the same thing? He still has all the wealth. Whatever you choose to represent wealth, he's going to have most of it. He'll have most of it. So no. How? Show me how.
Okay, first of all, if he tries to buy Bitcoin, price will go up, right? Second of all, this is not the stock market where they can make liquidity or they can make a market out of thin air. Like, I would have to sell my Bitcoin, which is a fucking nothing. I have barely any, right? But I would have to sell mine for him to buy all of it. He needs to buy it. So for him to buy it, I don't know, guy.
Yeah, I'm not saying you would win. I'm not saying if the early mover, you would win. That's not what that's not my question.
When you're speaking, I'm letting you speak. Please let me finish a thought.
I apologize. Please continue. I apologize. Please continue. Please continue.
Currently, this week, actually, I've seen a news. The Bitcoin amount of Bitcoin on exchanges, it's the lowest it's ever been. It's the lowest it's ever been. So if some big player wants to come into the market and buy all the Bitcoin they can buy, there's not much out there to buy, right? So that means people like me will have to go and actively move Bitcoin from my cold wallet to my exchange and sell it to him. That means the price will go up as fuck, right? But if I choose not to, he will buy whatever he can buy, meaning he will have to buy at whatever price people are willing to sell, meaning price will go up, meaning the small amount of Bitcoin I do hold will go up in value exponentially, right? So they can try to buy it, but because most of it it's owned by, well, maybe not most of it, but a lot of it is owned by small people like me, we finally have something of value that they cannot steal, they cannot make out of thin air, they cannot take from us, without us giving it to them. Okay, sorry, that's it.
Okay, well, then my question, if you're done, my question is, if Elon Musk has all the money now and he changes it and gets into that, I see how early movers, people like you who have some, would make money. I don't dispute that. In fact, I would almost guarantee that's what will happen. But I'm just saying, if it's all said and done, maybe you and the rest of the Bitcoin community out there right now, you'll be made rich by Elon buying in. But that's just you few that have the early mover Bitcoin. When it's all said and done, the top 1% of the country who has US dollars right now will have the most of the Bitcoin. He will have made you rich in the process, but nothing else changed. He is still the richest man in the world. He just has his money in Bitcoin now. You got rich along the way, but everybody else is still in the same boat. That was my question, is if this isn't like the rich can't play this game. If the idea is that when this is done, that world fiat money will collapse and the Rothschilds won't be in charge anymore, or the Kennedys or the Bushes of the world have all their wealth is in dollar, that somehow or another after Bitcoin comes along, those guys won't call the shots. I just don't see how the social change comes with it, because if they're rich now, they'll be rich when Bitcoin takes over. It's just everybody's going to be spending Bitcoin. The only difference is the early movers on it will ride that money up. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah. Could you see in today's world how, well, not yet, but soon, how AMC and GME might be as Bitcoin, and the rich guys, that own a lot of money will have to buy it, and some of us are the early adopters, and only some of us will make money off of it?
Exactly. Yep,
Yeah, so
exactly.
so
100%.
can't you accept that there's going to be a big, shift of wealth in the world, and the
Well, I think there'll be a
guys
whole
will.
bunch of I think there'll be a whole bunch of people make money, but I don't think it'll be a shift of wealth. I think most of the people who are poor will still be poor. See, that's
Yeah,
what I was trying to get at. It's not a nice thing to say. It makes me sound like an evil shitbag, but you can have this giant wave tomorrow into Bitcoin. You think the poor people of the world are suddenly going to be rich and the rich are going to be poor? Absolutely not. There's no way that happens, because again, you can't stop them from riding the wave. If there's going to be this Bitcoin rules the world thing, it's still going to be the same people that have most of the Bitcoin. Now,
yeah,
maybe
but
you and if,
but the
okay,
Bitcoin
okay,
is backed on something. It's backed on computer, language and
sure, yeah,
calculations, right? So
right.
it's actually something that I don't know how much you could be making or how it works, because I never tried, but you could go and try to mine it yourself, right? You would probably
Yep, I
make small
understand that.
amounts, but you could go and try to. And in the early years, the small guy, anyone could go and mine it, or you could buy it at very cheap amounts, right? So there was an entry where the small guy could get in on it, right? Nobody stopped us. For me, well, poverty stopped me from going. I always, from the beginning, from the moment I heard about it, I thought this was going to be big, but I couldn't afford food at the time, so Bitcoin wasn't really top of the list for me. Um, but there was a window of opportunity for small guys to get in on it, right? And yes, not everybody is going to benefit from it, but that that doesn't make it a bad thing, right? And the thing is, as I said, once it gets adopted, you can just, buy your Bitcoin or be paid in Bitcoin, like have your value in Bitcoin. It's not meant to, to change the world overnight. But if you have a system that's not controlled by banks, but that's not controlled by, someone who can turn off your account and you lost access to everything you've ever owned, and the value of your shit doesn't go down every year because it's it's deflationary. Bitcoin, well, not deflationary by itself, but by the fact that people make incorrect transactions or lose their passwords to their wallets and whatever Bitcoin is lost forever. So that makes it deflationary. It's gonna
Is
just
it is it
increase in
is it
value.
possible? Is it possible that people are just trying to get rich off of Bitcoin? They're not using it as a store of wealth. They think it's going to be their path to wealth. See, I think that's what's at play here. Nobody's saying I'm a rich man and I'm going to save my money in Bitcoin because it's great. See, I think that's
They
the thing. I just
they
wish they'd be
create
honest
real
about the
estate.
sales pitch. Just be honest about the sales pitch and say, listen, this is a way you can get rich.
Can I gotta interject for just a second so I can let you guys know I gotta go to break, because that way I can at least get like 20 minutes of break time in. So I'll see you guys back at 2:10.
Right. hurry back.
Preacher,
Just a moment to respond
Okay,
to that.
go ahead.
I'm not giving any sales pitch to Bitcoin, right? I'm not the owner of Bitcoin. I make no profit, no money of anyone who gets into Bitcoin or whatever. But the thing is, it's God, I forgot my thought. Of course, Bitcoin is used for bad things, right? We know it's been used for bad things, but it can also be used for good things. But the thing is, it's not controlled by a handful of people who don't want you to have good things, right? It's not manipulated the same way the fiat system is. And as I said, it's deflationary. It's not inflationary. So whatever you hold will maintain or even increase its value, even if you're not looking at it from the prism of US dollars, from the fact that there's a finite amount of it, and with time it disappears because, as I said, maybe someone who had some dies and their wallet never gets access to ever again, that Bitcoin's off the market, right? So there's less and less. So it becomes more and more, valuable with time. So just from this prism, for me, it's worth it because I don't go and work a job for a paycheck that loses its value every month. Every month, a few percentage, inflation goes up. I can buy less and less with that money. So the system is rigged against me from the start, from day one of me having a job. The fiat system, that is. Sorry, yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
I wholly believed in the blockchain and cryptocurrencies and all of that, right up until the point where the DTCC allowed ETFs to be made to trade that, and that told me that now it can be manipulated any way they want to, and I immediately liquidated all of my crypto just
Do you
like
think
that.
anyone
Gone.
in the crypto community got asked, "Hey guys, do you accept?"
No, I
What
don't
is
think
an
anyone
ETF?
did.
What is an ETF?
It's an exchange traded fund based off of some supposed value
But on what exchange is it traded?
on the NYSE.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like you can look at it as a stock. It's not crypto. We already discussed this. I don't know if you're here. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
No, but
But
if you
it's like
can
you
just
get an IOU. It's not crypto. It's an IOU, and that's it. So you can't
so
look at
it's
it as an
a fiat,
ETF and say it's crypto.
so they can create as many uh, tokens of tokens.
No, they cannot create tokens. They can create an IOU of tokens.
Right. That's kind of what they're doing with GameStop and GME and all the others right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was discussing this with KC, that through crypto cannot be manipulated the same as stocks unless we're talking ETFs. Because with the ETFs, then yes, that's the thing. You're buying a promise. You're not buying a crypto.
Somebody made a comment in chat. It said a new name says Melina. It's interesting. She says, or he or she is, even if Bitcoin was the only currency, you'd still have to use it to buy food, shelter, etc. Guess who would get the Bitcoin? The rich. That's kind of what I was trying to get at, Melina. That even if you make all the Bitcoin in the world and give it to a person, once they begin to use that on things, they're going to have to pay for it. So that was kind of what I was getting at.
Yeah,
Hey,
but
man,
like you can.
that's
like.
I'm with Cassius. I'm sorry. As soon as they made an ETF out of it, I was like, well, it's done now. It's done. You can just.
I did learn something from Preacher, though. I think I never thought of it this way, but he is right. I think it would act as a deflationary thing because
I agree.
The one thing that I've said all along was the decentralization of this alt stuff, the decentralization of it, and the wall, the firewall that it puts between them and our greedy government to print more and more money is a really strong selling point. I get that. But I just think that, okay, so that'll do the end of money printing. So society will benefit from a deflationary environment or the status quo. But all things still being equal, the rich will still be mega rich and the poor are still going to be mega poor. There'll just be a few people in between there who rode that wave up.
I don't know if I can go with
Pirate,
that wholeheartedly.
Pirate. So if you work a job and you get a paycheck, your paycheck will not lose its value. How is that not the positive thing? How is that? How can that be the same as it is now?
No, that's what I said. It would be deflationary. Your money would go farther, but it goes farther for everybody. That works for everybody, not just a Bitcoin holder. But yeah, it's deflationary. But in the end, Bill Gates and Warren Buffett will still own all the farmland in Indiana.
See, I can't go along with that.
You know, okay.
But Pirate, this like nobody's saying that if Bitcoin is adopted, the world will instantly transform. This is not fucking Thanos.
No, I asked before. It's about return on investment. I'm here to make money. I'm not here for fart jokes, titties, all the other dumb shit. I look for an edge, a way to make money. That's what we're all here for. We became friends as a result of it. But my point is, I want to know where I can make money, and that's if the Bitcoin is for profit, then I want to learn all I can about it. But I want to know everything, the good and the bad.
You're not here for fart jokes. I've just lost all respect for you now. It's just crap. No, I agree with Preacher that I think blockchain and everything was the future, was being the key point. But as soon as they made an ETF out of it, and I know people don't like to talk about this, but you look what happened to MMTLP. They did the same exact thing to MMTLP. Well, it wasn't even MMTLP, it was MMAT. They just went to the DTCC and said, hey, we'd like to trade this. And the DTCC said, yeah, sure, go ahead, start trading it. Well, it wasn't supposed to be traded. It was a preferred share. It wasn't even on the market. They just said, go ahead, start trading it. But from where? Who fucking authorized this shit? And I don't have any of that stock, but I'm watching it closely because there's a lot of shit going on around it right now. And if you're not watching it, I don't know what you're doing. But this is probably what's going to happen to us. They're going to shut it down as soon as it runs. And then they're going to say, yeah, you can't trade it anymore.
Oh, man. You basically, what you basically said there, Fool, is, well, you were thinking of buying an iPhone, but you saw that someone was selling in the market fake Chinese iPhones, right? And then you were like,
Right.
I'm not going to buy an iPhone anymore because somebody's selling off fakes. That's basically what you said. Yeah.
Well, kind of, but it's legal. So you can sell me a fake iPhone legally, and Apple will just sit there and go, "Oh, okay. Does that sound about right?"
Yeah, but it's not an Apple phone, right? You don't have access to the Apple Store. You don't have, the camera that an iPhone has.
But it's sanctioned by
you can use an Apple case on it and say, "Hey, look at this. It looks like an Apple phone. You guys like my look-alike?"
Right. It's still a turd wrapped in glitter.
The thing is, if you go and tell anyone I bought a Bitcoin ETF, anyone with 2 brain cells is gonna laugh in your face. It's gonna tell you you're an idiot. You're like the biggest, dumbest idiot, and just threw your money away, right? But yeah, I mean, if you want to take
I'm
that
not
choice,
sure if they would say that. I would think they would say, yeah, because it's now you can trade it without having a blockchain. And that wasn't the point of Bitcoin. The Bitcoin was supposed to be a blockchain, so there was only a finite amount.
He's all for it. He's a big dollar hater.
Am I wrong, or?
Pirate your hot mic.
They're in the back of a Chinese restaurant right now. They're
Put it this way, when it was
thinking
$1 to $100 a share, wherever they call
Hey.
it, that's okay. Yeah, I'll risk that. I'm not willing to risk
It's like $45,000 for one coin. Yeah,
in a big
knowing that all those people are sitting out on all those things. I'll tell you what it reminds me of. It reminds me of an old-fashioned Ponzi.
Right,
Pirate,
Pirate.
can you hear us?
I don't think it's. I don't
Oh, yeah, I'm
necessarily
gonna move
know if
him.
it's a
He can't hear. All right. Well, that's I mean, to be quite honest with you, preacher, I'm all aboard blockchain. I think blockchain needs to be used for voting as well as financial instruments. It is the future, and I know it's going to get hacked with quantum computing. I know that, but until then, it's the best. It's the best thing we can use right now because you can't have a float that's, like I'm sure you've seen the news that there's 15 billion AMC shares and 5 billion GME shares, these glitches and all that kind of stuff. You can't have that without it being right in your face immediately, right in your face. Hey, it's exceeded us. We don't have that many shares. Oh, well, how do we make a market? I'll tell you how you make a market. Someone buys the fucking shares from me because I have shares. You want my shares? Buy them. How do I get shares from Foodog? Well, I have to transfer my blockchain to you. I have to transfer that ownership of blockchain. Am I getting this wrong somehow? Preacher?
What? No, but like that's the
That
thing.
that's right. Yeah, that's how it should be.
Yeah.
And just like voting in an election, here's the votes. Well, why do we have X amount? Well, these don't have a blockchain attached to them. Then they're thrown out immediately. You're done. You don't have a blockchain.
But why?
Now,
why would
Why?
you do that?
To ensure right, like Badonki says, a ledger that says this is all we have and who's on that ledger. And have you, preacher, you've probably printed out blockchain before on your printer, right? You bought a Bitcoin and then you printed out the blockchain.
No,
People
why
don't
would I?
know how long that blockchain is. It's a full page
the
of
string, yeah.
random, random integers or letters or numbers or whatever, in a specific sequence that only coincides to you, and that's why blockchain is so important. Bedpost, big sloppy.
I had to sneak off and refill my ice water.
Yeah, we
moved
heard
because
your
I
entire
heard
conversation,
you
Pirate.
talking about the Polish guy who
Yeah,
hates
we're like
dogs.
that Polish guy over there.
I said, "That's Preacher. That's me and Preacher going at it." She knows Preacher. She recognizes. She can't hear. I got my cans on, so I had to. All she hears is me screaming, hollering, and motherfuck this, motherfuck that. So when I was going to get my ice water, I filled her in on who was the other side of the conversation.
Well, just as a quick summary, I am all on board for blockchain, but I have to take KC's side on this at this point because they fucked over the blockchain with the ETF. Man,
Oh no, the
But
thing
yeah,
is, the whole discussion started from Casey posting that basically crypto is not responsible, but crypto, like how can you back crypto, and crypto was used to tokenize or whatever. But that's why I wanted to make the argument that the fiat is also used, the legal system, the government. There's so many, not bad, but there's so many systems that had to go wrong for this to be possible, right? Like
Right.
laws that allow the hedges to do this, that they can do it without risk of going to jail or losing their shit, right? Because they just get a slap of the wrist. So there's a lot more, like much bigger things that went wrong for this to be possible than crypto.
Yeah, and if Casey's listening, I think this is probably something you two need to hash out personally, until you can really get your cans on it, like Big Sloppy said, get your hands on it and say, this is what we're talking about. And it's probably not something that needs to be figured out right now because I can see both sides of the of the argument. I just can't see. At this point, I'll have to take KC's side because of the exchange traded funds. Exchange traded funds are fucking everyone right now, and that's where they get their notional value. That's why they're so huge, or they think they're so huge. They're not huge. If only Yucca was here. But yeah, it's not that they're not that big. They don't have that much money. Everything is just notional. It's kind of I think it's worth this much right now. That's bullshit. And we all know it. And I'm not talking about just crypto. I'm talking about all their investments. They're saying we're worth this much money. You're not worth that much money. They're bullshitting all of us right now. All the big banks, everyone is just bullshitting us.
By the way, Pirate, I don't know, just drunk thought. But if someone would come to you tomorrow, I don't know, let's say you have a building or I'm gonna give you 10, 20 Bitcoin, whatever, really, above market value. If you're gonna look at US dollar versus Bitcoin, you're not gonna sell it to them?
Oh, I would immediately sell it because I'm smart enough to know I could convert it like within the hour. The ink on the check wouldn't even be dry yet, and I would convert it back to dollars.
Yeah.
What do you fucking have, a fountain pen or something, Pirate? That's how you write your checks? That was just a joke. I'm trying to relieve tension.
Yeah.
Hello.
No, it's all good, man. I love a spirited debate. I don't take it personal, man.
I know. I know you don't, but that gets people riled up. And
every single thing in financial markets is shit, and that's exactly how we're able to be here and doing.
I'll give you a piece of advice, though. I'll give you a piece of advice. I'm a gummy deep, so I'm right there with Preacher. I'm not
let me
minorly
get my
impaired.
notebook.
I'm just going to say, it's rigged now under fiat. It'll still be rigged under Bitcoin. They just won't be. That's just one less lever they'll have to pull. They won't be able to manipulate the currency anymore. But that's it. So other than that, that system will still be rigged. So what I would encourage you to be is go in pirate-like fashion. Whatever the system it is, figure out a way to beat it. You can thunder away about changing the system or how it's all going to be better someday. But at any given time, spend most of your time figuring out how you can outswim all the rest of the minnows around you right now. And that's probably the most important thing. It doesn't matter if we go to an old Bitcoin world tomorrow. Maybe it makes Preacher worth more money than God and Bezos put together. Maybe, I don't know. But the rest of us will all be in Bitcoin because that's what Bitcoin is ruling the world now. But we'll all still be exactly where we are right now. The rich will still be rich and the poor will still be poor. So you got to figure out how you can beat that system, you know?
Yeah, I think that's what Bitcoin was designed to do.
See, and I think that's a mistake. I don't think that maybe Bitcoin will help level the playing fields in terms of getting rid of bankers' influence in the world. But I would argue it's like a drop in the bucket. That's not the limit of what super wealthy in the world, their power isn't limited to just control of banks. They control and own all the resources. So you can choose whatever method you want to pay for your rent. Whether you bring me gold chips, platinum, Bitcoin, or dollars, you still got to bring it to me to sleep in the house. That's what I'm trying to drive home to you.
Yeah, Pirate. And as I said, this will not fix every problem, but the thing is, at least with something like that, you don't lose whatever you own doesn't lose value as you sleep, overnight. Because every time you go to sleep, the money that I hold loses value, right? No, I don't think there's any currency like fiat currency in the world right now that's deflationary, that's gaining value as you go to sleep. So yeah, no, I'm not gonna, everybody.
The same people who game the system with dollars will game the system with Bitcoin.
They already are.
Maybe you might be right. You guys might be right on that. There may be a time where people say this is it. Bitcoin will be the world's one world order. We're all going to fall under one global world. We're going to have one currency. It's going to be Bitcoin. At that very moment, all those powerful people are going to unleash the power of their purse. and they'll scoop up the lion's share of it. There'll be some millionaires made along the way, maybe even billionaires. I don't know. But I'm just still saying the very same people who own 90% of whatever, they're still going to own 90% when it's all over with. Not discounting Preacher and whoever else has some Bitcoins. Rising tide raises all ships. But I'm just saying in the final analysis, we'll all just trade in Bitcoin. It will not be able to be devalued because it's blockchain and there's a finite amount. So our currency will be stable and the price of goods may go down over time, but everything else will remain the same. Everything that's currently divided up between the haves and the have-nots will still be divided up in exactly the same way.
Okay, Pirate. What about if,
No?
let's say, your government starts using crypto, and then people can actually go and see what they're using the value, the money, call it money, crypto, what it's being used on. Do you think that will have an impact?
They won't.
Oh yeah,
How the money
that's why I
spent?
said it'll make people rich. The early movers will be made rich on it. I believe that. If it happens,
Pirate,
then, yeah,
that's not what I meant.
it'll
Like,
drive the
if you
price
could-
up.
If you could
The
see
volume will
what,
drive the price up.
no, if you could see what your government is using their budget on.
Based on the blockchain.
Yeah.
To transfer. Yeah, that would be an added benefit. Yes, I would agree 100%. I'm all about transparency. That would be a great benefit. Yeah.
Because then,
Let's see, I-
like, if your government, because right now, I don't have it, I don't know it, but someone's keeping track, and I see it in news on whenever the U.S. government is sending money to Bitcoin to an exchange, people know because they know the wallet of the U.S. And they keep track. So the same way you can keep track, and like whenever that wallet sends out money, you can be like, hey, where is this money going? What wallet is that? And you can go and ask.
Yeah, it'll add a lot of transparencies, and there may be some privacy issues with it as well. But yeah, I can see that there'd be I can see that it'd be beneficial for you to be able to see what your country's doing with all the money at all times. But let me ask you this: what happens? Somebody like Bezos. Let's just take Bezos and one other rich person, Elon Musk. All their money is in dollars right now. If the shift goes to where the world is basically Bitcoin, where that now that's the petrodollar is Bitcoin, what happens to all of Bezos's dollars and all of Elon Musk? Won't they just convert to Bitcoin? Won't those guys? They'll be forced to, right? If that's all that's left is Bitcoin, so won't they still have most of the money? Is what I'm saying. Unless you think you think those guys would wait until Bitcoin is at 500 grand a coin before they start buying.
I don't know in what way to say it, that this is not a one trick pony. This will not change the world. This will not take from the rich and give to the poor. This
Well,
is
I
not
like you. I've
communism.
liked you since I've liked you for a long time, and I still do. I hope you do well in it. I really do. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I hope you get paid like a bitch.
I think that's a good question.
Like, I have a small amount, and I'm not in it to make money. I'm in it so that if one day Bitcoin becomes, something very important, I have a small piece of it. I can at least survive for a bit with what I have, hopefully, until I can make more or whatever, right? It's kind of like a fail-safe. Like, well, not a fail-safe, just in case of fire, break glass. That's it.
Right.
I'm not expecting it to change my life. I'm not expecting it to make me a millionaire. It's just, kind of future-proofing myself.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, Preacher, because I don't understand the supposed strength of crypto is decentralization, but I find that to be an absolute Achilles heel of crypto.
Why?
Because there's no central governing factor on it. It's only blockchain.
You mean like a bank who can do fractional reserve? Right?
It's actually there. Actually, is there's a certain amount of the holders, like I forget what it is, but Preacher would probably know better than I would. But there's a certain portion of the people who hold Bitcoin who are the larger holders that get to determine what happens. It's like 51%. If like 51% of the holders of Bitcoin decide to change something in a certain way, they have that ability to change how things.
These people then said it's okay to have a Bitcoin ETF?
That's not on that's not their choice.
No.
Whoa, see, and there it is, right there, the Achilles heel.
Yeah,
it's not their choice. They should have come out and sued the living excuse me, sued the living crap out of all of the U.S. government, the SEC, the DTCC, all of those people. How are you doing? How are you coming up with an ETF? We didn't do this.
That's like you're saying a car company should come out and sue everyone because they allowed a car to become a taxi, right, or an Uber, right? Like I'm all against ETFs, but if they bought it legit, I mean, I don't think anyone can tell them how to use it, right? If they want to give out IOUs to other people based on that, in theory, as long as they do what they say they do, meaning they hold all the Bitcoin they should hold for those ETFs that they're giving out. In theory, it's all legit, right? Now, the concern is that it might not be all legit, whatever. But sue them for what?
I appreciate that. Yeah, it's and that's my thing is why don't you just say no? You can't sell that. That's not part of it.
Go and buy a car. Would you buy, like, I don't know, as I said, would you buy a car if they would tell you this is not allowed to be used as a taxi, or you're not allowed to drive anyone but yourself in this car, right? You can't do that.
Yes, you can. Yeah, you most certainly can. They disallow all kinds of vehicles all the time.
So you want to go and buy yourself a Ford, and they say you're not allowed to drive
No,
other
sir.
people?
No, sir. I do not want to buy the blue oval. I am done with them. And I'm also done with Chevy, by the way. I'm just saying there are vehicles you cannot drive on the road. They say, no, absolutely not.
Well, those that are just, but no, those are just
Why?
road
Why
legal.
can't you drive them on the road?
Because they're not road legal.
Yeah, exactly. And they're fucking powerful, or they don't have turn signals. But you can stick your hand out the window if you want to turn this way or that way. No, still can't. Now why?
Well, it was interesting that well, never mind. I'm not gonna, it is numbers time. Numbers.
How
dare you just say that it was interesting and then not finish?
Yeah, it's because it was a stupid thought, and I was like, "No, shut up, Casey. You're gonna sound stupid."
I elicit a lot of stupid thoughts out of people.
You know what? I can
No, you sound
censor
really
myself.
good.
Thank you very much. If I don't want to sound stupid, I don't have to.
Yeah, but you started. It's like you turned Melissa on and you walked away. That's not fun.
You know what? Damn it! It's numbers time. I can't. I refuse.
For all of your insight.
I refuse to make fun of myself.
I'm gonna interrupt you for more than 5 seconds if you're not gonna do it. So you're gonna waste time anyway. It's not like you're gonna.
I don't even remember what I was gonna say anymore. That's how stupid it was.
Numbers. You got it. What did your
Look at that. There's these cool numbers on the page.
trap went flying out.
Nobody cares about numbers. You see anyone in chat asking about numbers? Nobody wants numbers.
Nobody wants numbers.
numbers.
Well, it's been a great day, guys.
You want to go to the home out on the range. Got a lot of nice girls out there.
Thanks, preacher. By the way, thanks for talking to us
We're
about all
rambling like an idiot. Yeah.
No, that sounded really good. I couldn't even tell.
CC Top never hurt anybody.
Good afternoon. Gentlemen.
Hello.
Casey, there's Brandon. You said you put us on Brandon Watch.
No. Trevor Watch. We're on Trevor Watch.
Oh,
where is Trevor?
Yeah. Well, Braden is on watch for the JJ, but we have to have him in here at the same time. So that's
all right.
Yeah.
That's why I couldn't cut it as an air traffic controller. Squirrel.
Yeah. Me either. All right, let's do these numbers. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time. Oh, remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. We got 58.38% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.55 for a grand total 65.93% when I'd expect to see about 66%. So about 0.07% less than what I would expect to see going through those exchanges. Almost exactly right on. CHX volume for the day on AMC, 736 shares. Nothing unusual about that. GME CHX volumes coming in at 12,511. It's a little elevated, but not super high. Borrow fees on AMC have not changed for several hours. Fees are at 1.8%. I said borrow fees. Available shares of borrow has not changed for quite a few hours. Fees have changed a little bit. They're at 1.8% now. Rebates at 3.53%. According to Ortex, an hour ago, there was approximately 636,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. That number has not changed. It's going to leave the estimated short share interest of the free flow and the cost of borrow numbers all the same. Shares on loan for the day, 59.92 million shares on loan. That's 8.71 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 1.29 million of that is in closed short interest. Taking a look at GME, 292,000 shares returned as of an hour ago. Now it's 289,000 shares. Slight borrowing towards the end of the day. Highest amount of call options for AMC has been at a $5 strike. Very, very low option contract volume today. At that $5 strike, there's only been 7.2 thousand contracts for the day today. I mean, very normally we're over 10,000 at least at the end of a day, so this is a low number. Highest amount of put volume is at a $4.50 strike. There was 758 contracts an hour ago, and at the very end of the day, we're getting some volume here, 1.9 thousand contracts. And volume at 4.5, which means to me that maybe either somebody suspects price is going to have a chance at making it back down to 4.5 before the end of the week, or they're closing out 4.5 puts, one or the other. But as it stands right now, the market is still suggesting a closing price between 4.5 and 5. Taking you guys over to the other page. Actually, let's look at GME real quick. We'll see how it finished out today. Highest amount of call volume this morning was at a $25 strike for the calls. That is still the case, and the highest amount of volume on put side is at $22.50. So the market's targeting like a 23.50-ish, 23.50, 23.75 range for a close, and it's actually at 22.38. So it's a little bit on the low side for where the market's suggesting in options. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for, and we have super low volume today, so probably not going to be on here. Yep, not there. MMRI earlier was 238.04. It is now down to 236.82. Risk off. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. .003, which is exactly what it was an hour ago. No major changes going on right now in here. We are seeing a little bit more of a dip on the Nikkei, probably the SPX as well. NASDAQ is down 0.51, Dow Jones is down 0.16, SP 500 is down 0.41. We have 3,540 decliners to 2,671 advancers. The market's down by more than 100 advancers in the last hour, so more declining than advancing. Closing out the day weak. Only two sectors are down, utilities and consumer staples. The worst two sectors performances for the day today are energy and technology. Of the Mag 7, 2 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since closing yesterday will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 4.18. Zion Stank Core is down 2.44. And that's it. Gold is currently up 0.05. Looks like it's consolidating right now. Silver is up 0.32, also consolidating after downtrends for both of those. Ethereum Classic is up 2.16, consolidating after a downtrend. US dollar is down 0.48, trending down. Oil is down 4.76 and trending down. I have no idea how oil is able to be trending down like this as much as it is. WTI is about ready to break down into WTI offshore is about to break down underneath $2 here. It's kind of crazy. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.16 to 0.23 and are trending up at the end of the day here pretty significantly. SPY is down 0.36 and starting to looks like it's starting to break into an uptrend as well after being in a downtrend. VIX is currently up 5.98 at 21.96 right now, with the futures suggesting it should be somewhere around 20.1, almost 2 full points higher than the futures. The VIX is definitely leading up the futures again. Finishing out the day yesterday, it closed at 2072, so it's definitely looking like it's gonna close higher than it did yesterday. IWM is down 0.3 and is consolidating after a trend down. VB is down 0.4 and consolidating after a downtrend. Tesla is up 3.59 and trending, looking like it's wanting to move into an uptrend, break into an uptrend after being in a downtrend. Amazon is down 1.84, breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. Cinemark is up 1.58, trending up. It's really interesting. I'm seeing a lot of stocks breaking into uptrends, but I'm not seeing the VIX showing a drop yet. Doge is up 2.4%, consolidating after a downtrend. Bitcoin is up 2.11, consolidating after a downtrend. GME is down 3.37, trending down. HYMC is up 2.01, consolidating. NCMI is up 0.67 and is consolidating. HOOD is down 1.08, consolidating, and AMC is up 0.67 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have approximately $500,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.98 million shares traded so far. After 353 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 4.39 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I reduced my volume prediction from 5 to 25 normally to 1 to 20 million just because I didn't think there was a chance we might not break 5 million shares traded in the day. In the aftermarket hours, we might beat 5, but barely. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.6, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.38, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. What appears to be a divergence getting ready to form here on the Vortex indicator within perhaps maybe the next 30 minutes of trading. RSI is at 41.15, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.19. Which is almost signaling oversold after having signaled oversold. It's on the very bottom end there. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp.
Is it Mexican word of the day time or what?
Why not? I mean, Danny's not here, I don't think.
Pussy hasn't been around for a while.
Well,
there's
he's got
actually
school.
2 of them.
Which Danny's or the P word?
I don't know where that went. I think I got lost.
You said
no, there's 2
them.
Mexican words.
Oh,
Mexican words of the day.
Okay.
The first one is Juarez, the city of Juarez. You know that?
What is?
Juarez.
Yeah. Juarez. Okay, Juarez.
Yeah. You want me to use it in a sentence?
Oh, of course, absolutely, always.
Sing it in a fucking song.
Preacher slapped me across the face, and I said, "What is your freaking problem?"
Okay, all right, that's not bad. It's all right. I give that one like a 6.5, maybe.
Stop laughing, Casey. Stop laughing.
I have a feeling the second one's going to beat it out here. We're gonna. The second one's going to be a real stitch.
It'll probably beat something.
Yeah.
The second word is.
Wait. Before you go any
ahead.
further, I mean, if this doesn't get us to laugh, you can go show us your dwarf fan blades.
My ceiling fan.
Yeah, that'll get everybody to laugh because that for sure is a winner. I guarantee it.
All right. Remember the cat they used to call khaki pants chinos.
Chinos. Okay, I did not know that, but we'll run with it. Chinos.
So the Mexican word of the day is chino. This is the second one. And you're getting a bonus one. You want me to use it in a sentence?
Yeah, let's hear this in a sentence.
You're not gonna like this one. So I stuck my finger in my girlfriend's butt. Chino like it.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. That's a good one. I like that. I did like the second one better, but
well,
yeah, that's good. Good stuff.
And you want to see my miniature fan?
Yeah. Well, not just me, but I think everybody. Because I mean, it's one thing for me to say it, but then for everybody to see it, like that's where I think the real comedy gold is.
I don't know why. Why is this thing such a anomaly? All right, well, should I
wait, no. Leave it on. You have to turn around. Show us the other one real quick, just so we can see what a normal one looks like. No, don't. You're showing us the wrong one.
Sorry.
Okay, show us. Okay, normal fan blades. Okay, yep, those look normal.
Fan blades.
Yep, normal fan blades.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Cruising along here, we go into the office. Oh, I turned on the light.
Otherwise known as the dollhouse.
Barbies,
yeah.
House. And
in the room. Look at the little tiny blades on that thing.
Oops! Ow! See? Look how small
those are like 6-inch blades. Like
I could just touch them.
Yeah, but give us the view that you had. Give us the view that we had last night, where we were looking like directly up at it. Like, hang on. Why it looks so much? It looks bigger today. It doesn't look as small as I was saying. Yeah, it does look.
So
did you change it?
Looks bigger today?
I feel like you changed out your fan. You changed it, didn't you? That is not as small as it was the other night. When we were looking at it the other night, it was much smaller.
That's what she said.
You changed it, didn't you?
No.
Well, all right. I just want Pirate to note right there, he is missing a light bulb.
What? No, I'm not. Where am I? Am I missing a light bulb?
You're missing a light bulb.
I'm missing. That fucking Pirate.
Well, test it first. Wait a minute. Turn it back on. All you got to do is, it's a good time to do a continuity test. Lick your finger and stick it in that hole and see if the power was working.
All right, hang on a second. Oh, God damn it, Pirate.
You're not going to do I was like, okay, I'm ready to film this.
YouTube gold, man. I thought we had some YouTube gold.
Look, he's not going to do it.
Yeah.
Well, Chino like it.
See, it's a touch hole. Look at this. It has come full circle.
Look.
Yeah, exactly. Who has a touch hole?
It is absolutely a touch hole.
I got a touch hole. What? Well, I didn't understand what Coach Ruler was saying. He was talking about his touch hole earlier, and I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, we learned a new word for the day, cloing. I think I'm saying it right, cloing. And I'd never heard that word before. It was a new word for me. And so we went and looked it up. And cloy is the, cloy is not the, I don't know what you call it when you add ing in the end of it. I'm really bad at grammar. But cloing was the word. And what we found out was when we looked it up on Merriam-Webster's dictionary, was actually it's in reference to a word that, or some other words that had really nothing to do with it whatsoever, where we learned that touch hole was a part of a gun back in the day that it was in reference to this cloing. Yeah.
What, is censored content in prison now or something?
No.
Look, he's showing us his butthole. Is that your touch hole? It looks gigantic.
That looks like a touch hole.
Weren't you here for censored content song earlier?
Wait, put it up there, censored content. I got to put it up I got to put it up there. Oh, that is not
censored content. Is like an institution.
Eating pussy and fighting.
That was not censored content.
They got a new hit song out called "Eating Pussy and Fighting."
That was nonsense. Come on, man. Casey. What's the matter with you?
You think I'm lying, Yucca? I didn't make. I'm not making it up,
Wheeler
Yucca.
Walker
I'm telling
Jr.
you,
does a
it's
good
your
song
content
with those
boy.
lyrics. You ever heard of Wheeler
yeah.
Walker Jr.?
It was Yucca. I thought it was.
Oh,
I thought you took such
I'm
a
sorry.
prominent
I'm
place.
sorry.
What
It's
about
eating pussy and kicking ass. I had it
Yeah,
wrong.
I heard that song.
It wasn't.
There you go. There you go.
Look, that's Yucca's butthole. Thank
Oh,
you
wait,
for
wait.
that.
Is he showing it? Is he showing it again? Why does he keep showing it when I'm trying to? There it is.
Look at that. He's even got it tattooed with the word elbow.
Is that your part of your sleeve, Yucca? What is that? Looks like your sleeve.
Yucca, have you been institutionalized or something? You look like you live in a.
Oh, damn it.
Brian wants me to stick my tongue on a 9-volt battery. That's disgusting. What's wrong with you?
All right, I'm about ready to end this poll.
Happy hump day.
I'm ending this poll. Y'all getting
Wait,
y'all
let
getting
me see.
no y'all getting 1080p tomorrow, and that's exactly what you had yesterday, and y'all complained, so you're gonna get it again.
I chose the right one.
It's 864 right now, and y'all gonna get 1080 again. You're gonna go back to
Yeah,
what it was, and
that's what
everybody's
I
gonna be like,
chose.
"I can't read it though." I can feel it coming.
Yeah.
864 is what we're at right now. 1080 is what we had yesterday. You guys you're gonna hate it. I'm ending this poll because I want to put a new one in
Yucca, I
here.
told these guys earlier, Yucca, you had a tattoo on your bunghole of a reticle. Like if you look through a rifle scope, you see the little crosshairs. I told them you got that so your asshole looks like a target, like a bullseye. They all want to see it.
Whoa.
Oh, Rose says it looks bigger today. What happened?
Yep, that's what I'm
vote
saying.
for the
Everybody should have voted 864, but they wanted to. Nope, that's not what they wanted. They want to see the 1080, which is what we had yesterday. So we're
I
gonna
think
go
they're
back.
going with the highest number, thinking the
I
highest
know.
number is better.
I know. That's why I changed the vote, saying consider that
So-
today I'm running 864p and
Not
yesterday
reading
at
that,
1080.
Casey.
What do you want from now
You're not
on? And
reading.
everybody still voted 1080.
No, that's like you're telling them, okay, cash out at 864.
No, I did
They're
not
going to
say.
cash out at 1080.
No, that's
Casey,
not what.
they just
Don't sell your shares at 864. Sell them at 1080.
they just want a bigger P.
Well,
Right? That's what they think.
we're gonna go back
But
to 1080 tomorrow.
reality is,
Everybody's gonna be
Don't
all
go
pissed
back-
off.
I'm going to be pissed.
Yeah, they're gonna be. Yeah, everybody's gonna be pissed off. Can't see anything. It's all blurry. You know, and just like you did. You came in yesterday all hot and bothered. First thing out of your mouth now. Good morning, Casey. Good to see you. Glad to see you got your computer working again. How come the vision sucks?
By the way, let the record reflect that Yucca just showed up again without his walk-on song. I told you guys 2 hours ago he'd fuck it up. Remember? Look through the Wayback Machine. Go back and rewind the tape where Pirate said, he said, "I'm going to do better. Next time I'll do my walk-on song." Too late now. It's too late now, Yucca. You can't be here for 10 minutes talking, then play the walk-on song. For the love of God, man.
Yeah, don't forget to change those names.
That needs to be my horn.
What are you gonna call that one, Yucca?
Damn it, man. Let me do it now before I forget again.
What are you gonna call it?
Come on down.
That's right. That's right. And what are you gonna call the other one?
The other one is horn.
No, welcome.
Oh, that's La Cucaracha.
La Cucaracha.
This guy.
What's happening?
He calls the Price is Right music song "Welcome," and then he puts horn for his
Who
entrance.
even does that? Who even does that?
I don't know. Does he say? I'm trying to think about the announcer when he usually says it. And this lucky participant, Joe Rodriguez, come on down. Like, isn't that how he pretty much does it? I don't ever see him
Yeah,
go,
that was Bob
Joe
Barker.
Rodriguez,
Yeah.
You're the next
welcome.
contestant on Price is Right.
What kind of fucking Eastern European bloc did you grow up in, pirate, if you don't know what "come on down" means?
You never said welcome. Welcome.
There.
Pirate's a Chinese spy or something. Fuck.
I updated it.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
You updated it? All right.
I feel like I need to. Have you ever done a test to see if somebody's actually from the United States?
How do you test that?
Oh, you ask them things that only people from the United States would know.
Oh,
We used to do that. We used to do it all the time with the shills. Don't you remember when I first joined your pirate ship? I used to fuck with all those shills. We'd dive into them deep. We'd ask them, like, name the nickname of New York City. We would ask questions like that, and that was one of our earliest comedy bits. We would fuck with those shills endlessly with those kind of questions.
I feel like we need to
That was
put
way
Yucca
back.
through one of those tests because I'm thinking he might fail.
All right, I put it. I updated it. Let me know if that works.
Yucca, can you turn your camera on, showing you for just a second?
Oh, yeah, let's see.
Hold on.
Handsome
I'm
guy.
gonna do an interview here.
All right.
Question number 1, Yucca.
Oh, sorry.
Question number 1.
Go ahead, yeah.
Show me with your hand. Show me with a hand a Vulcan sign for live long and prosper. That would be incorrect, Fu. That is not correct, Fu.
I'm sorry.
You lose.
I'm a Russian
Fu is a
spy.
Russian spy. Yucca, please show me with one hand a Vulcan live long and prosper sign. That is not it. Holy moly. It is close. It's close. You're very close. Your thumb was in. There you go. There you go.
Oh.
You got it better with the thumb.
Is it
there.
3 in the stink?
There you
and
go.
1 in
There
the pink,
you go.
or-
Okay. Let's see. What's next?
Oh shoot.
Let's see.
Oh, that's the Boy Scouts. Oh.
Yucca.
This way, yeah.
Show me a Boy Scout salute with your hand.
Oh yeah, it's wait a minute. Oh, that one. That's that one.
You don't know Boys?
Oops,
Yucca.
yeah.
Why did I just see a?
Yeah, I'm giving you the answers.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question. What is that? What is that ahead of right there? What is that?
Didn't I do that? I did
Yeah.
did that already. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Boy Scout.
Okay, what robot does that belong to? What movie? What movie? What movie?
Terminator.
Oh, he did
Terminator.
the song
Okay.
even.
Yucca, in one measure, sing to me the theme song for the A-Team.
Oh man, I don't remember that.
The A-Team?
Yeah, I don't remember that.
How old are you?
They were too gay for me.
I didn't watch it, Casey.
How old are you? You didn't watch it? Okay.
I'm older than you.
Did you watch Wonder Woman?
I watched.
You know he did.
Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Small Wonder. I watched.
Wonder Woman.
Oh, see, Fu knows the song.
Oh,
Look at
Wonder?
him. He even had the vibrato in there.
Oh yeah.
Okay. How many times have you been to Disneyland, Yucca?
Oh.
Maybe about 4 or 5.
In the most current
definitely
submarine
Chinese.
ride, what does it feature?
I only went there once. on that
Once?
submarine ride.
Okay.
One. I was long. I was like 5 years old.
Oh, well, you don't remember anything then. These sound like excuses to me.
No, I think it was Nemo. I want to say Nemo.
There you go. No, that's good. Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
Yeah, I want to say Nemo.
But
look, I'm the
here's the interesting thing.
that
You
might have
said
been with
you
my
said
daughter.
Nemo. You said Nemo, and you've only been there since you were 5, and it wasn't Nemo when you were 5. So
Yeah, I know.
I'm-
So that means
I
that
s-
I went. I took my daughter on it, and because I wanted her to experience that.
So you have
'Cause
been
I remember
since
it.
you were 5.
Yeah, maybe. So I've been. I was. They took me when I was 5. Kind of vaguely remember going to like the water, And then later, when I had my daughter, I said, "Oh, I remember this submarine. I want to go check it out again." And I think Nemo was going on at that time.
Yeah.
You're a fucking time traveler, Yucca. Stop
right.
it. Tell us what happens with it.
I am a time traveler from the past. I can tell you what happened yesterday.
Yucca. Without using a computer. I don't want to hear any clicking and I don't want to hear any typing. Without turning off your sound, I want you to tell me, where did the hamburger joint In-N-Out first start?
Here in California.
Okay. What city? The greater city will be accepted. It doesn't have to be
San Jose.
It doesn't have to be the exact.
I'm gonna say here, Baldwin City, Baldwin Park.
Los Angeles would have been
Hollywood?
accepted. I would have
Los
accepted
Angeles.
Los Angeles.
Orange County, is that Orange County? Baldwin Park's not Orange County.
I don't know because I'm not actually 100% certain what part of.
I think I remember it was Baldwin Park, Casey.
All right.
Los
Well,
Angeles,
Yucca, you managed to pass, so I don't know what the hell's going on with you. There's something wrong. I don't know how you managed to.
What?
I don't know how you managed to fail.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
Because with your come on down and shit.
I updated it. It says come on fool.
Pirate didn't even know what come on down meant. He was like, down to the basement or something?
No, I knew what it meant. You misunderstood me. I don't know how you got that out. I watched every episode of Price is Right that's probably ever made.
My God. Bob Barker nailing all those hot chicks.
Yeah.
Yucca, and all your time.
If you stayed home from school, that's all there was to watch.
In all your time that you've lived there, have you ever gone to a Price is Right showing?
No. Is that still around?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Wasn't it that guy that
Drew Carey?
I think that's
Drew Carey. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what messed up TV. That they started taking out these shows that people used to watch with their family. They started removing them and showing us crap.
Like what?
It says here, The Price is Right is still on, but new episodes are not currently airing. The most recent season of the show ended on July 4th, 2024, but reruns will continue to air new episodes and it will return in the fall. So apparently it will be back. The 50th season premiered September 13th, 2021, so it's going into over 50 seasons worth of...
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, you should go. I would recommend you going and see a Price is Right show. You might get called up there. And then you can thank me because you win a brand new Pontiac DeVille.
A brand new pre-owned.
For a prize package worth $7,984. Prize package. It was always a prize package.
Who's the black guy that took over? He was fucking hilarious. Wasn't there a black guy?
You're not old enough to remember. You're not old enough to remember. Let's Make a Deal with Monty Hall. What's behind door number 1? What's behind door number 2? Where you get to pick one door. You know, they'd open it up. One have a new Corvette behind it. And the other one might have like a donkey with a sombrero on its head. That show was real popular. It's called Let's Make a Deal with Monty Hall.
But did Wayne Brady take over?
Wait a minute, fool.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a different show. The black guy. It's Steve. He's talking about Steve Harvey.
No, Wayne Brady. Dirty got it.
Yeah, Highway Frog says spin the wheel, Yucca. I would pay money to see you spin that wheel. That would be hilarious. I think that would be absolutely fun to watch you try and spin the wheel.
Really?
Because I don't know. I feel like you would just make a joke out of it. It would be kind of funny.
You know, it's got to go all the way. It's got to go all the way around at least once. You know that.
Yeah, I know. He's gonna spin it, and it's gonna be like just shy of $1.
Like, click, 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 click.
What? Like, I spun it.
Look, guy, you're gonna have to do a little better than that.
Oh man.
Yeah, Wayne Brady, I don't seem like he got a lot of props for that because he's one of the funniest people on the planet. I must admit, he's just hilarious, and he did such a good job. I'm pretty sure he did. He's still doing Prices Right, isn't he? Or wasn't he?
Papa Mac said he's doing Let's Make a Deal, the old Monty
Oh,
Hall show.
okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. So that he did.
That was a cool
Yeah,
show, man. They'd go through the audience, and you dressed up. I think one of the prerequisites to be on the Let's Make a Deal shows, you had to dress up like in a Halloween costume. But they would go to the ladies, and he'd say, for $1,000, show me a paperclip. And if she had a paperclip in her purse, she'd win $1,000. So it was a big thing. If you went to that show, the ladies would always try to keep all kinds of odd and end stuff. You never knew what he was going to ask for. Yeah.
I remember that shit.
I'm going way back. I'm talking, that's like 1969.
Right. I guess it was Wayne Brady who did Let's Make a Deal. I thought that was really funny, and man, there was some really funny.
Yeah, Wayne Brady and Let's Make a Deal. Yeah.
Awkward stuff too.
He would do stuff like they would do stuff like they would open a door and he'd say, "I'll give you $10,000 cash, or you can take behind what's door number 2."
Yeah.
And you just watch those people squeal, and you never knew if it was a gag gift, a bucket of a wheelbarrow full of horse manure, or if it was, like I said, a brand new car.
Yeah, kind of the same premise as Price is Right, but I think it was the original Price is Right was Let's Make a Deal, right?
No, they're two different shows.
Let's Make a Deal was more like a gambler show. If anything, it had more. If anything, it had more with that. What's that? The briefcase show where the guy let you pick all the final briefcases.
Yeah, what was his name? The bald guy.
Yeah, I forget his name. The comedian Howie Mandel. Yeah. Who wants to be a millionaire or whatever the fuck it is?
Yeah. No.
No, that's a different one. That's a different.
That's a different.
Whatever. The one with the briefcase.
But you're like me. They all.
Thank you, Papa Mac. He said Deal or No Deal. Deal or No Deal had more in common with Monty Hall because they were like gambling. He tried to trade you out. You could trade up. You could. It was that greed. They played on that human nature of greed. You could have $1,000 right now in your hand, or you could take behind what's in that door, and watch people lose it all.
Andy points out that Wayne Brady was in Whose Line Is It Anyway? I never watched that, but I've seen a lot of clips of it. Damn it, if he's not funny as hell. They're all funny on it. And that
those guys have to think on their feet.
Yeah,
that's unscripted.
Aisha Taylor is in Archer, which is one of my favorite comedies of all time.
Oh my God, Archer's got some funny shit on it, man.
Damn it, that's
I can't make it.
And she doesn't actually say. She's like the person that the foil. So she's like serious, and then they make comments off of her serious stuff. Yeah, Archer is just unbelievable, and she deserves an Oscar for that because she was so good in that. Wow.
It would have been fun to have been a writer. If I could have worked for any show as a writer, I think Archer would have been one because there was really nothing. They would do just about anything. Yeah.
It just nonstop.
Yeah.
I'd like to write for South Park, but I don't think I'm good enough. I think they take it to a whole new level on there, and I don't think I could bring the goods for a South Park episode.
I don't know, Pirate. You might work out there. So I'm depressed. I'm very depressed.
Uh-oh. Why?
I have golf elbow.
Well, that sounds like a problem.
It is. It's bad. I have like tape all up and down my arm and shit. I'm so depressed.
You have what up and down your arm?
Tape. Kinesiology tape.
Oh, tape. For some reason, I thought you were saying ape.
Oh, yeah.
It was so weird. It was like it was cutting out the T part or something. I don't know. It was kind of odd.
Did he say he's got monkeypox?
It was so weird.
I got the monkey tape. I got the monkey tape on my arm. So bad.
You have to touch hole pops.
471. boy, it is
Here we
it is
go.
going to be close here because Nana and I we were the two middle in the group today. So Apex went like super low, and Tech went super high, and Nana and I were right smack dab in the middle. I think here with I had what did I have? I had 469 and she had 470 for her close. We're 1 penny apart from each other on this one, and I was originally going to go for I think 13. And then at the very last second, I changed my prediction to 469. Just kind of, I don't know. It seemed like it was more likely that we were to move up today than down. So only because of the general move in the market. What's that?
I was trying to keep that 10-cent gap. I figured everybody was going to go a little higher than 160. So that and 454 is a fun motor. So.
Well, I've got the point spread right now up on the very first day, and on like how many pennies we missed by, and so far in the lead is you, but today is going to probably change that quite drastically because you went super low, so that's going to add to your points for the week, your pennies for the week. So if we were to close at 470, Nana would win an extra bonus point, and that would be on us to try and get another point to even match her by Thursday or Friday. But assuming,
it's fun.
Yeah, assuming that, let's say we close at 468. Let's say we close at 468. If we close at 468, the new point or penny leader will be me, with missing 30 cents over 2 days' time. The next person up from that would be Nana with 38 cents, then you with 41 cents, and Tech with 73 cents. Yeah. So it's interesting. It's interesting to see what's happening here with the values. A long time ago, somebody had asked me to do like a running collection of information to find out like who's the most accurate over time. And I said, it's hard enough for me to just get people to come in here and give predictions, but for them to have to like be held to the fire for that long of a time, I just didn't want to do it. So, and I'm really kind of hesitant about doing this collection of price predictions throughout the week, but not for my sake, but just for the sake of everybody else.
The way I follow up, typically, if I'm on time, you know what I mean. I like to put our actual targets, and if I keep doing that, I have a collection of that, on pretty much every live show you feed. So I mean, you could always go back and look at that if you're like taking the time. Anybody could,
Eventually, when I have to pay out everybody their winnings, I'm gonna have to go back and watch every single live stream to figure out who won each week. So there's gonna be at least 52 times 3. I'm gonna have 150 shows. I'm gonna have to go back and watch. So.
But you'll be rolling in it, so it's no big deal.
Yeah, I'll have time on my hands, right? Sitting there on that beach, drinking that pina colada.
Yeah. Maybe an episode a day. We'll get caught up eventually.
Yeah, right. Well, good morning, good afternoon, Apex. Good afternoon, Brandon, Brian. Good afternoon, Funky. Good afternoon, Food Dog. I don't think I said good afternoon. Censor Content. Who else? That's it. I don't think I said quack quack. Quack quack. How's it going?
Yuck. Oh.
Well, I said yucca earlier. He's already got
quack. What's up? Well, you're on mute, bro. You're chewing on
you're chewing your food.
Bro, AMC, yes.
You guys couldn't hear me?
No.
No,
we
we
can't
couldn't
now.
hear you. All we heard you were chomping on something.
Video of me eating food. I'm on my lunch.
All we saw was that you had something in your mouth, and we were like, "Yeah, that's quack quack."
Good afternoon, Casey.
Good afternoon. Indeed, it is. But I hate to break it to you, it is that time of the day, unfortunately.
Another one?
Yep. I will see you guys back in the back of the big tramp here in a few minutes.
All right.
Right.
Oh, come on, man! I just got here.
I know.
Later, savages.
Well, as usual, guys, it is that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie like I am. Reagan's out. Some other good movies are coming out. Beetlejuice is out. Above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Making big tips, showing up the nice big tits. Ha! Just give me the dirt. I'll just give it what I want till it hurts. Give me the dirt. Just give me the dirt. Just give me what I want till it hurts. Just give me the dirt. Give me the dirt. Let's take it to the top and watch it burn. Give me more sex, more tats, more blood, more pain, more threats, more fast, torn jeans, cocaine, more pretty strippers with the big red lips, making big tips, showing up the nice